Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry became overpowered under the Iron Lady's guidance. Here is short summary. Raised by the mysterious Iron Lady, Harry defies fate and grows into a formidable force. No longer a pawn, he faces every challenge with overwhelming power. The wizarding world isn't ready for this Harry Potter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. In a shocking turn of events, he who must not be named has arisen again. Despite claims by the Ministry of Magic of a lone Death Eater acting alone, the Daily Prophet has it on good authority that the Dark Lord himself perpetrated an attack upon Hogwarts that left 2 students dead and 2 others severely injured. There can be no doubt about it, the Dark Lord has returned, says Severus Snape, known Death Eater collaborator. To testify to his claims, he revealed his dark mark for all to see that it had darkened to herald the Dark Lord's return. Snape seems smug at this turn of events. Will he be the next source of treachery at Hogwarts? For more, please see Hogwarts Exposed, A School of Horrors by Rita Skeeter, PG. 8. If it were not for the brave actions of Mr. Neville Longbottom and his friend, Ronald Weasley, you know who could have caused much more devastation, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore told this intrepid reporter. Longbottom personally assaulted, "We're not printing it, lay off me," and tried to save the lives of his friends. While we mourn the loss of Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, we should celebrate the fact that no further loss of life occurred to herald the Dark Lord's return. Truly, Neville Longbottom deserves the title of Boy Who Lived, having been marked by the Dark Lord himself when he attempted to kill Neville personally. He failed, and the wizarding world has a new champion. The Heroic Weasley Family, A History of Courage by Noser Brown. The Weasley family is famous for 2 things: red hair and reckless bravery. Last night at Hogwarts, the youngest Weasley son proved his courage and that he was destined to stand beside the champions of the light. When directly confronted by the Dark Lord himself, Ronald Weasley thought fast and saved the life of the new boy who lived with a timely levitation spell, preventing a lethal fall. When you know who confronted Ronald personally about the location of a classmate, Ronald spat defiance into the face of death itself. He was saved by Minerva McGonagall, who struck down the Dark Lord with a terrible curse. Though he was unable to prevent the tragic deaths of his fellow classmates, Ronald is still one of the few wizards who can claim to have stood toe-to-toe with you-know-who. Pictured here is Ron, along with his brothers and family, along with his treasured pet, Scabbers the rat, who was a source of comfort to the boy while he convalesces. A Castle in Mourning by Isaac Charles Graves. The Castle of Hogwarts is draped in black today to honor the passing of 2 students, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, along with the hospital wing matron, Poppy Pomfrey. No bodies could be displayed, with pictures of the fallen instead placed near the entrance for those who wished to pay their respects. Dean was a good friend, Lavender Brown told the Prophet. He was always kind and funny. I'll miss him a lot. The young girl was in tears as she laid flowers at each of the shrines. I can't believe he's gone, Cedric Diggory told the Prophet. Seamus, he was a family friend. His dad and mine used to go fishing together. I always hoped he'd be in Hufflepuff with me, but I knew he belonged in Gryffindor. He was a true hero. She was kind, Hermione Granger told the Prophet. Always willing to help. I started having some female problems. And away from home, without my mum. She was with me every step of the way. Really understood. I felt like I could always talk to her. To think she's gone. I can't believe it. All of Hogwarts mourns this day, Headmaster Dumbledore said. He kept vigil at the shrines throughout the night, keeping them illuminated with his wand despite his advanced age. But our grief must be turned to a good purpose. There can be no hiding this, and if anyone attempts to deny what happened here, that has returned, know them for the black traitors that they are. We must stand together, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, said at the funeral this past Wednesday. Now is the time for action and purpose. Let no stone go unturned. We must root out those who would follow you-know-who and prevent his rise to power again. It is surprising that he who we thought banished has made his return known so suddenly, Lucius Malfoy stated. My family of course will ensure that the ministry is prepared to take the proper course of action. Mr. Malfoy was placed under an imperious curse during the last war, and is a staunch supporter of the minister and his regime. Terrorist attack at St. Cyprian's School for Gifted Youth. By Abbey Norman terrorists perpetrated a devastating assault upon St. Cyprian's School for Gifted Youth late last Friday, December 20th. Part of the Scottish boarding school was destroyed in a large explosion. 2 students and a staff member were slain, their names withheld at the request of their families. This is believed to be the work of a man who is believed to have connections with the IRA and was responsible for a wave of terrorist attacks 10 years ago. The Mont's alias is Voldemort. His terrorist organization have identified themselves as Death Eaters. If you or anyone you know may have information leading to this man's arrest or capture, please call your local police immediately. Under no circumstances are civilians to approach. He's back, Dad. Harry stood on platform 9¾ staring up at his father. 4 days ago, he had awoken to a castle full of flames and chaos. The fighting had been over, the Dark Lord had fled, but things had not gotten back to normal at all. Seamus and Dean were dead, having fallen at Voldemort's hands. Ron and Neville were still in the hospital being treated for their injuries. Ron's parents had cancelled their trip to Romania, and Charlie was coming to England to see his injured brother. Hermione. Harry turned to see his friend embraced by her parents, tears streaming down their faces. He turned back to his father, who was in full uniform with a service pistol in a holster at his side. Harry's own mother and sister rushed to embrace him, and Harry returned their hugs, swallowing back his tears. "We were so worried about you," Becky sobbed. "When we heard you'd been hurt from the headmaster, we didn't know what to think." "It's okay, Becky. I'm home. Voldemort's gone, for now." Around them, other parents were tearfully embracing their children. Even Draco Malfoy looked scared as his snobbish-looking parents stiffly embraced their son. Harry noticed his dad scowling at the Malfoys. "Come on, son. Let's get out of here. Harold, Teresa, we need to get going." The Granger family sniffed and picked up their trunks, following Harry's family out of the portal. Outside, Harry noticed an awful lot of fit-looking men sitting on benches, idling around the station or having quiet conversations. Many of them were carrying suitcases or instrument cases. He thought he recognized a few, but he didn't say anything. Tension was high as they walked back to the car along with the Granger family. As they passed through a tunnel leading to the parking lot, the McAllisters and Grangers were suddenly grabbed and pulled into an office. "What is the meaning of this?" Harold Granger demanded. "And who?" He started as a man who could have been his twin reached out and held out his hand. "Your hat and coat, sir," the man said politely. A woman who was similar in appearance to Teresa Granger was also asking for her coat, and a very short woman with frizzy hair just like Hermione's was taking her coat and scarf. Harry handed over his hat and coat to the very obviously 18 soldier, who pulled them on along with glasses identical to Harry's own. He even had a scar on his forehead, though this one was probably makeup. There was a double for Becky and his mum as well. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Miss Granger, please, cooperate so we can make the switch quickly," Tom said in a quiet but firm tone. "This is for your own safety." New clothes were put on, and the old handed over in stiff silence. They complied, and the two families stepped out having swapped clothes and taken keys. "What was that all about?" Harold asked, looking rather out of sorts. "Security precaution," Tom said, nodding towards a basement staircase where 2 soldiers stood guard. "This way, quickly. We don't know if we've been followed." A few minutes walking took them to another train station, this one a typical Norm train. The families were hustled into a car full of rather ordinary-looking people that were just a bit too alert and with too many bulges at waistbands and shoulders to be as ordinary as they looked. The Grangers looked frightened, but they were willing enough to follow Tom and Alice since they'd brought their own children with them. The conductor nodded and spoke into a radio, and the train groaned into motion. In a few minutes, the station was left far behind. "Tom, please, what's all this about?" Harold whispered, looking at the rest of the passengers with a worried look. "You can talk freely now," Tom said, standing up and looking to the conductor. "We all clear, Lieutenant Green?" "Clear, sir," the conductor said, doffing his cap to reveal a regulation military haircut. He scratched his head and returned the cap to its place. Act normal for now, but we've got some sensitive instrumentation that will detect any magic performed nearby, and 2 eagles are in the nest to keep watch over us. Don't fret, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. You're in the hands of Her Majesty's finest now. Surely all this is not needed? Mrs. Granger asked, looking around with a worried expression. It was just the one terrorist, wasn't it? Dark Lord Voldemort is hardly just a terrorist, ma'am, one of the men reading a newspaper across the aisle said. He handed it over. It was a copy of the Daily Prophet, not a newspaper one normally saw on a norm train. How do you know that? Hermione gasped, then her eyes widened. It's like you said, Harry. The government does know. Of course we do, Lieutenant Green said, giving Hermione a wink. Can't have you Maggies pulling another fast one on us, hey? But we were told it was secret, that we couldn't tell anyone, Teresa protested. That's because it is, Alice said gently, taking Teresa's hand in her own. The Maggies don't know that we know. And we want to keep it that way, for now. At least until we've assessed the danger and determined what to do. I'm Rebecca, by the way, Becky said, extending a hand to Hermione. Harry's big sister. You must be Hermione. I've heard a lot about you. A pleasure, Hermione said automatically, taking the hand and shaking it with a numb expression on her face. The train rolled on as the families awkwardly talked. Harry sat by his father, who had put a protective arm around his son. Normally Harry would protest that he was too old for that sort of thing, but for now he snuggled into the arm, trying to pretend that the world wasn't as dangerous a place as he'd recently discovered it was. The train took them to a village in the north of England, where the families were placed in 2 black vans and driven to a secluded manor house. There was plenty of room for everyone, and the place was well stocked for an extended stay. Once everyone was settled, both families sat down in the dining room for tea and a briefing by Tom. To be frank, Harold and Teresa, your daughter is now in danger, Tom said. He put up a photo of a dark-robed figure. This is the only known photograph of the man who calls himself Lord Voldemort. It is believed this is an alias, but we have never been able to confirm this. Until recently, he was believed dead. But he's not, Harry interjected. I think I have some sort of connection to him. My scar hurt whenever Quirrell, that is, the professor he possessed, was near me. That's something we'll need to debrief you on later, son, Tom said. For now, let's shelve that. From about July 10, 1970 until October 31, 1981, Lord Voldemort and his followers, terrorists known as Death Eaters, were waging a war against all of Britain, but especially the magical side. But we've never even heard of this, Harold protested. Teresa nodded. They didn't tell us anything about the war when we agreed to send Hermione to school. Again, that's probably because they thought him dead, Tom repeated. It was believed that when he attempted to kill Harry on October 31, 1981, that his magic failed him somehow and he was banished or killed, Hermione explained. It's in great wizarding events of the 20th century. I didn't even know that until a few months ago, Harry grumbled. No one ever told me anything. That's because we didn't know, dear, Alice said gently, hugging her son tightly. And therein lies the problem, Tom agreed. The wizarding world never tells anyone anything, it seems. If someone knew Voldemort was going to return, they never told the community at large or informed the Prime Minister, which they are supposed to do if something major occurs. He was informed of his return last night. A rather long delay for such a major event. But why is Hermione in danger? Teresa asked, stroking her daughter's hair. Because Voldemort was a member of the pureblood supremacists faction, Hermione lectured. He and his followers were known to target those born outside of the magical community, who they referred to as mudbloods, or muggleborns, and their families, as well as targeting muggles in general for terror attacks. Tom gave the young girl a grin and a wink. You want to come up here and conduct the briefing? You seem better informed than I am. Hermione flushed and hugged her mother, muttering something to the negative. Hermione is exactly right, however, Tom continued. It is also believed that 2 of the casualties of the latest attack were targeted because of their known links to Harry, who Voldemort was searching for to destroy. Why this is, it is not known. We do know that there is a rumored prophecy of some kind, and that apparently Harry is destined to defeat Voldemort or something like that. Tom snorted. which if I have any say about it will never even come close to happening. We'll take this bastard out for a click away with a high-powered rifle if anyone has any sense. Not bloody likely, Harry muttered. His mother shushed him, and he flushed. Well, it isn't. If no one will even tell us he's back, they're not going to work with us to help bring about his downfall. Well, it's settled then, Harold said, standing up. We'll leave the country. Move to Australia. I've been to a dentist's conference in Sydney before. They always need dentists there, and if no one will protect Hermione, we'll have to see to it ourselves. Dad. Hermione wailed, looking stricken. Then how will I learn to be a witch? Your mother and I have gotten along fine without magic, and you can too. Nothing wrong with it. You're a bright girl, could do anything you set your mind to. And you can do no magic if you're dead. What about me? Harry asked in a quavering voice. Tom raised a calming hand. Please, sit down, everyone. There will be people who can protect your daughter, Harold. You can indeed choose to move to Australia, and if you do, Her Majesty's government will assist you. However, I would implore you not to take such drastic action yet. If you do, we lose a valuable tool in our fight against Voldemort. Namely, Hermione. There are a lot of other young Maggies that could be targeted, and at least in Hermione's case she'll have a few assigned protectors who can keep her safe. Who? Harold shouted. Who could possibly keep Hermione safe from that madman? A few of my comrades in arms are going to be taking up residence in and around Hogwarts, Tom said, nodding to the two men outside casually leaning against the gate. Sergeant Pruitt here has a plan. Teresa still didn't look convinced. Are they really up to the task of dealing with magic, though? The red-headed sergeant cleared his throat. I grew up around magic, ma'am. It isn't impossible to overcome, far from it. I've trained for this mission my whole life. I'll be watching over Hermione and Harry, never you worry. Harry's going back to Hogwarts, Alice said quietly. I have every faith in Tom and in the SAS to keep my son safe. And, if we don't get a few witches and wizards on our side, we will be in deep trouble. Thousands died last time. I can help, Mum. I can. Hermione sprang to her feet and gave her parents a pleading look. Please, let me go back. I can learn magic, and I can help. I can be a hero. Next time I'll study hard so that next time no one has to die. Hermione's parents exchanged a look. We'll talk about it later, Harold temporized. Good enough for now, Tom said. In the meantime, we'll start on some basic training for Hermione. Fitness, self-defense, situational awareness. I can't promise we'll turn her into some sort of super soldier overnight, but she'll be ready if another crisis arises. Our staff on site will see that her training continues at school. What about our home? Harold asked. Our things. When can we go back? That is yet to be determined. Plan on spending the rest of the holidays here at the very least, Tom said firmly. We're not taking any risks until we have a better sense of how things stand. You know, this wouldn't be so bad if I could scratch my nose, Neville said, staring up at the ceiling and trying to imagine faces or figures in the wood grain. He'd done an awful lot of that lately, and today did not appear to be any different. Ron grunted from the bed across from Neville's. I'd feel better if I didn't have to call a nurse every time I had to use the loo. That too, Neville agreed. He sighed. His nose really did itch. He was still immobilized while his spine regrew, and his nerves were still very twitchy from the Cruciatus curse. Ron was also confined to his bed. His nerve damage was much worse and his voice was raspy as he spoke. The boys lay in silence again, Ron shifting slightly. Do you feel guilty, Neville? Neville didn't have to ask what Ron meant. Dean. Seamus. It was awful. Yeah. A bit. But I mean, we tried, right? Yeah, Ron agreed. Yeah, I guess we did. Oi, Scabbers. Think you could scratch Neville's nose? The rat on Ron's chest just made a few squeaking sounds before curling up and going back to sleep. Bloody useless rat, Ron said fondly. Scabbers really had been good company for both the boys, but it was too much to ask that he understand how to scratch a nose. He's really back, you know, Neville said, imagining that he could see a horrific blotchy face with evil red eyes in the wood grain. He felt his body trembling, but couldn't stop it. Yeah. You hear what they're calling you now? Neville tried to move his head to look at his left hand, the one that was now branded with the butterfly scar. It's nonsense. That's Harry, not me. It's neither of you, Ron said firmly. You're my mates, not some stupid title the papers dreamed up. And you're both the bravest blokes I know. You're pretty brave too, you know. You saved my life. I know, you only mention it 5 times a day. You would have done the same for me. Well, yeah. They were silent again before Neville asked, do you think that next time, they'll be heroes to stop Voldemort? Like Harry talked about. Dunno. Maybe we're supposed to be those heroes. I wouldn't mind having one of those muggle wands the next time Volume. Oh, you know who I mean, then next time he shows up. Neville swallowed, thinking of his father's broken wand. I haven't got a wand any longer, you know. Ron shifted again. Neville knew Ron was trying to look at him, but Neville didn't bother to try. He was immobilized completely. He broke your wand? It was my dad's, but yeah. I don't really miss it, though. I don't think it ever really suited me. My dad told me he was getting me a new wand. I was using Charlie's old wand. Said that if I was going to be dueling the Dark Lord I needed one that really fit me. I hope Gran gets me a new wand. I wouldn't mind one that chose me, Neville said wistfully. Well, she bloody better. Hey, I bet if we had proper wands, we could have hexed the old bastard's pants off. Maybe then Dean and Seamus would be alive. Neville knew as soon as he said it, that it had been the wrong thing to say. But it felt true. He did feel guilty, horribly so, and he did blame himself despite everyone saying he shouldn't. Maybe, Ron agreed, his own voice bitter. Never know now, will we? The boys lay in sullen silence for half an hour, until Ron's family showed up. They insisted on visiting daily. Ron's mum would have slept at the hospital, but Ron insisted that with Neville there he had plenty of company. The company helped chase away the lingering horrors in the boys' minds, but still, the guilt and trauma of their experiences lingered. Over the years those first painful memories of the War of Magic would fade, in some cases pushed aside by new horrors to recall. But that first loss, that first battle, would remain forever a dark part of the soul in Neville and Ron. Snape stood in front of his bathroom mirror, staring at his haggard face. He'd hardly slept since the Dark Lord's return. Only when he took dreamless sleep did he truly rest, but that sleep reminded him too much of the sleep of the grave. He had failed. His ritual should have worked, should have captured the rogue spirit. In the end, it was that damned phylactery that was to blame. Snape hadn't taken into account that the spirit was bound to objects outside of his ritual binding, and that had allowed it to escape. Now the Dark Lord roamed free, and Snape knew his days were numbered. Traitor. The word echoed endlessly in Snape's mind. He was not distraught over having betrayed the Dark Lord. He would have done so eventually anyway, but that he had tipped his hand at such an early stage was unforgivable. How could he defend Lily's son now? He had betrayed her, and her memory once again. This time, there might not be any redemption. The Dark Lord was back, growing in power and in strength. Snape knew he was, though there were no signs of it yet. He felt deep down in his bones that the inevitable had been only delayed, and not for long. Cornelius, you cannot delay. Every moment you hesitate is one that allows Voldemort to grow in strength. You must work now to undermine his political power and finances. If you do this, you will long be remembered as the greatest minister of magic of all time. If not, your memory will be of the fool that delivered us all into the hands of evil. Cornelius Fudge spun his green bowler hat on his index finger, absently twirling it as he tried to think. You could practically hear the grinding of gears inside of his head as he did so, as if each revolution of the hat brought his mind one step closer to a decision. He did not meet the gaze of Dumbledore, instead keeping his eyes locked firmly on the green blur. Holding his peace, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, stroking his beard and doing his best to look both wise and imposing. Well, I suppose we could work with the goblins to seize the assets of those Death Eaters in Azkaban, Fudge said slowly. And we could set up a surveillance program around those who had past associations with he who must not be named. Holding back a sigh, Dumbledore nodded encouragingly and allowed his eyes to twinkle merrily. A good start, Cornelius. A very good start indeed. I insist that you allow this old man some small level of comfort for his students, however. I am requesting that Alistair Moody be released to me as a temporary defense against the dark arts instructor. He could also act as our security officer, to ensure that no further repeats of recent tragic events occur. Yes, that would be taken as positive action by the ministry, having an old war hero assigned to help watch the students. Fudge suddenly brightened. And he can take that wonderful girl apprentice of his to assist with such things. Fudge muttered something under his breath about clumsy girls, tea, and ruining his third best dress robes. Nymphadora would make a fine addition to our staff, Dumbledore agreed. He had been considering Gilderoy Lockhart as the next potential Dada professor, but that was to expose the man as a fraud and to show students exactly what a hero wasn't. At this time, however, Dumbledore needed someone capable of actually teaching as well as defending the school if need be. He deeply regretted the deaths under his watch, and took personally responsibility for his laxity. No one else, aside from Severus, seemed to finger him as the culprit. If one good thing had come from this, it was that public opinion seemed to largely have turned against Voldemort, having caused the death of 2 children and the much-beloved Madame Pomfrey, who had cared for the injuries and illnesses of 2 generations of magical Britain. Even some die-hard Voldemort supporters such as the Malfoys seemed to be rather taken aback by recent events, and reluctant to seek out their lord. Dumbledore knew for a fact that if there was one thing that could redeem Lucius and Narcissa, it was their love for each other and their son. It was a thin hope to be sure, but he believed in giving everyone second chances, even those who had walked in darkness as long as the Malfoys. Merlin's wrinkled behind. Moody growled once Fudge had left. I thought the idiot would quibble with you all day. He needs to go, Albus. He has no concept of constant bloody vigilance. Dumbledore actually jumped, taken aback at the sudden shout. He looked up at young Tonks in mild surprise. Her hair was black today, he's supposed to symbolize mourning colors. The young woman was grinning from ear to ear, her head sticking in the doorway. Oi, boss, you want me on patrol starting now? I figure I could at least inspect the wards, yeah? Do it, Tonks, Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling around to look at her through the back of his head. And brush up on your 1st to 3rd year Dada. You'll be teaching the first 3 years of classes. There was a loud thump, and Nymphadora had to pick herself up off the floor, having tripped and fallen. What was that, boss? Dumbledore himself had to slip his glasses back on. They'd fallen right off his nose. Alistair, I was rather hoping you would. I am not here to babysit snot-nosed brats, Moody growled. I'm here to ensure that they're safe. And I can't bloody well do that if I'm doing nothing but teaching classes. Tonks is a bright girl, and kids love her. More than me, anyway. I'll teach the upper-level stuff, and she can handle the ankle-biters. She'll do better than Gilderoy. I'm a fraud, Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart, coming here. Tonks looked hopeful now, until she saw Moody's grim expression. Right. Patrol, and brush up on my beginning counter curses, magical creatures, and simple jinxes and hexes. Righto, boss, bigger boss. With that she was gone, with only one minor calamity as she descended the stairs, having tripped over the gargoyle. I appreciate you doing this for me, Alistair, Dumbledore said, offering his candy bowl. Moody glanced at it and grimaced, shaking his head. An open bowl like that, Albus? Anyone with access to this office could have poisoned it or put a Confutus charm on it. Foolish of you, really. Dumbledore chuckled and popped a sweet into his mouth. The only people with access to my office are Hogwarts professors. I hardly think that. And WHO was your bloody Dada teacher for the past term? Moody roared, his magical eye pinning Dumbledore to the wall. Oh yes, you've gone soft, Albus. Soft as wet behind the ears, Tonks. Merlin's hairy ballsack man. My first-year apprentice is going to be a better, saner choice than the one you had. How could you not see that? Dumbledore slumped in his seat, the drop turning to ash in his mouth. It was all my fault. I thought he was merely in communication with Voldemort, or possibly simply a greedy man after the stone. I never imagined that he would. He was and is capable of anything, no matter how perverse or sadistic, Moody snarled. If you had even an inkling of his return, you should have called the order. We could have sorted it out and prevented the deaths of 3 innocents. Get your act together, Albus. This is going to be another war, and a bloody one unless I miss my guess. I can be here for only a year. Then the curse kicks in. I'll try to spread the duties out with Tonks so that one or both of us can return at some point, but that's pushing things. The Dada professorship curse has never been broken, and I doubt it will be until the Dark Lord is dead for good. Wise of you, Alistair. I shall endeavor to be worthy of the trust you place in me. From now on, I shall take no risks when it comes to Hogwarts or her students. Sergeant, we simply cannot afford to take any more risks in regards to Hogwarts or his students. Charles Pruitt stood at attention before the desk of the Right Honorable Dame Thatcher, and did his best not to sweat. Yes, ma'am. I agree. That's why I proposed that we infiltrate the school. Thatcher's eyes narrowed. I agree. Your plan has my approval. However, you must know that the lodestone hardening is still in its testing phase. You will have no technological support, and the number of troops we will have available to send in as support will be extremely limited. So far, only you squibs are able to penetrate the so-called anti-Muggle wards despite the best efforts of our scientists. Your contact with your family will also be necessarily limited. Yes, ma'am, Pruitt agreed. But I'm not going to allow Tom's boy to go back into that den of serpents without some backup. And, he paused, studying his boots for a moment, then looking back up at Thatcher. Permission to speak freely, ma'am? Granted. It's my daughter, Mafalda. Pruitt felt his throat go dry, but he continued on. She's showing signs of accidental magic. She's only 9. So I have 2 years to know for sure, but if she does turn out to be a Maggie, then you want to be there for her. That, Sergeant, is a motivation I can wholly sympathize with. Your wife understands the plan? Yes, sir. Sophia understands completely. She's worried too. If I can be there for Mafalda, even if it means I have to be away for now, it will be worth it. Very well. You shall have full access to all our resources. Anything you need, we shall supply. And, if for any reason, the target is not cooperative, you also have carte blanche to do whatever it takes to ensure that his position becomes available. Pruitt nodded, hoping it wouldn't come to having to kill or imprison the target, but willing to do whatever it took to protect young Harry or his darling daughter. Understood, ma'am. 2 days later, Charles was in Hogsmeade Village, having a butterbeer at the Hogshead. He wasn't actually a fan of the weak alcohol, but he needed to keep his head. He had been waiting for a while, and was eyeing the occupants of the pub with an expert's eye. Some of them were posers, not really dangerous, just hanging out with a tough crowd. One which, however, had the look of a killer. He had memorized her features and planned on checking to see if they had a file on here. Another burly wizard looked like he knew his way around a tavern brawl, and rather enjoyed one. The door opened, letting the frigid air in for a moment, and the target stepped into the pub, a sour expression on his face. Charles motioned for the man to join him, and pushed over a tankard of ale. All right. What is this about? Argus Filch growled, taking the ale and downing it with surprising rapidity. And you had best keep the drinks coming, or I'm leaving. I've got something better, Charles said, and pushed a greasy envelope across the table to Filch. The old man gave him a dirty look, then picked up the envelope and opened it. Several bright pamphlets fell out, and Filch stared at them. What the bloody hell is this? All of your dreams coming true, Charles said smoothly, nodding to the pamphlets. Which one catches your fancy? Filch looked over the pamphlets, obviously confused. I don't know what you mean. What use have I for vacation brochures? I could never afford to visit sunny Melbourne, or scenic Wellington, or the Falkland Islands. What if I told you that you could live there, in luxury, if you only do me a very simple favor, Charles said smoothly. Filch looked up in astonishment. Live there? He squawked. Among the Muggles? A wizard like me could never? Oh, come off it, Argus, Charles said, snorting and shaking his head. You're no more a wizard than I am. We're both of us. Don't say it, Filch hissed, looking around in panic. Don't you bloody say it. If you insist, Charles said, nodding genially. Filch looked back at the pamphlets then, eyeing the picture of a retreat to the woodlands of Alberta, Canada. That doesn't look so bad though. No one around. Nice little setup in the woods. Trapping and hunting, you think? He suddenly shook himself. But how could I leave? How could you afford to send me there, and why would you want to? I don't even know you. You just told me you had a proposition for catching a poltergeist. I lied, Charles admitted. I just want your job, and if you give it to me, you'll be able to live out the rest of your life, far away from poltergeist or children, just you and Ms. Norris. No one to judge you for any irregularities in your spell casting. That doesn't sound too bad, Filch admitted. He narrowed his eyes suddenly. You're not with you-know-who, are you? Alistair warned me about people trying to infiltrate the castle. Charles blinked. Alistair? That couldn't be. Mad Eyes at the castle? He blurted. Ha. Got you no. Don't you dare move, I'll report you and we'll hang you in the dungeons. Moody said he'd let me try the rack on any Death Eaters we catch in. There was an audible click, and Charles cleared his throat. Filch trailed off and looked down at Charles's lap, where a pistol had appeared. Let me lay everything on the table, Mr. Filch. All the geniality had gone out of Charles's voice, and Filch looked up to see eyes that were hard as flint. He paled, realizing that he was in far over his head. You have two choices, Mr. Filch. You can take the offer and go live a life of relative luxury and seclusion somewhere far from Britain. It will be everything you could have ever wished for, every opportunity that was ever denied you because you were born without magic in a society that believes that magic is everything. Or, you can refuse the offer, and end up in a dark hole somewhere. Alive or dead, depending on your level of resistance. Because one way or another, at the end of the day, someone is going to have your job, and that someone is going to ensure that what happened last week can never, ever happen again. You're not with the Death Eaters, are you? Filch said, his eyes fixed on the gun. They'd never touch something like that. No, Mr. Filch, I am not with the Death Eaters. Filch swallowed. At heart, he was both a coward and a bully. He enjoyed tormenting children for no better reason than that they were weak and annoyed him. He was also terrified that anyone would bully him, and incapable of standing up to someone he perceived as stronger than him. Well, all right. What do you want me to? Here is your letter of resignation, Charles said, handing him another stained envelope. Filch opened it to find a letter what he would have sworn was his handwriting, postmarked for tomorrow and addressed to the headmaster. You never were going to take no for an answer, were you? Not in the slightest. Filch grunted. Well, I suppose a life of luxury won't be so bad. I'll still need to get my cat though, haven't been able to locate her for. Bert? Charles called to a rough-looking man in the corner. If you could bring over the specimen? The man brought over a crate from which a soft hissing sound could be heard. Filch felt his temper rising, as he looked in and found Mrs. Norris crouching in the corner, hissing at her captivity. My sweet! Filch cried, reaching into the crate and taking out his cat. He stroked her back until she calmed, glaring at Charles. You bloody bastard. I'm not a cruel man, Filch. I had no intention of harming your cat. The fact that there was no mention of intentions of harming Filch was not unnoticed by the old groundskeeper. He was grumpy, not dumb. Well, I guess I just have to sign this and pick my destination, Filch grumbled. Charles laughed and slapped him on the back. Don't be so glum, my good man. You've just won the lottery, a lifetime vacation in scenic Canada. You'll never see another Weasley or Poltergeist again. Filch grunted, and found a woman he'd thought was a regular witch and a fierce-looking older man at his side. My friends will escort you to a waiting vehicle where you will be taken to your new home. I'll see to the letter. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Filch. And thank you for the recommendation as your replacement. Filch didn't bother to protest that all his things were back at the castle. He had a feeling he was never going to see Hogwarts again. Bah. Good riddance. He'd never liked the place anyway. Charles smiled and drained the last of his butterbeer. Then he walked up to the bar and ordered something rather stronger. He'd need to look properly rumpled in the morning. Well, Mr. Pruitt, it is fortunate you were staying in Hogsmeade. I confess, I did not think I would need to find a replacement for our groundskeeper anytime soon. Mr. Filch had become something of a fixture at the school. Dumbledore smiled at the slightly rumpled man in the ill-fitting suit before him. He had a bit of stubble in the red Pruitt colors, and a bit of a hangdog look. Well, it's just lucky I was in the neighborhood, yeah, the man said in a tired voice. Life's not been too good for me lately. Don't fit in anywhere it seems. My wife certainly thought so. He grimaced. Ex-wife, I should say. Yes, you have my condolences, Dumbledore said, trying to keep the pity out of his voice. Squibs did have such a rough lot. No magic, so they never really fit into the world they were born to. And knowledge of things hidden, so they never really felt at home among the mundane either. He wasn't surprised the man's marriage had failed. Such things often happen to those of the magical world who married among the Muggles. Dumbledore certainly wasn't one of those who believed such unions to be a travesty, only a pragmatist who understood that such an unequal arrangement was full of its own pitfalls. Well, you do come highly recommended. I see that Argus knew you and thought highly of your character. I also accept your letters of recommendation from your commanders in the military. I also completely understand their little references to you being a bit odd, or never really fitting in. Said that, did they? Charles said, grimacing. I knew there was a reason I was having such a hard time finding a job after getting discharged. Well, I believe we will have a home for you here at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Moody had vetted the man personally and stated that he had no connection to any dark magic. The Pruitt name was a good name too, and truth be told Filch was getting a bit cantankerous in his old age. It would be good to shake things up a bit. Thank you, sir, I appreciate it, Charles said, coming to his feet and shaking Dumbledore's hand. You'll never regret hiring me, I swear. I have every confidence that you will be wholly satisfactory, Mr. Pruitt. Dumbledore didn't see the smile on Charles's face, because he waited until after he was well out of the office to allow himself one. If Dumbledore had, he may have experienced a few doubts, but it would not be for a long time that Dumbledore would realize just how thoroughly he'd been had. I think I'm going to die. Hermione was on all fours, trying desperately to catch her breath. I thought we were friends. A hand reached down and helped Hermione up, handing her a bottle of water. Drink in small sips. Overdo it in. After intense exercise, intensive hydration can result in nausea, vomiting, and cramps and will reduce overall performance. Hermione did take small sips, though it was hard to do so. Becky grinned at her. Yeah, that. Still though, it was only 3K. Country's not even all that rough. A few gentle hills and all. Harry's off with Dad doing a 10K. That's because your brother is a lunatic, Hermione grumbled. I never even saw him exercising. He is a bit out of shape, Becky agreed. Though he said he had some exercise for Quidditch practice. Still though, he needs to keep up his strength training and martial arts practice. Hermione groaned and shook her head. I'm not going to have to do more of that, am I? I think I'm still sore. You're going to do it every day if you know what's good for you, Becky said, her tone going from light to serious. It could save your life. Wincing slightly, Hermione nodded reluctantly. I guess now we do the push-ups and the other things? Of course. Come on, see if you can keep up. Becky dropped to push-up position and began to do smooth, fluid push-ups. Hermione got down next to the older girl and managed only 3 before collapsing. Becky paused and nodded at her. Do them with your knees down. Build up the muscles before you try to do them like me. I've been doing these every day for as long as I can remember. I've got to become Batman, after all. I think you'd be a much better fit for Eowyn instead of a silly costumed hero, Hermione panted as she resumed doing the push-ups with her knees down. It was easier, but still tiring. Yes, Becky crowed. Finally, one of you Maggies actually knows their British literature. Ginny didn't know anything until I began educating her. I was raised as a norm. Thank you very much, Hermione muttered. She did a few more push-ups and then flopped on her back, exhausted. Perfect. Here, I'll hold your feet while you do some sit-ups, then you can do mine. Then I think we should do some gymnastic practice. What's your favorite book, by the way? I'm really partial to Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of NIMH. Prefer nonfiction, Hermione panted as she forced herself to do sit-ups. Like Bathilda Bagshot, Maggie writing though. You're not on about Lockhart like Ginny is, are you? Becky demanded. Hermione managed to flush a deeper shade of red than she already was, but was too out of breath to say anything. I'm convinced his books are a load of rubbish. Granted, I know next to nothing about how to defeat dark monsters, but most of the stuff he does make no tactical sense. If he the man really had defeated a werewolf by wresting it, wouldn't he have been bitten or killed? And how exactly can you talk a ghoul to death? Can they even reason? Right, that's enough. Switch. Gratefully Hermione changed places with Becky, enjoying the break. She wasn't jealous of the fact that the older girl was hammering out the sit-ups like they were nothing. Of course she wasn't. She just hadn't had much experience with exercise before, seeing little need to exercise her muscles when her mind was so much more important. Once they were done, it was a series of flexibility and balancing exercises. Apparently, in addition to judo and British literature, Becky had something of an obsession with gymnastics. Robin was a gymnast, Becky explained as she helped Hermione with some basic flexibility stretches. But Robin isn't real, Hermione protested. Too right. That's why when I start doing my heroics I'm going to wear something sensible instead of a red and green leotard. Hermione was pretty sure that Becky had completely missed her point, but decided that arguing with the girl required too much energy at this particular point in time. Besides, it was rather nice to have someone to be with who wasn't a boy. Lavender and Parvati were polite enough to her, but she wasn't close with them like she was Harry, Ron, and Neville. Thinking of them brought a pang to Hermione's heart. She hoped Ron and Neville were doing all right. Merry Christmas, Ron. Ginny stood in the doorway, smiling despite the early hour. They were back home at the Burrow now, the healers having decided that Ron was healthy enough to be released back home. Merry Christmas, Ginny. Ron reached out and pulled Ginny into a quick hug. To her surprise, he gave her an embarrassed grin. Sorry. Just, been thinking. Like, what if I never got to hug my sister again? He looked away, embarrassed his sentimentality. To his surprise, Ginny gave him a longer hug, and he could feel his pajamas getting a little wet where her face was pushed into his chest. She didn't say anything, breaking away and hurrying down the stairs. Come on, it's Christmas, you've got presents. Reaching under his pillow, Ron pulled out the only Christmas present that really mattered to him. It was a new wand, 14. Willow, with unicorn hair. He'd gotten it yesterday from Ollivander's. He had assured his parents that this counted as both a birthday present and a Christmas gift, and had taken every opportunity to handle his wand since. He hadn't had a chance to really practice magic with it yet, but he was anxious to do so. Merry Christmas! Fred shouted as he slid down the banister past Ron. And many more, cheered George as he followed close behind. Ron smiled and hopped onto the banister himself, following the twins down. Merry Christmas, Percy said, patting Ron on the shoulder as he flopped onto the living room floor. Ron was a little surprised that Percy didn't lecture him, but his brother seemed to have calmed down quite a lot in the past few weeks in regards to rule following. Ron wasn't sure why, but he wasn't going to complain. Oh, Merry Christmas, you rugrats! Ron and Ginny screamed in protest and glee as Charlie lifted them both under his arms and hauled them over to the tree, depositing them on the couch where Bill tickled them mercilessly for a few moments. Merry Christmas, everyone, called Mum, bustling into the room with her hair still in curlers. When she looked at Ron, her eyes filled with tears, and she hurried over to the tree and started fussing with the presents. Mum had been crying a lot, Ron noticed. He turned his own damp eyes away. He had been too, though he wouldn't admit it. Before we start, Dad said, standing next to the tree gazing around at everyone, I want us to all take a moment. He cleared his throat and looked a little embarrassed. I'm not normally a religious person, as you all know, but today, after everything that's happened, I think we should take a moment to say thanks, and meditate on the fact that we're all here. Healthy and whole, and how easily it could be otherwise. Mum sniffed a bit, wrapping her arms around her husband and bowing her head. Everyone else did the same, hugging the family member next to them. Fred and George even sat on either side of Percy and embraced their older brother. Percy for his part put an arm around Fred and George, looking solemn. Ron hugged Ginny and Bill. Charlie put his arm around Bill and reached out to hug his father, and Ginny clung to Ron. The silence lasted a long time, but it was neither awkward nor unpleasant. The entire Weasley clan took delight in the closeness of family and their love for one another. I think we should pray for Neville and Dean and Seamus, Ron blurted. He looked around earnestly, trying to fight back the tremble in his voice, but he noticed that his hands were shaking slightly. He wondered if he'd ever be able to really play Quidditch now. The healers said the cursed nerve damage was permanent. Why don't you do it, Ron? Dad said quietly, looking at his youngest son with pride. Ron bowed his head. Dear God, or magic, or whoever is listening. Thanks that I'm okay, and that my family is here. Thanks that Neville is okay too. Wherever Dean and Seamus are, let them know that we were mates, and I wish I could have saved them and that I tried. Keep us all safe, and don't let nothing bad happen again, okay? Thanks. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, amen, Charlie said quietly. The rest of the family looked at him in shock. He shrugged. Well, I guess I found more than dragons in Romania. They're a bit keener on church there than we are here. Not going to make a big deal about it, but I'll be praying for all of us a bit harder now. That isn't a terrible idea, Dad said quietly, then smiled and clapped his hands. And now I believe we have some presents to open. To no one's shock, everyone got a woolen jumper with their initials on it. Ron put his on without complaint, giving his mum a big hug. For some reasons the jumpers meant a lot more when Ron almost hadn't gotten to wear his this year. To his amazement, there were also extra presents for Ron, including a broomstick that was autographed by every single one of the Chudley Cannons. With our regards, for a fan who is braver than all of us, Ron read from the card. He looked up in shock. Is this for real? Quite real, Dad said, giving Ron a wink. Evidently they heard that you were a big fan of theirs, and contacted your mother and I when you were in the hospital, asking if it would be alright to send you a gift. I told them that we would save it for Christmas, and you'd likely be in good enough health to ride it by then. A clean sweep 10, Ginny gasped, running her hand over the broom handle. They're brand new. The Cannons have a contract to promote them, Ron told her, not taking his eyes off of the photo of all the Cannons, who were waving at him merrily. There's more here, Percy said, handing Ron another wrapped package. Some of it still needs to be sorted through. Sorry, Ron, but at least one letter that contained some money for you was cursed. I've been helping Bill go through it all, but this one is safe. Ron read the name on the package and laughed. Well, this one's from Harry, so I should bloody well hope so. He tore open the wrappings and held up the odd container that was on top. What's this? Batteries, Dad said, swooping over and taking the odd metal cylinders out of Ron's hand. Ron, this is wonderful. Harry has given you your very own batteries. Ron looked down at the other package in his hand and grinned. And a Game Boy. I bet I need the batteries to make it work. He found 2 cartridges as well, Tetris and chess. There was a note with the cartridges. Merry Christmas. Now you won't have to ask me to play all the time. You can beat on the computer for once. Hermione and Neville had sent gifts as well. Neville had sent Ron a box of chocolate frogs, having learned that Ron was an avid card collector. Hermione had, of course, given Ron a book. It looked interesting though, Ender's Game. Sounded like it would be exciting at least, though Ron discreetly put it away under the pile of other gifts well-wishers had sent them. He had a load of candy, a few stuffed animals, even quite a bit of pocket money, all sent by people who wanted to thank him for fighting off the Dark Lord. The hardest gifts to open though were from Dean and Seamus' family. Dean's family had sent him a West Ham United jersey and poster, saying they had been Dean's. Dean had evidently told them that Ron was an avid sports fan, though he had neglected to mention that Ron knew nothing about Muggle football. Ron determined that he would be a lifelong supporter of West Ham United, and even learn the rules of Muggle football. He'd have Harry or Hermione teach him. Scratch that, he'd have Harry teach him. Harry had probably actually played a game, and he didn't need a lecture on every rule of the sport or the boring details of its history. Seamus' family had sent a photo of Seamus and Ron, taken at the Slytherin vs Gryffindor Quidditch match that year. Their faces were both painted in gold, and both boys were roaring silently in the photo. To the brave boy who stood with my son in his darkest hour. It is a comfort to know he had friends like you, Seamus' mother had written. Ron carefully tucked the photo away, knowing he'd treasure it for the rest of his life. He looked up to find his mother sitting with him. She reached over and wiped away Ron's tears with the sleeve of her jumper. They'll always be with you, dear, Mum said quietly. Ron nodded. Like Uncle Fabian and Uncle Gideon? Exactly like that, Mum agreed, her own eyes dewy. Her brothers had died in the last war, fighting off a band of Death Eaters. Mum understood what it was like to see people you loved dead at the feet of the Dark Lord. At breakfast, everyone was startled when several loud explosions could be heard from the yard. Fred and George snuck off, which no one had commented on being too busy eating. It was discovered that Harry had sent them a model rocket kit, and that they had decided to begin experimenting immediately. You didn't try to launch Scabbers again, did you? Ron demanded. Nah, George said, picking a smoking lump out of the rocket. Used a gnome instead, Fred explained, poking the lump. He yowled when it bit him, then scrambled away under a bush. Mum lectured Fred and George all the way back to the kitchen, though her heart didn't really seem to be in it on Christmas morning. Ron smiled, looking around at his happy family as they all ate. This was why you became a hero, Ron suppose. Not for the glory or the new broomsticks, even if they were signed by your favorite Quidditch team, but because you loved people and wanted them to be safe. He nodded to himself and went back to his bacon, chewing contentedly. Merry Christmas. Harry peered into Hermione's room, grinning from ear to ear. Come on, Hermione, it's Christmas. Erg, Hermione groaned, stuffing her head under her pillow. How can you be so excited? We had to run in the snow yesterday, and it was freezing. I'm still not warm. No running today, Harry promised. Just presents. Fine. Hermione snapped, peeking out from under her pillow. Now go away, I'm not dressed. Closing the door, Harry bolted down the stairs shouting at the top of his lungs, Merry Christmas. Wake up, Father Christmas came. Becky was the first to join Harry, still young enough that she was excited about the prospect of Christmas, though old enough to think she needed to act as though she wasn't. Merry Christmas, Harry. We've got loads of presents, Harry shouted, jumping from couch to couch, and there's a bunch for Hermione too. Hermione was next, followed by the adults. Hermione had changed into a t-shirt and jeans, though she still looked slightly grumpy. She reached for a present, then stopped when she saw Harry and Becky waiting patiently, their presents untouched. Aren't we going to open our presents? She asked. Not until we've read the story, Harry told her. I thought you would know that. Not everyone reads the story on Christmas, Harry, Becky said patiently. She handed her father a Bible, marked with bright Christmas cracker wrapper. It's a tradition, Tom explained as he took the book and opened it. You can begin if you want, Hermione, but the McAllisters always read the Christmas story every year, to remind us of just why we celebrate Christmas. Hermione nodded and sat back. Her family was very much atheistic, though ever since her Hogwarts letter had arrived, Hermione had quietly begun to wonder if perhaps there was more to the religious stuff that her prior research had indicated. She'd never delved very deeply into spirituality, but with everything that happened, the prospect of a god looking out for everyone was indeed an attractive proposition. And it came to pass in those days, that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed, Tom read in a loud, clear voice. Hermione sat back and listened to the Christmas story. She had never heard it in its entirety, especially not read in a very serious tone by someone who clearly believed it was true. It was all very nice, even if Hermione was quite sure it was all just a story. Harry and Becky listened, their minds clearly more than half on the presents that lay before them, but they made no move towards them even after their father had stopped and the Bible was closed, instead closing their eyes and folding their hands in their laps. Hermione copied them, though she kept one eye open. Heavenly Father, thank you that my family is here and safe today, Tom prayed. Thank you that my son is safe. We pray for the souls of his friends, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, as well as Poppy Pomfrey, who were so cruelly cut down. We have hope, Lord, that you came among us, came as a child to deliver us. I thank you especially for my son, Lord, for Harry. That he was given to us to help save us from those who would harm us. Give us each the strength and courage to continue on, Lord, to oppose evil and to bring unity and peace to all mankind, magical and non-magical. Amen, the McAllister family said, and no sooner were the words out of their mouths than Harry and Becky let loose a battle cry and tore into their presents like mad beasts. Hermione was slower and more delicate in the opening of her own gifts, taking the time to carefully unwrap each one so as not to damage them. Her parents had, of course, gotten her books. This was not only to be expected, but it was exactly what Hermione wanted. For pleasure reading, they had gotten her a boxed set of the first 3 books in the Wheel of Time. They looked very interesting, and Hermione carefully set them aside. Next was a biography titled, The Den Mother. The Life of Helga Hufflepuff, by Gertrude Smith. That went on the pile as well, neatly atop the first books. Harry had gotten Hermione a book on martial arts as well as all 23 issues of The Daring Adventures of Supergirl. Hermione supposed those might be worth reading if she had absolutely nothing else, though the martial arts book, Jeet Kune Do, would be handy, and placed them on the stack at the bottom. Becky had gotten Hermione a set of training weights and calendar with various suggested exercises on it. Groaning, Hermione made herself put it on the stack. She would need those, she supposed. Ron had sent over some sweets, bless him. Hermione hastily snuck a chocolate, glancing around to make sure no one yelled at her for violating her training regime. She wasn't sure if dieting was a part of it, though there had been lots of meat and vegetables at meals lately. Neville had sent Hermione a fire-breathing snapdragon, with flowers that really did breathe little spurts of fire when you squeezed them, along with 7 flowers for an enchantress garden, of which the snapdragons were listed. The snapdragon went far away from the books, though Hermione supposed they were quite charming. Nice. Check it out, Hermione, Harry cried, raising his hands to show dragonhide gloves. On his face were a pair of gold-colored goggles, and he grinned widely. Quidditch gear. It all clashed rather loudly with the bright green woolen jumper with an H on it. Cool, Hermione said, mentally sighing. She supposed the gloves and goggles would be useful if Harry needed to get anywhere on a broom fast, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Where'd this one come from? Alice said, holding up a packing wrapped in brown paper and tied with a string. Did one of you get this, Harold, Teresa? The package was quickly snatched away by Tom. No, no one got it. French, Baker, get in here. 2 men, naked guns in their hands, rushed into the room. What is it, Major? Where did this come from? Tom demanded, holding out the package as he hurried away from the families around the tree. Did anyone bring a package by last night? This is addressed to Harry. Bloody hell, one of the men swore. He grabbed the package and hustled it out of the room. It's those damn birds, sir, the other man said. We've been having to fight them off. I don't know how they do it, but they seem to be able to find the boy wherever he is. I thought we prevented any from getting through, but one might have slipped in. We'll test the package and let you know if it is safe. Merry Christmas, everyone. Sorry for the intrusion. With that he stepped back outside, gun at the ready. Hermione found herself scooped up onto the couch between her parents, and she nestled in, her pulse racing. Even on Christmas, it seemed, they were not safe from threats. It's all right, Tom said, holding his own family tight in his arms. The men will see to it that the package is thoroughly tested. If it is safe, you can have it, son. But there will be no chances taken. Not today. It's all right, Dad, Harry said, nodding in understanding. It's still been a brilliant Christmas. Thanks for the book on Quidditch, Hermione. It looks fantastic. Welcome, Hermione mumbled, looking down. Alice extracted herself from everyone and smiled all around. Well, I think it's time to introduce the Grangers to another McAllister tradition. Have you ever tried monkey bread? Hermione happily pulled another chunk of sticky, lumpy bread from the tray and stuffed it into her mouth. Butter, sugar, and cinnamon ran down her mouth, and she sighed in happiness. Learned about this when I was training with the Americans, Tom explained. Made it for Alice our first Christmas together. Been a tradition ever since. This was one tradition Hermione quite agreed with, and the 7 of them gorged themselves on the monkey bread, washing it down with milk, orange juice, or tea. The festive air was only slightly marred by the earlier incident, and Hermione was quite happy to continue her celebration for the rest of the day. Merry Christmas, Mum. Neville sat in his wheelchair, looking into his mother's face. She wouldn't meet his eyes, she rarely did. To his surprise, Alice Longbottom held out a closed hand. Gently, Neville took the hand and his mother placed something in his palm. He studied the gum wrapper, then carefully put it in his pocket. Thanks, Mum, it's just what I wanted. Neville tentatively put a hand on his mother's shoulder, but she flinched away, shaking. He withdrew his hand. He understood now. Understood how any touch could hurt, could bring back the memories of the pain. He'd only been tortured for a few seconds. His parents had been under the cruciatus for hours. But he could understand, at least. He looked over at Gran, who was sitting with her son, spooning soup into his drooling mouth and wiping at the dribbles that leaked out. Mum was better than Dad, most of the time. Evidently Dad had claimed to know more than his wife, had tried to spare her the worst of the Death Eater's ministrations. He hadn't succeeded, and he was a near vegetable now. Neville nodded up to the Meadowitch, who wheeled Neville over to his father. Hey, Dad. Merry Christmas. Neville placed a small box of toothpicks on the covers. With a loud beep of pleasure, Frank clumsily scooped up the box, and began to take the toothpicks out and snap them, one by one. He would do that for hours, completely absorbed by the task. It was the only thing he would do for himself, and no one was quite sure why. Gran gave Neville a look, then sighed and brought a small box of her own out of her purse and set it next to the other one as his son gurgled in pleasure. "Merry Christmas." Her voice was not bitter, only full of longing. She remembered a tall, bright, handsome boy who had been the apple of her eye. Now she had a drooling idiot who couldn't even feed himself, who spent his days snapping little sticks or gazing silently at nothing. Neville had already given his mother another box of chewing gum, and as he left she held out her hand. Neville held out his own, and received yet another wrapper. He smiled and waved goodbye, then sat back in his chair. He was due to be released tomorrow, but regrowing a spine was a tricky business, and he had to stay off his feet until then. "Tomorrow I think we shall go to Ollivander's, if you are feeling up to it," Gran said as they went down the hallway. Neville looked up, his eyes full of hope. "A wand of my own?" Gran nodded, her eyes distant. "I nearly lost you, Nevi. It was foolish of me to think your father's wand was the right one for you. Maybe if you had had a wand that had chosen you. I still would have gotten my back broken, Gran," Neville said gently. "I'm only 11, and that was bold." "Do not speak that name in my presence," Gran hissed. Her eyes flashed for a moment, and then she sagged and stroked the top of Neville's head. "That wound will never heal for me, child. Please. It is too painful for me to bear." Neville nodded. Back in his room, Gran took out Tales of Beetle the Bard and began to read to Neville. He sat back, looking up at the ceiling wood grain as the story washed over him. A wand of his own. That would be nice. Maybe next time it would be different. He imagined standing side by side with Harry, Ron and Hermione, their wands out, their faces grim as they challenged the Dark Lord. For some reason, he imagined that he had a muggle weapon in his other hand, and that weapon brought him comfort. In his mind's eye it was a sword that shot lightning, and with his friends he faced down the darkness so that no one else would ever have to visit their parents in St. Mungo's at Christmas. In his pocket, he played with the gum wrappers and closed his eyes, listening to the story of the Peverell brothers who had met death. He wondered which brother he was. There was a subdued air about platform 9 3/4 as Harry, his family, and the Grangers stepped through the portal. Families were in tight clusters, saying goodbye one last time before the semester began. "There's Ron," Harry said, keeping his voice low to match the serious air. "Come on Hermione, Becky, we should go say hello." Ron saw Harry coming and broke away from one of his tall older brothers to wave at his friends. He ran over, but stopped a few feet away from Harry. The two boys stood awkwardly for a moment, before Harry managed, "So, how was Christmas?" "Pretty good," Ron said, a grin spread across his face. "I got this." He held up a new-looking broomstick, and Harry made appreciative noises. "Signed by all the Chudley Cannons. It's a clean sweep 10, lastest model." Harry tried not to remark on the fact that faint tremors were visible in Ron's hand. At least Ron looked healthy enough. "Thanks for the Game Boy. I had to leave it at home. My dad's mental about it, but he's rubbish at the games. Can't really figure out the buttons." Harry glanced over at his sister and the two other girls, who were having a quiet conversation off to the side. "How's Neville? Did you see him?" "He was pretty bad," Ron said quietly. "Worse off than me. Fall broke his back. He was on Skelegro for weeks. Not to mention," Ron held up his hand, which was still trembling slightly. "Still dealing with this. Healers said it should vanish in a few months. I hope so. I want to try out for the Quidditch team in a few years." "At least you survived." Ron looked faintly ill, but he nodded, "Yeah." The awkward silence was broken by the girls coming back over. Ron and Hermione chatted a bit about their holidays. "You're going to have to train with us, Ron," Hermione said with a slightly vindictive air. "If I'm going to have to get up at an ungodly hour and run, you will too." "What the bloody hell would I want to do that for?" Ron demanded, looking aghast at the suggestion. "It's physical training," Harry explained. "To help prepare you for combat. Give you a better chance of survival in case, you know." "We'll join in too, Harry," Percy said, coming over with Fred and George. "What sort of training do you have in mind?" Basic stuff really. Run a few kilometers, push-ups, sit-ups, jumping stars, a few basic martial arts routines. Practice with our wands on all the Dada stuff. Hopefully we don't have a rubbish teacher for all that now. It would have been helpful to be able to run a bit faster, Ron agreed. I'm in. Besides, it would be good training for Quidditch later. Yeah, Harry rubbed the back of his head. I might drop out of the team. What? Ron looked aghast. How could you do that, Harry? Well, I was just thinking, if I'd spent a bit more time practicing and exercising and a bit less time playing silly games. Mate, you can't stop playing Quidditch, Ron said firmly. If you do, the bad guys win. Harry looked slightly relieved. If you really think so. We're not quitting the team, Fred and George declared in unison. Dead useful, being able to hit old moldy pants with a bludger. And broom flying is a very useful skill, Percy agreed. The other boys looked at him with faint expressions of shock. Percy huffed and drew himself up. I've decided that I'm going to focus more on important things. Broom flying could be useful if you need to escape or fight in the air. I still want a position in the ministry, but maybe something a bit more focused on protecting people. We always need more men in the DMLE. You want to be an Auror, Percy? Fred asked, a look of dawning horror on his face. We'd never get away with anything ever again, George groaned. Percy shook his head. Nothing like that. But maybe a public prosecutor or an inspector. They help fight the dark arts too, in their own way. Even Dad helps protect people. The twins looked relieved that their brother wasn't going to become a copper, and excused themselves to load their trunks. The others all said goodbye to their parents, and Harry looked around for Neville. Where's Neville? He's going to miss the train. There, I see him, Hermione cried, and sure enough, next to a woman dressed in a colorful hat topped with a stuffed toucan came Neville. He was walking with a cane as a wizard with a wild beard dragged an enormous trunk. Harry, Ron and Hermione ran over to help Neville as the whistle sounded for departure. Thanks, Neville panted, his face red with exertion and embarrassment. No problem, mate, Harry assured him, taking the trunk from the wizard who had introduced himself as Algie. Come on, let's find a compartment. Everyone hurried onto the train, and Harry and the others were ushered into two combined compartments with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Can't have you go wandering around on your own, Harry, Oliver said, looking up and down the corridor. Katie heard some of the older Slytherins muttering about going after you and your friends. It was the usual crowd, young McNair and Flint. Their families all have connections to you-know-who. They try anything and I'll hex their hair, vowed Angeline, one of the chasers. The other two girls nodded their agreement, their wands in their laps or hands, on the lookout for any trouble. You'll be safe enough for now, Oliver agreed. But we'll have to keep an eye on you, Harry. Won't do for you to get ambushed in the corridors. We'll be with him, Hermione assured Oliver, for once not complaining about anyone being Quidditch obsessed. Our parents were very firm that we were not to go anywhere alone for any reason. Too right, Fred agreed. And Oliver, you should think about joining us for training. Training? Oliver asked, brightening at the suggestion. Harry explained the basic idea, pitching it all as a Quidditch strengthening exercise that had the bonus of getting them ready to face down dark wizards. We should throw in some broom practice, Katie commented. And focus on a few things that aren't as useful on the pitch, like keeping hidden while flying or aerial dueling. This is starting to sound like a school club, Hermione observed. Do you think we could get one of the teachers to sponsor it? Then we could open it up to the others' houses. Oliver looked unsure at that idea. I don't know, that would throw away the advantage we'd get from the extra training. The other kids are in just as much danger, Neville told Oliver, a fierce expression on his face. What if next time the Dark Lord attacks Harry is with some Hufflepuffs or Ravenclaws? They'd be in danger too. Just as long as the snakes don't get in on this, Alicia said firmly. The other two chasers nodded in agreement. Hermione looked like she wanted to protest, but just then Draco, Crabbe and Goyle marched by. They took one look into the two combined compartments full of older Gryffindors who were all fingering their wands, and kept right on going. Maybe that's for the best, Hermione reluctantly agreed. We'll take anyone who vows to fight Voldemort, Harry declared. All the older students flinched, and Ron looked rather uncomfortable. Do you really think it's wise to say his name? Katie asked, looking around as if she was worried that Voldemort would return at the sound of his name. I think it's stupid not to, Harry said, but if it makes you feel better we can call him Darth Stupidus. What's a Darth? Alicia asked. Katie rolled her eyes. Honestly, Harry, that's going to go right over everyone else's head. If my dad wasn't a muggle I wouldn't even know. It's a reference to Darth Vader, who was the Dark Lord of the Sith in a Muggle movie. He was an evil sorcerer who helped destroy the good wizards, but was defeated by Luke Skywalker, who became the last of the good wizards after training with the only two remaining good wizards in the galaxy, Hermione explained. Luke, I am your father, Harry quipped. Vader was Luke's dad. That doesn't make any sense, Oliver said. But we can say Darth Stupidus. Rolls off the tongue better than you know who or he who must not be named. Hey, do you think we could get lightsabers? Katie asked brightly. I won't lie, I've always wanted one. But I think mine should be red. Green seems like a much more sensible color for the bad guys anyway. How would you even go making one? Harry wondered. It would have to be a sword made of light you could turn on and off that could cut through anything and deflect spells. That sounds interesting, George commented. Fred nodded. Yeah, tell us more about these lightsabers. Do muggles have them? The rest of the train ride was spent expanding on the Star Wars universe and lightsabers, the concept of which fascinated all of the wizard-born students. Back at the castle, an assembly was held in the Great Hall. The banners were all black, and each was embroidered with the names of the fallen. As the students filed in, they were checked over by a teenage witch with spiky pink hair and dark sunglasses, as well as a frightening-looking old wizard with a spinning glass eye and a false leg. That's Mad-Eye Moody, Ron whispered. He's a friend of Dad's. He's an Auror, one of the best. I thought he was retired by now though. Watcher, Oliver, the pink-haired teen greeted the group as they moved into the hall. Hey Tonks, what are you doing back here? Didn't you graduate last year? Too right I did. I'm an apprentice Auror now. I'm with the creepy-looking old bloke over there. He's not a bad sort though. Just a moment, I have to check you lot with this sneaker scope. See if anything's odd about you. There was a furious squeaking from Ron's pocket, and he gasped and pulled out Scabbers, who was twisting furiously. He bit me. He dropped the rat, which started to flee. Stupefy, bellowed Tonks, and Scabbers froze. She then lifted her wand and shot off sparks as the odd-looking device in her hands spun and flashed. We've got an alert, all students halt. In a moment, Professor Flitwick was there with Tonks, his own wand out. What is it? The short charms teacher demanded. Scope went all hinky. Then this rat here bit his owner and ran off. He usually do that, kid? Tonks asked Ron. No, Ron said, beeping at his fingers where Scabbers had bitten him. He's usually very friendly. My, Flitwick murmured. Alistair, come here a moment. Mad-Eye stomped over, his own wand out. What is it, Phileas? There is something very odd about this rat, Flitwick murmured, passing his wand over the twitching pet. In fact, I rather suspect that this is no rat at all. Bloody hell, that's an animagus that is. Tonks' hair had gone white, and she passed her sunglasses to Flitwick. Here, take a look. Yes, I see. Very clever, these. Who made them? Made them myself. All right, all you lot, step back, Tonks said, pushing the students away from the circle. This is Auror business now. Homorphous, barked Flitwick, and the rat suddenly shivered and changed into a man in a shabby-looking robe. Bloody buggering hell. Ron swore, paling and collapsing into Fred and George's arms. The twins passed their brother to Harry and Neville, then ran past Tonks and began kicking at the still stunned man. You bastard! Fred roared. You slept in our brother's bed, George snarled. Fred, George, enough, Percy barked, grabbing his brothers along with Tonks and forcing them back. Thanks Percy, Tonks said. See, they did right in making you prefect. Here, hold this, Percy said, handing Tonks his badge. She looked confused, until Percy drew his wand and began furiously hexing the twitching man. Percy! Tonks gasped, dropping the prefect badge and trying to stop him. That's enough, lad, Mad-Eye growled, flicking his wand towards Percy. With one final hex that caused the man to begin vomiting slugs, Percy snarled, "You were my pet rat. I gave you to my little brother, you freak." "Who is that?" Harry asked, looking curiously at the man who was now covered in bruises, circled by bad boogies, and vomiting slugs. Flitwick calmly levitated the prefect badge into his hand, polishing it on his robes absently. "That would be Peter Pettigrew. Which is most odd, because he is supposed to be rather dead at the moment." He stepped forward and held out the badge to the still furious Percy. "I believe this is yours, young man." Percy looked at the badge, then at Professor Flitwick. "You mean, after I did all that, you still want me to keep it?" "Young man, after that display, I know you deserve it," Flitwick said with feeling. Percy gratefully accepted the badge, then stepped back and hugged Ron, who was still goggling at Pettigrew. "Merlin's poxied nose. This is going to be so much paperwork," Moody growled. He looked up at Tonks. "Go get Dumbledore. This is over my pay grade." "You got it, boss." Tonks dashed off to find the headmaster. "Right, you lot, orderly line. We'll be checking all of you twice now," Moody growled. "And if you have any more pets, there will be a mandatory check for them. Constant vigilance." The Great Hall was in an uproar as the students all discussed the discovery of the hidden spy in their midst. One of the Ravenclaws was loudly yelling that he had seen a dark mark on Pettigrew's arm when he'd been levitated off into custody by Mad Eye and Dumbledore. The professors were keeping order, but doing nothing to quiet the speculation. They all appeared to be in a state of shock themselves. Especially Snape, who was in rare form, stalking up and down the aisles and threatening anyone who even looked like they were getting out of line with detentions for the rest of the year. Finally, the headmaster and Mad Eye returned, and the hall fell silent and Dumbledore stood, raising his hands as he waited to speak. "Well, that was a rather more exciting start of term than I would have liked," the headmaster said. There were a few quiet giggles, but most stayed quiet, listening to the rest of what Dumbledore had to say. "As I am sure you are now all aware of, Peter Pettigrew, the previously believed dead martyr of the last Wizarding War, was found disguised as a pet rat." "I'll bloody kill him!" Ron shouted, standing on the table with his wand out. His brothers, the Quidditch team, and Harry, Neville and Hermione were all soon standing as well, wands drawn. After a brief hesitation, the rest of the Gryffindor table and Professor McGonagall stood as well. Dumbledore motioned them to be seated. "Mr. Pettigrew is now in the custody of the Ministry. His fate is now in the Minister's hand. I must keep this brief, for I will be required to give testimony. Your statement and those of your brothers will be taken after dinner, young Master Weasley." Grumbling, the Gryffindors all sat, though few of them put away their wands. Now, as to the rest of the announcements. First, a brief moment of silence. Many of you were at the memorial service for Madame Pomfrey, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan. Please take the next minute to honor their deaths in the way you best see fit, but do so in reverent silence. Heads were bowed, and silence descended on the room. More than a few muffled sobs could be heard, and very few eyes were totally dry. While few had known the first-year Gryffindors well, Madame Pomfrey was beloved by all. Even the Slytherins looked rather mournful, and their table was perhaps the most silent of all. Once the minute was up, Dumbledore raised his own head, his face wet with tears. "Thank you," he said, his voice raw. "I myself cannot help but feel terribly guilty that all this has happened. I promise that every effort will be taken to ensure the safety of all students. The third-floor corridor is once more open to passage, and will no longer cause a most painful death if you explore it. However, I would like to mention that it would be foolish to spend too much time there, as its secrets and guardians are now gone. In other news, Professor Kettleburn has acquired a Cerberus, which the Newt Level Care of Magical Creatures class will be learning to care for, and Professor McGonagall has installed a life-sized chess set in one of the empty classrooms for those who would enjoy a bracing game at full scale. That brought a few mutters, but the room quickly quieted again. I would also like to announce a few staff changes. Sadly, as you all know, several changes were forced to be made. I shall announce the most painful first. Madam Wainscott will be taking over as medical matron here at Hogwarts. There was subdued polite applause as the motherly-looking witch stood and bowed. She didn't look pleased to have gained her position in such a way, but no one blamed her. Secondly, I regret to announce the retirement of Argus Filch as There was a roaring cheer as several students stood and began celebrating. Peeves the poltergeist appeared and set off several fireworks, before swooping down and doing an Irish jig with Fred and George on the top of the Gryffindor table. It took several minutes for Dumbledore to calm everyone down, and a rough-looking man with red hair in an oilskin cloak had to come and tell off Peeves before dragging Fred and George back down by their ears. He then glared around at everyone before stalking up to the staff table and sitting back down. "That's Sergeant Pruitt," Harry gasped, causing several Gryffindors to turn and look at him in shock. "May I introduce Charles Pruitt, our new groundskeeper? Mr. Pruitt has a great deal of experience dealing with troublemakers from his time in the Muggle military, and has assured me that while he takes no joy in clapping students in irons, he will brook no funny business. And I know all my young cousin's tricks. I've written your mum and she's told me everything," Pruitt shouted, glaring down at Fred and George. The twins looked completely abashed, and slipped under the table to avoid the laughter and jeers being directed their way. "Now, Dumbledore began after quieting everyone again, but was interrupted when Fred and George suddenly reappeared and launched 2 large rockets into the air, which exploded and left glowing words that read, "Welcome Cousin Pruitt," and "Mum didn't tell you all our tricks." The twins stood and bowed, and Pruitt stood and applauded, before pointing at the 2 boys. "Right, that's a week's worth of detentions helping me." Fred and George nodded their agreement, then sat back down to laughter and cheers, this time with them, not at them. They smiled as the world returned to normal, and waved at their adoring fans. Dumbledore leaned on his podium, his eyes twinkling merrily. "Normally I would be averse to such interruptions, but I cannot help but feel that a good laugh is just what we all needed. On a more serious note, to replace our departed defense against the dark arts teacher, who was indeed possessed by the spirit of Lord Voldemort." There was no laughter now, a sick silence having descended on the hall. "I present our 2 new defense against the dark arts interim professors and Hogwarts security team, Professors Tonks and Moody." "Oi, Seti, guess who your new professor is now?" Tonks called, pointing at a handsome-looking Hufflepuff boy. "Badgers forever." The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers and jeers, laughing and clapping for Tonks, who bowed and turned her hair stripy yellow and black. "Constant vigilance," Moody bellowed, his voice magically amplified to fill the whole great hall. Everyone jumped, and looked at Moody in astonishment. The magical eyes spun as Moody stomped up to the lectern, which Dumbledore had stepped aside from. "From now on, I expect nothing less than absolute, constant vigilance from each and every one of you," Moody growled. "First, he who must not be named himself was capering about your school and killed 3 people and put 2 others in St. Mungo's. Secondly, a bloody rat animagus was skulking around her for what, 5 years? That is unacceptable." Moody glared around the room as every eye fixed upon his wildly spinning own orb. "This could be prevented if each and every one of you had taken his or her duty to be constantly vigilant for any dark magic or suspicious activity." Behind Moody, Tonks took up a serious pose. Her hair had gone a business-like mousy brown color, and she had her hands clasped in front of her as her sunglasses scanned the room. Harry thought she looked rather like one of those rather dangerous bodyguards in movies. "I will be personally educating those of you at owl level or higher on the more advanced parts of defense against the dark arts. We have a whole year to do in one term, and I will not let a single one of you leave my classroom until you are ready for the storm that is coming. The Dark Lord is back, and the war will resume at any moment now. To survive you must practice constant vigilance." With that, Moody turned the lectern over to Tonks, who took off her sunglasses and smiled at everyone. "Right, so I'm the new professor for all you little ankle bitters, yeah? Name's Tonks, or Professor, but don't ask my first name because I haven't got one." "If you say so, Nymphadora," called a voice from the Hufflepuff table. "Oi, that's a point from Hufflepuff," Tonks snapped, though she was still grinning. "Anywho, while I might not seem as crotchety as the boss here," Moody harumphed loudly, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. "I also am not about to let any of you off easy. This is bloody serious, you lot, and while I might not be the most dignified of professors to ever grace these halls, you can bet your last canute that when you leave at the end of the year I'll have taught you everything I can so you too can be constantly vigilant." "Right, you lot got that then? 2 points to Hufflepuff, because we're just awesome like that." Tonks retreated to cheers from the Badgers and cries of despair from the Eagles, though she didn't seem to pay any heed to any of it. Dumbledore returned to the lectern and waved his wand, and the feast appeared to the satisfaction of everyone. "Oi, Harry, you know our squib cousin?" Ron whispered to Harry as he reached for fried chicken. Harry nodded. "Yeah, that's Sergeant Pruitt. He worked with my dad. I wonder what he's doing here." "He's a squib," one of the older Gryffindors said in shock. Percy silenced everyone at the table with a glare. "He's family, and in case you haven't noticed, the Weasley family sticks together. Even with family that's a squib. Any of you with a problem with that, you can take it up with me." "Relax, Percy," Oliver said. "What do we look like, a bunch of Slytherins?" Later that night, Ron, Harry, and Neville were rather reluctant to go up to their dorm, fidgeting to the common room long after everyone else had gone to their beds. "It won't be the same, you know," Ron said, looking up the stairs. Harry nodded, looking into the fireplace. "Yeah, doesn't seem right somehow." Neville was silent, fidgeting with Trevor in his lap. Finally, he stood and nodded up the stairs, and Harry and Ron followed after. Dean and Seamus' beds had been removed, and the dorm somehow felt empty without their beds present. Ron walked over to his trunk, rummaged around a bit, and pulled out the West Ham Football Club poster. "Help me put this up, will you?" Harry helped Ron stick up the poster, while Neville lay on his bed, looking at the poster that now hung over Ron's bed. "Didn't know you were a fan, Ron," Harry commented. "I wasn't," Ron admitted. "Dean's parents sent it to me. I thought, you know, I could maybe learn it sometime." "I could teach you," Harry offered. "I'd like to learn," Neville said quietly. Ron nodded his agreement, and Harry and Ron sat down on Neville's bed. "It could have been me." Ron looked at his two friends and swallowed. He tried to kill me, you know. McGonagall blocked his spell at the last moment. I was this close." "Tried to kill me too. You saved my life, Ron. I know I've already said it, but thanks." Ron nodded, and Harry pulled his pistol out from under his robes. He pulled a cleaning kit out of his trunk and disassembled the pistol, oiling and inspecting each part in turn. Ron and Neville watched in fascination. "Think we could get one of those?" Neville asked wistfully. "You'd have to learn how to use it first. Start with the physical training and martial arts. If you do well enough at that, I'll talk to my parents about finding a way to sneak you off during the holidays and teaching you how to use a gun. They're dangerous, you know. Like wands. If used properly, they're brilliant tools that can keep you and your loved ones safe, but if you treat them like a toy, they can kill you or someone you care about." Nodding at the gun, Ron said, "I'd take anything that could help me protect my mates." The night was dark, and full of terrors. A black dog lay in a cold bare cell, shivering and whining softly as it tried to sleep. It was emaciated, with a mangy coat and eyes that had an all-too-human look of despair and hopelessness. Not because of the spectral jailers that haunted the halls of Azkaban prison, but because of the memories the dog continually relived, even though the Dementors could not touch it in this form. The house was quiet, the front door shattered and the living room a mess. James lay on the floor, glasses askew on his face, as he stared up at the ceiling. Upstairs, Lily was spread-eagled before the crib, her arms open wide as her eyes looked into the blackness of eternity. The baby in the crib wailed until he picked it up, crying as he bounced the boy in his arms to try and soothe him. He was late, too late, and it was all his fault. There could be only one explanation. Peter. Peter had betrayed them all. There was a noise downstairs, and with a snarl he drew his wand, hoping that somehow he could extract enough revenge to pay for the pain he felt inside. But there were no Death Eaters, only Hagrid. "Take Harry, Hagrid. I have to fix this." The dog shivered again, whining softly. He hadn't fixed it. Killing Peter hadn't been enough. They had dragged him off to Azkaban, and he hadn't protested. After all, what was the point in living? His best friend was dead, Lily was dead, and it was all his fault. He belonged her just as much as anyone else. There was the sound of boots and a whiff of human scent, and the ragged dog became a ragged man. He picked up the tattered blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders, crawling into a corner as the door swung open. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the light that blinded him as men strode into the cell. "Sirius, my boy. I am so sorry." He blinked his eyes open, looking up at the mournful face behind the half-moon spectacles. "Headmaster." His voice was ragged. He hadn't spoken in. He didn't know. When was the last time he had spoken? Here, my boy, chocolate. Eat, please. We're taking you away. But I killed James, Sirius mumbled as he shoved the sweets into his mouth, barely chewing before he swallowed. He's dead, and it's all my fault. See, he belongs here after all. Albus. He admits he told you know who the secret and. In a flash he was across the room, his hands wrapping around the neck, the green bowler hat tumbling to the floor. I would have died, he roared. I would have died before I told anyone the secret. James was my brother, and it was all my fault. Strong hands yanked him off of the sputtering fool at his feet. Who this idiot was, he didn't know. He let himself be yanked, wishing only to be left alone, to be left to his grief and memories. He wept openly, staring at the blank wall, but not seeing it. At least I got the rat bastard. No, Sirius. It was Dumbledore again, motioning aside the two men and putting a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Peter is alive. He was at Hogwarts, with one of Harry's friends. We believe he may have been spying on. Alive? Sirius looked up, grabbing onto the headmaster's arm, his eyes wild. He's alive? But I killed him. I didn't mean to blow him up like that, but I must have. I got him, the little coward is dead. I made him pay for what he did, for betraying James. It was my fault. All my fault for letting him be keeper, but I made him pay. Oh yes, I made him pay. He's mad, one of the other men muttered. Sirius spat in his face. Go to hell, Dawlish, you prick. We'll get nothing useful until he's away from the Dementors, Dumbledore said firmly. Come, Sirius. We're taking you to the Ministry for questioning there. Sirius let himself be led away, not certain if this was all real or not. It wasn't until the presence of the Dementors faded, until he was in a DMLE holding room, being given chocolate and hot soup, that he broke down and wept, crying that he deserved Azkaban for leading James to his death, that he had to kill Peter, and then they could take him back. But first, he would kill Peter. It was only fair. Blood for blood. The law of the pack. The day after the students returned dawned cold and clear, with a few feet of snow still hanging round. Still, Hermione found herself rousted out of bed and an ungodly early hour by Katie, Alicia and Angelina. After dressing in warm clothes, she found the boys all waiting in the common room. Harry and Oliver looked determined, though the rest of the boys looked varying degrees of sleepy and grumpy. They all trooped down the halls together and out to the Quidditch pitch, where Harry led everyone in basic warming exercises and stretches, then led them on a brisk 2K run around the pitch, while in the background Hermione saw Hagrid sitting outside his cottage, staring at the odd show. To no one's surprise, Oliver and Harry took the lead, keeping a steady pace and trailed by Ron, Fred, George, and the three chasers. Hermione and Neville were trailing at the end, but Percy stayed behind them, wordlessly encouraging the two first years not to give up. Neville struggled, limping along with a grimace of pain on his face, and Hermione stayed with him, knowing it all hurt him a whole lot more than it did her. In the end, Neville had to bow out after one lap, his body still not healed enough for the exertion. To Hermione's surprise, when they finished, Mr. Pruitt was waiting for them, dressed in a jogging suit. Right, that wasn't bad for a bunch of kids. First day's usually pretty easy. It's coming back on the second day that's going to be hard. Don't give up though, all worth it in the end. Right, push-ups now you lot. Hermione followed the new caretaker's instructions, eyeing the man. Unlike Filch, who was not only filthy but also rather scrawny and haggard, Mr. Pruitt looked to be the picture of health. He was in his early 30s and well-muscled, his red hair cropped short and the beginnings of a beard on his face. He assisted Neville through the exercise, encouraging the boy to do his best, and then helping him to lay down to rest when the strain got to be too much. Very good, Mr. Pruitt said once everyone had finished their exercise. Now double time it to the Great Hall, they should just be serving breakfast. Same time tomorrow, I expect that's when we'll separate the lions from the lambs, Though she was exhausted, Hermione forced herself to eat at breakfast, sticking with hot tea and porridge to warm herself up from the fridge air outside. The few students who had already been at breakfast, mostly Ravenclaws, gave the group of Gryffindors odd looks, as well as the Wizarding group giving Mr. Pruitt's jogging suit naked stares. I thought that went really well, Harry said brightly as they dug into breakfast. If we keep that up every day we'll all be fighting fit in no time. I'm not so sure this was a good idea, groaned Katie. I've got loads of classes today and I'm going to be exhausted. It will be worth it if you find yourself face to face with Voldemort, Neville said quietly. Everyone else at the table fell silent, looking at the slightly less chubby boy with the cane. Neville sat quietly, sipping at his hot cocoa, lost in his own thoughts. Harry cleared his throat. Too right. Plus, we'll demolish Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Who's banging on my puffs? A cheery voice demanded, and the students looked up to find Tonks grinning at them. Heard you lot were up early. Boss had me on morning patrol. What were you doing, running about like that? Fitness training, Harry explained. So we're ready in case another dark wizard attacks. And so we crush Hufflepuff in our match in May. That's months away though, Tonks said, looking at Harry oddly. And I'm not sure that doing laps around the field is on the Dada curriculum. Maybe it should be, a new voice snarled, and everyone jumped as Mad Eye stomped towards Tonks. Physical fitness is a key part of becoming a good Auror. You know that, recruit Tonks. Oi, I'm Professor Tonks now, same as you Professor Boss, Tonks declared, standing up a little straighter as her hair went an impressive shade of sunshine yellow. HMPH. Still, you could take a leaf out of these Sprogs books, Moody growled, then hobbled off to the staff table where he glared at his goblet, and then reached for his hip flask and took a swig. He's mental, Ron muttered. To right, Tonks agreed. But he's the boss. See you lot in classes later. Cept you, Wood, Percy. Good luck, you're with the boss today. I'm looking forward to it, Percy declared with verve. Tonks winked at him and skipped up to the table, where she had no problem drinking from her goblet, despite glares from Moody. When Percy walked into the empty new Dada classroom, he was too busy talking to Penelope to really notice that there was no professor at the front of the classroom. Once everyone had taken their seats, Percy had just started to take out quill and ink when there was a loud bang from the corner. Constant vigilance. Ink spilled everywhere, and Percy swore as he jerked his wand out and pointed it to where the bang had originated from. It flew from his hand as did several other wands. With a bellow, Percy dashed towards the figure, seeing only the glowing red eyes in the smoke. He wasn't going to stand aside this time, not and let another dark wizard hurt his family. He swung his fists into the smoke, only to find himself knocked head over heels and go sprawling on the floor. Instead of lying there, Percy tried to roll to the side, scrabbling for something to use as a weapon. He found his fallen inkpot, and hurled it into the smoke. It was shattered with a bang, and Percy found himself levitated and held in mid-air. He glared at the smoke, which vanished to reveal a dark robe with two glowing remembrals where the eyes should be. Percy blinked in confusion. Not bad, Weasley. Didn't figure out where I was, but at least you made an effort. Percy tried to spin around, but was unceremoniously dropped. He landed hard on the seat of his pants, groaned and stood to find Professor Moody right at the front of the room. How did you? Disillusioned myself. Didn't do a proper job of it either. You should have noticed the faint shimmer in the air. But none of you did because you were not practicing constant vigilance. Percy sat down in his seat as Moody began to pace the front of the room, his magical eye spinning madly in its socket. I've read your essays you turned into that monster. I've looked at the lesson plans. Weasley, you had good grades. Percy started to smile, until the magical eye spun and glared in him. And none of that means a bloody thing in the real world. He pointed his finger at Penelope. Your girlfriend there was smarter than you. She started casting protective charms and looking for where I really was. I didn't have her fooled for long. You rushed straight into the killing zone like a moron and triggered all the defensive charms I'd placed. What an idiot. Percy paled and looked down at his boots. You've all got a lot to learn this year, Moody declared as he stood in place. He flicked his wand at the blackboard, which showed several advanced curses and counter-curses. I'm not a big believer in textbooks. They're all well and good for theory, but theory tends to fall apart fast on the battlefield. Moody noticed one of the Hufflepuff boys dutifully copying down his notes, and began to stalk towards him in surprising silence. Plus, if you have your nose buried in a book, it's pretty easy to sneak up on you because you aren't practicing constant vigilance. The boy fell out of his desk, ink spilling all over his notes. Clean that up, Moody growled, then hobbled back up front. Right. 2 things we're working on today. Hominum Revelo, and the counter charm. The Revelo is good for finding out if someone's waiting to ambush you, like I was, and the counter is a good way of preventing someone from sniffing you out when you don't want to be found. You perform them like so. Moody demonstrated the charm and counter twice. Right. Gryffindors against Hufflepuffs. You will practice the Revelo and its counter. I've got this whole corridor cleared out. The Gryffindors will hide first, Hufflepuffs seek, then switch. The house that does the best at hiding gets 10 points, same for seeking. A bonus 5 if your house succeeds the best at both tasks. If you are terrible at hiding and seeking, your homework will be to practice until you get it right. Don't skive off, because I'll bloody well be testing you. Begin. The rest of the period was spent in frantic searching and hiding. They managed 2 rounds, with Gryffindor proving much better at seeking, and the Puffs squeezing out wins both times at hiding. Moody informed both groups that they had better team up after class and learn how to hide and seek properly. Knowing how to find what is hidden and remain hidden from those that want to find you are both vital survival tactics. Saved my skin more than once, I can tell you that. Tomorrow I'll test you once more, and we'll see if you can manage to impress me, and remember. Constant vigilance, the students intoned. Bloody right. Dismissed. As the last class of the day was Dada for the first years, they were all rather excited to see what classes would be like with Tonks as teacher. When they walked in with the Slytherins, the front of the class stood vacant, with no professor visible. The students sat at their desks expectantly, looking around. "Hey, Hannah, what are you doing here?" Neville asked suddenly, looking at the first-year Hufflepuff who'd come in quietly with the rest of them and sat the back of the class. "Don't you have transfiguration now?" "Constant vigilance," Hannah shouted, leaping to the front of the class as she set off sparklers with her wand. The room filled with smoke and loud bangs, and the Slytherins dived under their desks. Harry tackled Hannah with Ron's help, and Hermione and Neville drew their wands and pointed them at the oddly acting Hufflepuff student. "Oof. All right, you pass. 5 points to Gryffindor if you jarif me," Hannah squeaked. She suddenly grew much larger, her hair changing to a bright pink. "Professor!" Hermione gasped in horror, as Harry and Ron quickly stood and got off of the staff member they'd just assaulted. Not bad, Tonks said happily. The second year, Puffs and Claws didn't do nearly so well earlier. She clapped her hands and smiled at the students. "As you all know, I'm Professor Tonks, and I'm here to help you practice constant vigilance. Harry, you and your mates did a pretty good job. Top marks for Neville for noticing me. Pavarti and Lavender, at least you had the sense to get your wands out, even if you didn't do anything. But you lot," Tonks turned to the Slytherins. "Cowering and hiding is pointless. At least have the sense to run, even if that won't get you very far most of the time. It's action. And in a survival situation, action is what will save your life, don't you know? So, I think that should be 10 points for Neville, and 1 point for Hermione, Lavender and Pavarti, and 5 points for Harry and Ron to split." Tonks turned and sat on her desk, smiling at the students as she kicked her legs, causing her robes to flutter. "Right then, time to find out what you lot know. First-year Dada lessons are supposed to cover basic defensive hexes and counter curses. Show me what you know. Who's first?" "Yeah, you Granger. Come on up." Hermione demonstrated a good Lumos charm and the Nox counter, then Tonks had her sit back down. Pavarti showed how to do and undo a full-body bind curse, though she admitted that was because she and Lavender had been using it for pranks on each other and not because it was something Professor Quirrell had taught them. Malfoy proudly showed off several curses and hexes that he knew, which earned him a point from Tonks. "Don't underestimate taking to offensive," Tonks lectured. "If you hex first when someone is after you, that might save you a lot of trouble down the line. Anything else?" Everyone managed to show off 1 or 2 hexes or counter curses, even Crabbe and Goyle. At the period end, Tonks nodded. "It's not bad. Realistically, you should all know a whole lot more, but I have a feeling that's not due to talent so much as it is having a teacher who was actively trying to sabotage you. Read up on Chapter 2 tonight, and tomorrow be prepared for a practicum on basic counter curses against simple hexes and jinxes. Right, off you go, I'm hungry." As the students walked to dinner, the Gryffindors clustered together, Pavarti and Lavender joining with Harry's usual group. That was loads better than any Dada lesson we've had before, Pavarti remarked. I think I may have actually learned something, seeing all those curses and jinxes and their counters, Ron said. That bastard never really taught us anything. Harry nodded. Yeah, I think Tonks is brilliant. Glad we have her instead of Mad Eye. She's nice, and he's creepy. I'm sure Professor Moody has a lot to pass on to us, Hermione said, putting her nose in the air. Oh, come off it, Hermione, Lavender snorted. Maybe he's a brilliant orator, but do you really think he has what it takes to teach? Always stomping around on that peg leg of his, magical eye glaring at everyone. Ron shrugged. I'll ask Percy at dinner. He had Moody today. I bet it's interesting at least. Learning from a real war hero. I'm a bit disappointed he isn't our teacher. At supper, the students swapped stories about their experiences in Dada lessons. Moody was unorthodox, but I can see how he got results in the field, Percy observed. Tonks was great. She disguised herself as Hannah and snuck into class with us. Must be dead useful to be a metamorphagus like here, Harry said. I think I learned more in class today from Tonks having us demonstrate the curses and counters we were each good at than I did from all of Quirrell's stuttering last term, Hermione declared, clearly pleased that they had such a capable professor. Oliver laughed and shook his head. Tonks was always doing that to play jokes on people last year. She snuck into each and every common room that way at least once. I think the Slytherins almost murdered her. Her dad's a Muggleborn who married a pureblood, you know. Why does that even matter? Harry grumbled. Percy put a calming hand on the younger boy's shoulder. It doesn't, Harry, but some people think it does. And that's why we had the war last time. Professor. Charles nodded to Snape as the man entered his office. He had been just about to step out to head for bed, but he sat back down at his desk. What can I do for you, sir? That remains to be seen, Snape said silkily, closing the door behind him. He sat down uninvited across from Charles, and locked eyes with the sergeant. Charles didn't blink, refusing to be cowed by this Maggie bastard. He supposed Snape was hardly the worst of the lot. After all, he'd helped to save Harry and given him some guidance, but he didn't trust the greasy git. You know, you're not the first person to think of me as that, and I must say the lack of trust is rather hardening. Charles blinked. Had he said that out loud? He was getting a headache, but he didn't break the gaze. No offense, Professor. It's just as a squib, I've had a hard time finding acceptance in the magical world. Indeed, still, I suppose you must have fit in amongst the Muggles. After all, why would they send you here to spy if they did not have faith in you? Charles was on his feet and leaping across the table, reaching for his knife as he went. Levicorpus. Before he could reach Snape, Charles was upside down, suspended in the air. He glared down at the smirking potions professor. You're not getting anything out of me, you git. Do whatever you like, but Dumbledore trusts me and the headmaster's faith is increasingly misplaced, it would seem. I suspected as much when Filch disappeared and you turned up just in time to take his place. All too convenient. True, it was plausible enough that that coward would run at the first indication of trouble, but the fact that he won the Muggle lottery, which I am certain he never played, at the same time was just too easy. And then you turn up with your military record, connected to the very same unit that McAllister's father is in. And I see that you actually know Major McAllister, and are in his chain of command. All very neat, isn't it? Yes, the headmaster was happy to take you at face value, especially when I and Mad Eye assured him you had no connection to the Dark Lord. I've no loyalty to you know who, and I've sworn to help protect the students. I'm a man of my word. If you have no loyalty to the Dark Lord, it can equally be said you have no loyalty to Dumbledore or this school. Don't lie, Sergeant. I believe that honesty between us is simply going to be a must in our relationship. Now, I am going to let you down. I will set aside my wand, and you will set aside your knife and not take out the pistol, rifle, grenades, and mines. A rocket launcher. What exactly sort of trouble do you think you'll encounter? Never mind, I suppose under the circumstance they are rather prudent. Now, do I have your word that you can discuss things with me civility, Sergeant? My word, Charles said through gritted teeth. He was unceremoniously dropped to the floor. Slowly, Snape put his wand on the desk and withdrew his hand. Charles dropped the knife, took out his pistol and dropped that as well, then sat back at his desk, eyeing Snape. You can read minds. Legilimency is a rare, but useful, skill. In all of Britain I believe I am one of only 3 who possess the talent. The headmaster and the Dark Lord are the other 2. I will do my best to shield you and your secrets, as well as those of that idiot boy and his friend from both of them. At least for now. Leaning back in his chair, Charles studied Snape. The man seemed to be telling the truth, but he also was obviously skilled at dissembling, so there was no telling. What do you want, Snape? I wanted to know just exactly what your plans are. You claim to want to protect the students, and I see in your mind's eye Mr. McAllister, Miss Granger, and of course your cousins when you say that, and that you mean it. But, as you must know, young Mr. McAllister is not all that he appears. He's the boy who lived, isn't he? He's famous enough, and I aim to help him defeat the Dark Lord. Quite. In that aim, we are agreed, I assure you. However, the methods by which you intend to do so are unorthodox. Speak plainly, Snape. What do you know? Sergeant, at this point I have only guesses and assumptions. I guess that McAllister was sent here by the Muggle government to recruit young witches and wizards to help them. I assume that this is both to safeguard their interests, and to defeat the Dark Lord upon his return. I guess that you also plan on either overthrowing or greatly changing the statute of secrecy. What I do not know, however, is what your long-term goals are for wizarding Britain and magic at large. Silence filled the room. Both men were eyeing each other, Charles now deliberately not looking Snape in the eye, having guessed that had something to do with the mind reading. He was thinking hard and fast. Even with all the hardware he had on hand, he was simply no match for a wizard one-on-one in a fight the wizard had clearly expected and planned for. If he had gotten the drop on Snape it would be a very different outcome, but that hadn't happened. True, if he got to grips with Snape he should have the other man at his mercy, but he wasn't fooled by the wand on the table. Snape was a potions master, and he surely had some concoction up his sleeve. I can tell you what little I know of Her Majesty's government's ultimate aims, Charles finally said. First, our short-term goal is to infiltrate magical Britain and discover just how far the rot goes. We know the last war was handled incompetently and that treachery and spies ran rampant, and that the conditions that enabled the last war are not gone, namely the blood supremacists are still around and still powerful. Our focus now is of course on stopping Voldemort and his supporters if they should crop up. How we shall do this is still being debated. There is always the brute force option, where we use numbers and technology to bring you Maggies to heal by strength of arms. I am personally opposed to such a method, but I would carry it out if so ordered. I am in place to assassinate Dumbledore if needed. Snape raised an eyebrow at this confession, but didn't say anything. He too was theoretically in place to assassinate Dumbledore for the Dark Lord, though his recent actions likely had blown that cover permanently. Our preferred method would be to recruit young wizards and enact a long-term plan to bring change by influencing the youth against the prejudices of their elders and creating the political will to change policy. However, it is looking more and more like such a plan is non-viable due to the renewal of conflict in the near future. There is also the third route, which would be to allow the wizarding world to tear itself apart, then step in and seize control while dealing a death stroke to the pureblood camp and the traditionalist isolation camp at the same time. Ultimately, the wizarding world cannot and will not stay hidden. Magic, it seems, has changed only a little in the last century or even millennium. There is little fundamental difference between how potions, wands, and spells are created and used today than when this school was founded. Or do you disagree, Professor? There have been refinements to the art of potions to be sure, and new spells and ideas are discovered, but not major ones. No, Snape agreed. The wizarding world attained a high level of enlightenment and sophistication some time ago, but has not significantly progressed in ages. The same cannot be said of the mundane world. 100 years ago, we could not fly. Now we regularly visit space and have planes up at all times and hours. 100 years ago, we could barely take a photo. Now we have cameras that record live video everywhere, even in space, and they are increasingly more prevalent. 100 years ago, we had only rough maps of the Earth and some places were still uncharted. Now we have satellites that are accurate to the meter that have mapped the deepest woods, tallest mountains, and even the depths of the sea. 100 years ago, we could not communicate with someone in real time unless they were near a telegraph office. Now we have instant communication globally with wireless, satellite phones, and the developing internet. If things continue apace, in a decade we will equal every accomplishment of the wizarding world. In a century, we will have far surpassed it. How can wizards hope to remain hidden then? It is folly, and if something is not done, and soon, it will lead to your extinction. Especially if there is another war, or a regime that seeks to dominate the mundane world. We would annihilate you in spasms of fear and anger, and there would be little you could do but cower as the end came. On the other hand, if you came out of hiding offering help and aid, things would be very different. You have cures to diseases that have plagued humanity for ages, and while there might be resentment that you did not act sooner, there would be many grateful people who found themselves able to walk again, or cured of cancer. You could help solve the energy crisis, offer solutions to environmental woes, and even help us reach for the stars. If you did that, you would be valued and praised. Silence fell again. Snape studied Charles, his features blank. Finally, he nodded. I see. Then you would offer us a chance to integrate willingly and as equals, or face extinction or domination. That is the essence of it. Yes, Charles agreed. You can obliviate me or kill me now, and do the same to everyone in Britain who is working on the plan. That will set us back to be sure, but it will generate a great deal of bad blood. It is very hard indeed to erase all knowledge of a thing once it is put onto the internet or a video of it is distributed widely. Either in Britain or elsewhere in the world, magic will come to light, and when it does it can either come as an ally or an enemy. And you do not want to be the enemy of Royal Armed Forces, or any other military on Earth. It would end badly for you. So you truly believe you could stand up to the Dark Lord? Of course, victory would come at a great cost, especially without the aid of any wizards, of our own. But, he who dares, triumphs. Snape stood. It is better than the alternative. Very well, Sergeant. I will keep you and your masters informed of any plans the headmaster makes. Consider this my application as your spy. I shall aid you and the Brots. In return, I ask only that you do not do anything foolish without involving me first. Before he left, Snape paused and turned around. Oh, I should also mention, Sirius Black has been freed from Azkaban. His trial will be taking place shortly. Whatever you do, I suggest you warn McAllister's parents that someone is likely going to try to make a play for power here. The madman is McAllister's godfather, and likely to become his legal magical guardian. With that, Snape left, leaving a stunned Charles behind him. After a long minute, Charles reached into a cupboard and pulled out several bottles of beer. This was going to be a long night. Ron, what did you do? Harry hissed, frantically stirring the potion, which only seemed to make it worse. Ron flipped through the potions book, shaking his head. I don't know, I followed the directions exactly. The potion bubbled, turning a sticky purple color instead of the lime green it was supposed to be. Did you add the ground toad legs before or after the daisies? After, of course. One pinch at a time. You helped me. Harry glanced over at Hermione and Neville, who were panicking just as badly. Their potion was smoking, and Hermione was coughing as she tried to fix whatever had gone wrong with their potion. Looking back at his own cauldron, Harry leapt back, giving a cry of alarm. The bottom of the cauldron had dissolved, and sticky purple acid was eating away at the desk underneath. At the same time, Hermione wailed with alarm as her potion burst into flames. Both cauldrons tipped over, the contents leaking towards one another. Professor, help! Neville yelped, trying to hobble away from the two brews. There was a bang and a flash of light as the potions met, and a putrid smell filled the classroom. Through the chaos strode Snape, vanishing the contents of both cauldrons with a wave of his wand. That's 20 points from Gryffindor from the lot of you. Snape snarled as he picked Neville up by his robe and flung him out of the way. And see me after class. I believe such incompetence deserves extra work. The Slytherins snickered at the forlorn expressions on the four faces. Lavender and Parvati gave sympathetic looks, but had to turn back to their own potion as Snape swept through the room, glaring at the rest of the students. The four unfortunates spent the last few minutes of class desperately trying to clean up the remains of the potions mess in their cauldrons, but didn't manage to make much of a dent. Snape dismissed the rest of the students, then closed the door with a bang to glower at the guilty parties. Dunderheads. The lot of you. Snape strode forward, flicking his wand and returning the classroom to order. Hermione's eyes were puffy, and she looked near tears. Sir, I don't understand. I followed the recipe exactly and... Of course you did, Miss Granger. That is why I had to sabotage it. What? Ron turned beet red, his eyes flashing with fury. You sabotaged our potions and then took away points, you sneaky git. Compliments will get you nowhere, Mr. Weasley. I did not take away points because of your potions. I took them away because McAllister was enough of an idiot to share his plans for overthrowing the wizarding world with you. Now sit down. The four friends sat, stunned. How do you? Harry began, then stopped and swallowed. You can't prove anything. I'm very much afraid he can, Harry. From Snape's office stepped Sergeant Pruitt, giving the children a reassuring smile. It seems Professor Snape is a legilimens. Hermione let out a gasp, and the other children turned to look at her. She flushed. It means he can read minds. I didn't know there were any living legilimens. It's supposed to be a very difficult branch of magic, and a very rare one. I read about it in The Lost Arts of Magic. Glowering, Snape loomed over Hermione. That, Mrs. Granger, is in the restricted section of the library. How exactly did you obtain access to it? Hermione paled and muttered something under her breath. Snape nodded. Congratulations. Sneaking past Madame Pants is no mean feat. 2 points to Gryffindor. Your skill at subterfuge and retrieval will not go unwasted in the years to come. But this doesn't make any sense, wailed Neville. I thought you'd put us in detention forever if you found out about Harry's plans to help the Muggles against Voldemort. Snape sat behind his desk, steepling his fingers before him and leaning forward slightly. Indeed, I may actually have elected to do so, if I believed that there was any hope of the wizarding world managing to defeat the Dark Lord again. Sadly, the headmaster is no longer the wizard he once was, and the wizarding world appears to believe that it can rely on you, Mr. Longbottom, to defeat the Dark Lord upon his return. Me, squeaked Neville. But Harry, I think it's best if we explain the whole thing to them, Mr. Snape, Mr. Pruitt said. He sighed and walked closer to the children. Look, kids, I suppose you might have figured it out, but I'm not exactly working here because I suddenly got the urge to live among the Maggies again. You're undercover, Harry said immediately. You're here to protect us, to fight Voldemort if. Do not speak his name. Snape was on his feet and next to Harry in a moment, his wand out. It was only when Sergeant Pruitt stepped next to Snape with a menacing air that the potions master lowered his wand. You may think you are being brave when you say his name, as the headmaster would have you believe. That is foolishness. The Dark Lord can sense when his name is spoken. He can glean information about you when you do so. To speak his name is folly. But what if everyone said his name? Harry asked. He couldn't make sense of it all. He's just a wizard, not the devil or something. Snape paused, then shook his head. That may in fact be the case, but so many now fear to use his name that the select idiots that do so would only attract his attention all the more. Refrain from it, until you are able to challenge and defeat the headmaster in a duel. I bloody told you all, Ron grumbled. We are getting distracted. Snape whirled and returned to his desk. The point of this interview is that yes, I can indeed read minds, and I have decided to throw my lot in with you and your pet Muggles, McAllister. What an army of squibs and Muggles can do against the Dark Lord, I do not know, but it is better than Fudge's quibbling or Dumbledore's senility. Harry's mind was spinning, but he tried to stay focused. So, what does that mean, sir? It means, foolish child, that you have much to learn before you go about recruiting any more idiots and broadcast your intent to cause the downfall of the current order. Sergeant Pruitt cleared his throat. What Mr. Snape is trying to say is that we are going to have to be more cautious in our future actions. The wizarding world is now on high alert, some to prevent you-know-whos. Darth Stupidus, Harry supplied. When the adults gave him incredulous looks, he explained, if we can't call him by his name, at least we can call him something a little more insulting. The sergeant winked. I quite like it. It is foolish to make light of the Dark Lord, but since you are all rather committed to folly, I see no reason not to. Regardless, while some will seek to stop the Dark Lord, others will want to usher in his return. Do you think he's going to be back soon? Neville looked pale, but his voice was steady when he asked. An excellent question, Longbottom. Snape began to pace back and forth behind his desk, his robes billowing. From what I saw of his form, it is clear he has regained a great deal of strength, able to interact with the physical world on a much greater level. However, it is also clear that he is still a pale shadow of his former self. He has far to go before he once again threatens the entirety of magical Britain and the continent, but that is only a few short years off, less if he has help. Then we train, Harry said firmly. We recruit more allies. Just tell the other kids it's to help fight Darth Stupidus when he comes back, and then when the Maggie government makes a mess of things, recruit them to our side. Not a terrible plan, Mr. McAllister, Snape agreed. Though you would do well to seek allies in other houses, even my own. But aren't Slytherins a load of... Ron cut himself off, realizing who he was speaking to. Snape sneered at him. While it is true that my house has produced more than its fair share of dark wizards, do keep in mind that your precious rat was a Gryffindor in his own time. There were more than a few dark Ravenclaws as well. Augustus Rookwood, for one, was a Ravenclaw. Barty Crouch Jr. was in Hufflepuff. There are others, of course, some in each house. You could find powerful allies in Slytherin, some who would be grateful to be given a way out if they were not informed it was the Muggles they would be fighting for. Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini are both from families with little love for the Dark Lord and would be anxious to find powerful allies to pull them out of the Dark Lord's influence. But Daphne is awful, she's one of Pansy's friends and they're always calling me Mudblood and worse, Hermione protested. Ron nodded. Yeah, and Blaise is a git. He's always acting superior towards everyone at everything, and he hangs with Draco. Snape shook his head and his tone became bitter and scathing. Did you never stop to consider that since everyone knows that Slytherins are evil, and since it is rare for inter-house friendships to run very deep, that perhaps they associate with the more militant purebloods simply because they have no other children who would be their friends? Snape's gaze made all four students lower their heads in embarrassment, and he continued. I was one such child. I had one friend outside of my own house, your mother, McAllister. Even she abandoned me because I could not separate myself from those in my house and their beliefs. I took this, he rolled up his sleeve to display his dark mark, because it seemed I had little other alternative. Everyone had already decided I was to be a Death Eater, those in my house, and those outside it. How could I help but live up to their expectations? They're kids, just like you, Sir Get Pruitt said in a far gentler tone. They need mates. They need friends who can be a good influence on them. Yes, they're arrogant and ambitious. You lot are a bit brash and domineering. You've all got flaws. Harry, we need all the help we can get. Try being a friend to the other students, even the ones outside of your house. I guess we really should for a club then. Hermione asked tentatively. One to train people to fight for themselves and have friends outside of their own house. That is perhaps not an abysmal proposition, Miss Granger. Snape sat back at his desk and leaned back in his chair. But to have such a club, a teacher would need to host it. Well, you're the obvious choice, sir, aren't you? Neville asked, since you know our secret already. No, Snape's tone did not brook argument. Instead, apply to young Professor Tonks. She is well liked by everyone, and having come from Hufflepuff, is seen as a neutral party. Apply to her to host your club. She would be most receptive. But what would we call it? We can't exactly call ourselves the Junior Muggle Rangers, Ron said. He got a stink eye from Hermione and Harry. Look, I'm not trying to be insulting, but Norm just doesn't roll off the tongue the same way, okay? She is the defense professor. Why not simply call yourselves the Defense Club? The way Snape said that made it clear he was disappointed that he was the only one intelligent enough to have come up with such an obvious solution. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea, Harry agreed. Can we go then, and ask her? Yes. However, you have detention every Saturday evening from now until the end of term, Snape said. What, All 4 students looked outraged, and Sergeant Pruitt stepped in. It will not be a normal detention. Professor Snape will be teaching you how to guard your minds. He'll be giving me some exercises myself, though it's doubtful I'll be able to learn anything since I've no magic of my own. You'll teach us occlumency? Hermione asked. The art of defending your mind against intrusion. Indeed, Miss Granger. I am not hopeful that any of you will experience success. It is advanced in you are but first years and rather untalented ones at that, but perhaps you will prove yourself more capable than I suspect. We'll be master occlufutsits in no time, Harry vowed. With a roll of his eyes, Snape waved them out the door. Do try to look upset and rebellious as you leave. Remember that I have just given you a term's worth of detentions for your ineptitude and moral failings. We'll just tell everyone you're a greasy git. Sir. Ron did his best to look serious as he said it, then bolted out the door before Snape could met out more punishment, his friends close behind him. Professor Tonks, can we talk to you for a minute? Tonks smiled and winked at Harry. Of course kiddos, what do you need? We were wondering if you'd be willing to sponsor a club for us, Professor. An inter-house club where everyone could learn some more advanced defensive techniques and practice them for when Darth Stupidus returns. Tonks raised an eyebrow at Harry. Darth who? Oh, you must mean you know who. She laughed, then morphed her face into bald, burned horror and began wheezing. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Harry and Hermione burst out laughing, while Ron and Neville just looked confused. Tonks winked at them as she changed back to normal. Dad's a muggle born, and he insisted on taking me to go so those were a formative part of his youth I take it. I rather like them. Not a bad name either. Yeah, I'd love to sponsor a club for you Sprogs. I'll ask the boss about it and the bigger boss. I think they'd be right keen on it though. Thanks Professor, Harry said earnestly. Tell them it would be the defense club, and that we'd want to meet on Sunday afternoons. The next morning Tonks happily informed Harry and company that she had indeed procured permission from the headmaster and Moody to form the club. Moody had stated he'd be willing to come in and advise the students if needed, and while Dumbledore wouldn't be involved he gave the venture his blessing provided it was an inter-house effort. Oi, Blaise, you got a moment? Harry called. He and Neville hurried up to the dark-skinned Slytherin, who was reading in a quiet section of the library. Blaise looked up, a superior expression on his face. What is it, McAllister? Forcing himself to smile despite the arrogant tone, Harry continued, we're forming a club. The Defense Club. We'd like to have first years from every house represented, and you have the best marks in Dada for your house. It'd be great if you agreed to help us, we might even be able to make you an officer. Blaise didn't lose his superior look or tone, but he practically preened under the praise Harry was lavishing upon him. I might be interested. What exactly does this little club of yours entail? We'd be learning more advanced spells and practicing them, spells that could help us if the school was attacked again, or if you know who comes back, Neville explained. Someone as good as you would be a real help to have in the club. It's going to be Sunday afternoons. We'll have tea and biscuits too. I suppose I could make time for that, provided there is tea and it isn't anything too stupid, Blaise agreed, thinking of food and proving that he was superior. He picked his book back up in a clear dismissal, and Harry and Neville walked away. Once they were out of the library, Harry rolled his eyes. What a ponce, he muttered to Neville. The other boy shrugged. Yeah, but if I had to choose between having him on my side, and having him on the dark side, I know which one I'd pick. He is really talented, you know. Yeah, I just hope he lightens up a bit. Daphne, are you all right? Hermione was standing outside of one of the stalls in the girls' loo, and faint sobs could be heard within. They stopped as soon as she spoke. I'm fine, Granger. Go away. It was Pansy, wasn't it? I heard her making fun of your hair. It really is lovely, I wish I had such straight hair. There was a loud sniff from inside the stall. Why should I care what you think, Granger? You're just a mudblood anyway. Fighting back her anger at the slur, Hermione pressed on. Come off it, Daphne. You don't actually believe any of that rot. Pansy does. Why do you just parrot whatever she says? You're much better looking, and you're smarter too. I think we could actually be friends, if you just let us. I think you're much nicer than Pansy, and I'd like to think I'd be a better friend than her. Daphne Greengrass was a very lonely girl. She was separated from her younger sister, who had long been her best friend, and because her family wasn't as influential as the Parkinson family, she'd had no hope in the Slytherin social hierarchy with Pansy there. Not with Millicent fawning over her, just grateful that she was finally friends with someone, even if it was only because both Pansy and Millicent enjoyed tormenting girls in other houses. With no other options, Daphne had fallen in line with Pansy, not really enjoying the bullying that she participated in, but desperate to have a place on the social hierarchy that wasn't at the bottom and therefore an easy target for Pansy. Still, the other two Slytherin girls had made it very clear that Daphne was only tolerated. She knew that she was prettier than the other two girls, especially the fat and odious Millicent. And her beautiful hair was much nicer than Pansy's, which was the only reason that little troll made fun of it so much. Daphne didn't have to use loads of beautification potions on her hair for it to be silky and shining, she was just naturally talented and beautiful like that. Slowly, Daphne pushed the door open to find the buck-toothed Granger girl there. But she didn't look so ugly when she was smiling hopefully at Daphne, her eyes warm and caring. "Why would you want to be friends with me?" Daphne asked. "And why should I want to be friends with you? None of the Gryffindor girls hang around with you, and I know Parvati and Lavender have made fun of your teeth and hair almost as much as I have. You just hang around with those boys. Those boys, as you put it, Daphne, have never made fun of my hair or teeth. Not once. In fact, they're very kind to me. I just wish I had more friends who were girls, because they are boys and can be pretty thick about a lot of things. I don't really fit in with Lavender and Parvati, they're only concerned about looks and being charming. I'm here to learn useful things, like how to be a powerful witch so that no one can bully me. You're not a bad witch yourself. With a bit of practice, I bet you could have Pansy and Millicent begging you to teach them." Daphne was quite taken in. She overlooked the fact that she personally was obsessed with looks, and how they helped you fit into the social hierarchy. She liked the idea of having powerful friends who couldn't be bullied, and having power herself so she got to dictate where she fit into things. "But how would being friends with you make me a powerful witch?" Daphne demanded. Hermione smiled, showing her buck teeth again. But she also patted her wand, which Daphne knew she was pretty good with. "Come to the Defense Club Sunday afternoon. Professor Tonks is teaching it. We'll be learning how to defend ourselves so that no one can bully us. And there will be tea and biscuits, and I need someone else with me to show all the boys how to behave. Blaze will be there too, you know." "Oh, well, if Blaze will be there, I suppose I could come too. Will Pansy be there?" Hermione gave Daphne a conspiratorial wink. "We only want the best sorts there, and I don't know if Pansy and Millicent really fit that description." That sealed it. "I'll be there." Daphne hesitated. "And I'm sorry for calling you a beaver." Hermione walked out of the loo first, and Ron fell in beside her. "How'd it go with her? She wasn't too awful." Hermione gave him a smile. "Quite well, I should think. It will be nice to have someone else there who understands how important manners and such are for tea." Ron let out a loud belch. Hermione wrinkled her nose. He'd done that on purpose. "Yeah, well, as long as she stops making fun of you. Who cares if you do look like a bit like a beaver? You're a good mate anyway." Ron didn't see Hermione's expression, which was probably a good thing. He did hear her mutter, "Boys." But since he was a boy, he didn't think anything of it. "Right you lot, I'm the sponsoring professor and I'll be here to help if you need me, but this club was your idea and I don't want to be that annoying adult who can't keep her business to herself. So I'll just be over here grading your papers and doing boring teacher stuff and leave you to it. Oh, and 5 points to Hufflepuff for being on time." With that, Tonks went to her desk and did her best to focus on grading essays, though her eyes kept wandering back to what the assembled first years were doing. Harry felt rather proud. All the Gryffindor first years were there, though the absence of Dean and Seamus was an open wound to the youngsters. From Ravenclaw they had Padma Patil, Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Connor. From Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and Leanne Reese. They had even managed to get Blaze Zabini and Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin, though the others were eyeing the two serpents warily. Harry intended to put a stop to that here and now. Right, I'm glad you all came, Harry said. Please help yourself to the tea and biscuits, procured for us by our mentor, Percy Weasley. He nodded to Percy, who was a bit removed from the group, sitting with Penelope as they worked on homework and ate biscuits. Percy nodded back, then resumed his studies, though whether he was working on charms or charming Penelope wasn't clear. Percy helped enchant these nuts we'll pass out, which can be used to alert us if another member is in danger. This is the first meeting of the Defense Club. Here, we are going to work together to learn techniques that will help us defend ourselves against bullies, and to stand up to evil and the dark side should they ever return. At the mention of evil and the dark side, several people shot glances at Daphne and Blaise, but Harry ignored them. As all of you know, last term 2 students were killed. They didn't know how to protect themselves, and we didn't know how to protect them either. That caused everyone to look varying degrees of upset and afraid, and Harry took a deep breath and continued. Everyone who is a member of the Defense Club must swear to use what they learn here to be a hero. To never hurt an innocent, to always help protect others if they can, and to always use their powers for good. We're not all Gryffindors, in case you hadn't noticed, Blaise snarked. Harry gave Blaise a cool look. I had noticed. I know you're ambitious, Blaise. Why not be ambitious to be looked up to as a skilled hero, to have the ambition to never have to fall in with a gang of bullies only because they're the only lot who will have you? What if your ambition was to be the very best, so that you got to dictate who was cool and who wasn't, instead of having that dictated to you because someone's parents were rich and powerful? What if you were so powerful yourself that they wanted to be your friend because you were the important one? Blaise didn't say anything, but it was pretty clear that the speech Harry had worked on with Snape and Sergeant Pruitt was working. The idea of being powerful and getting to dictate who was and wasn't his friend because everyone wanted to be around him obviously appealed to Blaise. Harry wasn't sure, but he was pretty certain Daphne had nodded slightly when he'd talked about being the important one. He turned back to the rest of the students. We need all kinds of heroes. Yes, being brave is a good way to be a hero. But what about people who use their wits to outsmart the bad guys, who are so smart that no foe could hope to overcome their plans? Or what about a hero who is so hardworking and dedicated that they can beat anyone just by sheer grit and determination? Or a hero who is so cunning and devious that they never have to directly confront their foes, defeating them before the battle even starts? Everyone was nodding now, Harry having described the best traits of each house. Of course, we'll be practicing the stuff that Professor Tonks has taught us, especially since she's loads better than any professor Hogwarts has had in ages just because she's so awesome. And you know it, Tonks said, grinning cheekily at Harry, her work mostly forgotten, 10 points to Hufflepuff. Oh, and 1 to Gryffindor too. But we'll also be learning some other stuff. I'd encourage all of you to join us for our morning exercises. Being tough is a long way towards being a good hero. But we'll also learn some martial arts. Wizards in Japan and China have used martial arts to enhance their magic and defeat foes for ages, and it's a shame no one in Britain has learned any of their techniques. Harry gave everyone a wicked grin. Of course, if we're the first one to learn those techniques, we'll crush anyone stupid enough to try and defeat us. Hermione stood and waved her wand, and several mats unrolled to cover the classroom floor, the desks all having been pushed to the side. We'll start with some simple punches and kicks, then learn how to incorporate those with spells. I admit we'll be making up a lot of this as we go along, so I'm more than happy to listen to any ideas that you have. Even the Ravenclaws were willing enough to learn the punches and kicks, though it was soon obvious that robes were rubbish for martial arts. Harry had known this already, and he and the other Gryffindors made a quick change into clothes Harry's father had sent them. They were GIS, white with the Gryffindor crest on them. We can have more made up with your own house on them, Harry explained. The belts on the GI will start off white, to show we're novices still. When everyone agrees that one of us has mastered the basics, they'll get a different color belt to show their progress. The highest belt will be one of yellow, green, red, and blue, the 4 colors of the Hogwarts houses. This will show that we're protectors of everyone, not just folks in our own house. Everyone agreed, even if Daphne and Hannah commented that the GIS were not very flattering. It's that our tights, Harry said in exasperation. Robes just don't work well for learning martial arts. Daphne actually seemed to like the idea of tights, and several of the girls had whispered conversations about what that would look like. Harry didn't particularly care. He'd just chosen the GI because that's what he'd learned martial arts in for years and had no strong feelings about clothes one way or another. Just make sure they're easy to move around in, he told the girls before they left. You can even wear Muggle clothes if you want. At the end of the lesson, everyone sat and chatted again for a few minutes. It was surprising to find out just how much Harry had in common with the students in other houses, especially Anthony, who had practiced martial arts before coming to Hogwarts, his mother having trained in jiu-jitsu before marrying his father. It would be cool to combine martial arts with spells. I'll do some research to see what techniques the Asian wizards have used. I've still got loads of homework, Daphne complained. This was very interesting and all, but I suppose it will take a long time to become powerful and it won't help me with my transfiguration essay. I could help you with your essay, Hermione offered. In fact, we could all bring our homework and have a bit of a study group after. Since we're training to be powerful witches and wizards anyway, it would make sense we'd need to do our homework to master all the branches of magic. A few students didn't seem keen on the idea of a study group, especially Ron and Michael, but finally everyone agreed to bring their work the next time to help each other out. Hermione and Daphne left to go to the library together, and everyone split up to go back to their common rooms. Harry, Ron and Neville stayed behind to help clean up. That was brilliant, Harry, Ron said as they picked up the mats and biscuit trays. I didn't think I'd say this, but the kids in the other houses aren't all bad sorts. Different, sure, and maybe some of them are kind of annoying, but I guess it won't hurt to have them on our side. It was fun, Neville agreed. I'm feeling a lot better now, and I think practicing those punches and stuff will help me recover faster. Neville had managed without the cane for a few days now, and he and Ron rarely had tremors in their hands and feet now. Right on, Harry, Tonks commented, coming over to help finish putting the mats away. Same time next week, I'll be happy to show you Sprogs some of the tricks they teach new Aurors. There isn't much focus on martial arts, but we do learn how to stop a punch and such. That'd be great, Professor, Harry agreed. Thanks for having us, and thanks for agreeing to show us advanced magic and stuff later, Percy. We're glad to help, Harry, Penelope said, smiling at the younger students. It was very nice to see you firsties from all the other houses helping each other out. I had always wished everyone got along a bit better, and I think this will help. Absolutely. 5 more points to Hufflepuff, Penny. It seems young Harry and Neville are forming quite the little following, Severus. Snape did his best not to snort with laughter at the headmaster's remark. Oh, how little the man knew. They seemed to take great comfort in playing the part of the hero, Headmaster, Snape said, making sure to sneer as he did so. It wouldn't do to drop his act now. They are coming along quite nicely. Minerva and Phileas tell me that Neville's wand work has improved immensely now that he has a wand that suits him well. He seems to be doing quite well under young Nymphadora as well. Snape turned his back and rolled his eyes. Yes, amazing how having a teacher who isn't possessed can lead to learning. Off to administer another detention. Really, Severus, you might consider commuting their sentences. A whole semester's worth of detentions for a potions accident. That's severe, even for you. There was reproach in the headmaster's tone, and more than a little steel, but Snape shrugged. The detentions were more for their behavior towards me after the fact than the actual incident. They accused me of tampering with mixtures and swore at me. Even you cannot countenance such disrespect for a professor, headmaster, not even from your pets. And after all, did you not tell me to be hard on them? Sensing that he had won this round and that the headmaster was not likely to reply, Snape strode from the staff lounge and made his way down to the dungeons, where the 4 miscreants were waiting for him. He opened the door and motioned them inside. You, McAllister, are first tonight. Groaning, Harry came to the front of the room and perched on the stool before Snape's desk. The other 3 busied themselves cleaning the classroom and organizing the potions cupboard. This wasn't their first detention, and they were used to the routine by now. Harry took a few deep breaths, his eyes closed, then opened them and met Snape's eyes. Legilimens. Snape went through the young boy's mind like a hot knife through butter. There were few secrets that he did not know now. He saw Harry crying when he found out he was adopted, saw him sneaking snakes into the girls' bathroom by talking to them and... You were a Parselmouth. Harry blinked, trying to refocus his thoughts. What? Snape came around the desk, holding out his wand. Serpensortia. A long black viper slithered out of the wand, and slithered towards Harry. The boy didn't appear panicked in the least, he merely began to hiss at it, and the snake stopped, coiling up and looking at Harry as if waiting for a command. What was that for, sir? Harry asked, his tone puzzled. Snape looked at him carefully, then at the snake. He pressed his lips together. How long have you been able to talk to snakes? In the back of the classroom, the sounds of cleaning had halted, as the other 3 students were now watching Harry and Snape. Shrugging, Harry glanced back down at the snake. I dunno. Always, I guess. I could always talk to Amanda's snakes, she was Becky's best mate. With a flick of his wand, Snape banished the snake. That is interesting news. You 3, come here, he snapped. As you are obviously not getting any work done back there. All 3 of Harry's friends were about him in an instant. You can talk to snakes. But, I thought you were a Gryffindor through and through, Harry. Ron was panicking slightly, looking angry and concerned. Hermione looked worried as well. Harry, talking to snakes is a very dark talent. If people knew that you could, they'd talk. Neville snorted. Shows what you lot know. Saint Patrick is an ancestor of mine, and he could talk to snakes and no one thinks he's dark. Saint Patrick was a wizard. Hermione demanded, looking shocked. I never saw that in any historical textbooks on famous British wizards. Neville rolled his eyes. That's because he's Irish, Hermione. Unlike Norm Ireland, Wizarding Ireland was never conquered by the British wizards and never really integrated into British society. There are a lot of bonds because we're close, share a language, and are in the same Quidditch league, but that's about it. Ireland even has its own wizarding school, the Academna en Eli and Dreocta. It's not as big or important as Hogwarts, and a few Irish families send their kids here, but it's still separate. Longbottom is essentially correct about the Irish connection, Snape agreed. However, Weasley and Granger are indeed right. Here in England and Scotland, Parseltongue is most closely associated with the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin, and with the Dark Lord in recent times. Darth Stupidus could talk to snakes too. Harry looked slightly concerned at the revelation, but didn't seem to be taking the whole thing seriously enough. It is yet another connection with the Dark Lord, Snape snarled. He pressed his thumb on Harry's scar. And I am increasingly concerned. This scar is more than it appears. There is something deeply wrong with it. What I do not know, and have not the skill to find out. Perhaps you could consult with your Muggle doctors, but I do not believe they could be of any help in the matter. Snape took a deep breath, then gestured Harry away. Enough. Focus on emptying your mind of emotion. Practice each night. You are not taking this seriously enough. If the headmaster were to ever read your mind, or heaven forbid, the Dark Lord, all your plans would come to ruin. You, Weasley, let us see if your defenses have improved past the point a toddler could manage. At the end of the night, Snape sat alone in his rooms, staring into the fire. None of the 4 were any good at occlumency. Even Granger, who showed the most promise, had woefully inadequate defenses. Snape didn't consider the fact that woefully inadequate defenses for an 11-year-old were still very good. He only ruminated on the shortcomings of his pupils. And on the fact that McAllister was a Parselmouth. What did it mean? It was connected to the scar, Snape was certain of that. Something about the scar. It was like the phylactery, the ring Dumbledore had. None of his research had turned up anything so far, and Snape was starting to think researching old Egyptian and Greek wizards was perhaps barking up the wrong tree. But where to look? Time was running out. If the phylactery was destroyed, perhaps that would slow or halt the Dark Lord's return. If the scar was somehow a phylactery as well, though. Long into the night, Snape gazed into the flames, but they held no answers for him. The office of the Minister of Magic reflected the man who held it. For some, the office projected an air of stern authority, decorating itself with hardwood furniture and tapestries of ancient wizards doing great deeds. For others, an air of wisdom pervaded, with glass orbs that attempted to peer into the future and maps showing where wizards were that they might be better guided. For Cornelius Fudge, the office reflected an air of political sleaze. The chair and couches were faux leather, attempting to show wealth but really a thin veneer. The walls were decorated with Fudge's various achievements, mostly meeting and congratulating the rich and famous, including his pride and joy photo of Fudge and Gilderoy Lockhart, the latter awarding the former his Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Both men's smiles were equally phony, gilding on top of a pile of lies. "Minister, I really must ask, why do you allow yourself to be led around by the nose by that old fool? He is attempting to subvert your power base. Each individual he has asked you to investigate for providing financial support to who has historically been one of your best campaign contributors. Why, even dear old Lucius here is listed. I can't possibly imagine such an upstanding citizen having anything to do with the vicious lone attacker." Undersecretary Umbridge beamed at Fudge, her dimpled cheeks giving her slightly wrinkled face a grandmotherly look. "It is disturbing in the extreme that Dumbledore would be so swift to shift the blame," Lucius Malfoy agreed, his hands resting atop his serpent cane. His immaculately tailored boots tapped absently on the floor, though the rest of his body was calm and poised. "Several of the individuals he has fingered are even on the board of governors of Hogwarts. It is clear that he wishes to be absolved of his own guilt. I have said for years that the position of defense against the dark arts in Hogwarts is filled only by pets and fools. Now I must add menaces to the list. Really, does the old man think that I would want such a dangerous individual at Hogwarts? My own son is at the school, and even if I were as black a creature as the headmaster makes me out to be, surely I would not endanger my own blood and air." "Well, of course you are no dark wizard, Lucius," Fudge agreed, tapping a finger on the green bowler hat he had carefully placed atop his desk. He was tempted to begin to spin it, but he thought that nervous habit would be inappropriate under the present circumstances. "But you must admit some of the people who claimed to be under the imperious curse after the last war were mighty suspicious themselves. As an individual who was placed under such a curse, I can assure you that reopening such an investigation would be most traumatic to your constituents." By which Lucius clearly meant it would reduce Fudge's campaign funds. "It would also open old wounds at a time when we need healing." Yes, Umbridge agreed. "Perhaps instead a large trial. Why not too? In fact, we could right the wrongs of the previous government by freeing Black and imprisoning Pettigrew." Fudge brightened at that idea. "And at the same time we stall Dumbledore. He's been pressuring the Wizengamot to bring those two to trial soon, and using my influence to bring it about will get him on my side." "A brilliant plan, Minister," Lucius agreed smoothly. "But what will you do about the old man after that? He is still Chief Warlock, and Supreme Mugwump. We must begin to subvert his power base before he makes his final grab for power." "But Dumbledore has never played for power before." Fudge absently picked the hat up and spun it once, before carefully setting it back down. "Do you really think he's finally making a play for personal power?" "No, not personally, but he's been grooming other prospects to take over as minister should you displease him too greatly. He could force a vote if he succeeds in alienating your power base." "Yes, that Arthur Weasley has been popular lately, hasn't he?" Umbridge agreed. "The man is deeply in Dumbledore's pocket as well. Why, I even hear he's sympathetic to Muggles as well. How dreadful to have such a man as minister. He'd never do such a wonderful job as you, Cornelius." Fudge was spinning his hat furiously now, hardly even aware he was doing it. "Weasley, but he's a nobody." "Was a nobody," Lucius said. "The public believes that his son has dueled you-know-who. It's nonsense, of course. The man was merely a dark wizard of some sort, but such popular opinion could be harnessed as a political force. People are afraid, and they need to see something done. A show trial would be just the thing. Then you can move on harsher Muggle restrictions to improve security." Yes, very well. I shall inform the Wizengamot that the trials for Pettigrew and Black must begin by the end of the month. By next month I want one in Azkaban and the other out of my hair. And let's get Barty Crouch involved. He's been poking into things at the DMLE, looking into the Black and Pettigrew cases. Ever since he got back from his case of the dragon pox, the man has simply been obsessed with our prisoners. Crouch was never a true ally of Dumbledore, Malfoy mused. Unlike Bones, her whole family has been his allies for years. Perhaps if Crouch were to make a return as the head of the DMLE. Fudge grinned wickedly. At the very least, let's have him act on the black case. He could owe me one if I let him redeem himself there, and there's enough mud on him that he'd never be a threat politically. Meet with him, Dolores, and see if he's receptive to replacing Amelia for her botched handling of the black case and letting Pettigrew run around for years. Moody stomped along the corridor, his eye spinning in the socket. He stopped at the groundskeeper's office and knocked. After a moment, Pruitt appeared. Evening, Sergeant. Moody was the only wizard in the castle, save for some of the students, who called Pruitt by his old rank. Unlike most adult wizards, Moody respected the old SAS rank, and what it implied. He'd had to tangle with Muggle military units a time or two, conducting a few memory wipes during the last war, even working with several retired soldiers before modifying their memories in one memorable battle. Unlike most wizards, they'd actually understood what constant vigilance meant. The four old warriors had actually held off a band of Death Eaters that had assaulted their sleepy Muggle village for long enough for the Aurors to arrive. One of them had died and two others grievously injured, but they'd been ready for trouble with old Muggle weapons tucked away. It had taken the stupid dark wizards by surprise to find that Muggles did indeed have teeth, something Moody had of course known. Even now he had a healthy respect for the rifle Pruitt was carrying, and for the knives and other weapons he had sequestered about his person. Evening, Senior Chief. Pruitt in turn always addressed Moody by his rank of Senior Chief Auror, displaying a level of respect for the old wizard that even Dumbledore lacked. Both recognized the fighting spirit in the other, and respected it. Together the two men set out on patrol, heading into the Forbidden Forest. While both had the skills to brave the creatures in the woods alone, neither was stupid enough to go on a dangerous mission alone when backup was available. Tonks was all well and good, and in Moody's opinion she'd make a fine Auror one day, but she was still green, unlike the seasoned sergeant. The forest was dark, but neither man used any light that could give themselves away. They both moved silently through the trees, on alert for anything unusual. "Wait a moment," Pruitt said suddenly, hunkering down. Moody knelt beside the sergeant, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "You smell that?" Moody sniffed the air, then frowned. "Smells like death." "Yeah." There was a soft click, and Moody knew that the other man had just flipped the safety off his rifle. Together they went forward, slow and low, towards the lingering smell of corruption. Moody held up a fist as his eye focused on a small clearing ahead. A dead animal lay in the clearing, unicorn by the size and silver gleam of the blood. He waited a moment, then stood slowly. "I think whatever that made the kill is gone. The thing is putrefying, even in the cold." He made a light with his wand and the sergeant withdrew a torch. Together they stepped forward into the clearing. Pruitt kept watch while Moody inspected the corpse. Dead for hours. Something or someone slit its throat and harvested the blood. "Didn't Hagrid mention that quite a few dead unicorns have been turning up?" Pruitt asked, his torch beam searching the nearby trees and shrubs. Moody performed a few quick scanning spells, noting that the surroundings were tainted by dark magic, and something else. Not a wizard's magic, but a faint, unobtrusive magic that Moody couldn't quite put his finger on. "He has. Unicorns are quite rare here in Scotland. There's a preserve in Ireland and one down in Wales, but this is the only location with a herd in northern Britain. I'll have to see if any other herds have had missing members." "What would they want the blood for?" Pruitt asked. Moody shrugged. "Don't know. Any number of things. But I have my suspicions. It can be used to strengthen and give life. Especially to those near death. It's dark, but it will sustain you through any illness. Wasn't Darth Stupidus near death, a simple spirit?" Pruitt said, coming over to take a look at the body. He knelt down and examined the slash at the unicorn's throat. This wasn't done with magic. A knife did this. Not a terribly sharp blade either. A big one though. A butcher's tool I'd imagine. Agreed. Moody stood and looked around at the snow. He found what he was looking for. Some sort of vessel was placed here to catch the blood. Pruitt came over and examined the indentation, kneeling down in the snow. "These prints. I'm no master tracker, but they are odd. They're small, but they don't look like animal prints. This one here looks like it could be from a boot, but I'm not sure. Been too long, Moody said. He stomped away from the corpse. Come on, let's finish the patrol. I'll ask the centaurs if they've noticed anything. Will they even talk to you? Probably not. Worth a try though. They don't like dark magic being performed in their wood. Or any magic for that matter. It was Sunday in early March, the air still brisk but the ground muddy with a few patches of lingering ice and snow. Through it splashed a group of mud-spattered youths, the boy with the lightning scar setting the pace alongside the tall red-headed groundskeepers. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had largely abandoned the effort by now, only Angelina along with Fred and George still made it out for the daily exercises. However, Professor Tonks was puffing alongside them, as were Justin, Hannah and Susan from the Defense Club meetings. A brisk 5K run complete, Harry and Sergeant Pruitt led everyone in push-ups, sit-ups, jumping stars, and a few quick martial arts katas. The sun was still low in the sky as the group made their way into the Great Hall, pulling on robes over their sweaty running clothes or quickly going into a bathroom to change. As they sat, Neville groaned slightly, easing himself onto the bench next to Hannah. The end of the Gryffindor table had turned into McAllister's bunch, as many of the students and professors referred to it. Daphne was waiting for them, sitting next to Hermione and Angelina and talking animatedly. The previously spiteful Slytherin girl considered the physical exercise beneath her, but she was enjoying the social status that came with associating with several older students as well as being readily accepted by a group of girls of whom she considered herself the best looking. Pansy and Millicent occasionally tried to bully the other first-year girls, but were so heavily outnumbered that their taunts were ineffectual. Even Draco and his cronies steered clear of Harry and his friends now after a week where Percy really had turned his back while Fred and George had tormented the three Slytherins to the point where Professor McGonagall and Snape had been forced to intervene. The warts on Crabbe's face had never really gone away. "Did you hear?" Daphne said, turning to Harry. "Sirius Black's trial is today. It's looking like he'll be freed. Isn't he your godfather?" Harry shrugged. I guess so. Professor Snape told me about it actually. But Black can't take me away from my family, they've legally adopted me. He's your magical guardian though, Daphne insisted. The Muggle laws wouldn't hold any weight in a wizarding court. She's right, Harry, Hermione chimed in. Wizarding adoption laws favor wizards over Muggles in every case. I've been doing some research, and if Black really wants to, there is legal precedence for him to remove you and obliviate your Muggle guardians so that you can have a proper magical upbringing. Ron snorted, pausing in his usual morning gorge. They're bloody welcome to try. Harry would never leave his family, and none of us would let that happen either. I don't think they'll listen to a bunch of kids, Ron, Hermione said. Especially not when your dad is in so much trouble right now. That car was perfectly legal, Percy put in, his face still flushed from the morning run. I checked the laws myself. All the modifications were approved by the Muggle Affairs Department. Yeah, but didn't your dad approve all those himself? Susan asked. My Auntie Amelia said that was the real trouble. She didn't like having to investigate, but there was pressure from above and she's in a lot of trouble herself. Harry shrugged. All I know is, if anyone tries to kidnap me, I'm running away first thing. No one can catch me on my Nimbus. I'll fly all over London if I have to. I'd make such a fuss they'd have to give back to my parents. Speaking of flying, did you get permission for us to borrow the brooms for the club this afternoon, Harry? Hermione asked. Yeah, Ron and I talked to Madam Hooch about it. She's going to come help Professor Tonks supervise. I think she's actually quite keen to teach something other than basic flying lessons for once. Harry and I'll loan our brooms too, Ron promised. They're loads better than the rubbish the school has. So unfair, Daphne grumbled. You two get to have brooms. Harry, I understand, he's on the Quidditch team. But you're just a first year like the rest of us, Ron. One of the many perks of surviving Darth Stupidus, Neville said dryly. The other students laughed nervously, glancing at the scar on the back of Neville's hand. He didn't bother to try to hide it, but he looked slightly uncomfortable at all the attention. My gran wanted me to bring a broom as well, but I told her I'd rather not. Ron's mum threatened to hex the headmaster into next week if Ron couldn't have his. Yeah, she said if I'd had a broom I could have run away better. I didn't argue, though I don't know how I would have had my broom on me. The group broke up after breakfast, some heading to the library to study, others going to the chess room to hang out for a bit. Ron loved moving the life-sized chess pieces around for a game, though only Blaise ever managed to beat him on a consistent basis. Harry and Neville gamely tried, but the youngest Weasley son was far too adept at the game. After getting thoroughly trounced, Harry brought out several decks of cards and he, Ron, Neville, Padma, Blaise, and Hannah all played BS until lunchtime. Do you really think they'll try and take me away? Harry asked, looking at his hand and trying to decide just how much to lie. It was on 4s, and while he had 1, he was certain he could put down up to 3 without anyone calling him on it. He tried it, but Hannah called him on it. She showed 6 4s when Harry grumped about having to scoop up the pile. Better luck next time, Harry. Honestly, I don't know. I think some people were upset that the boy who lived was being brought up by muggles, but that's Neville now, so some people have relaxed about all that. Blaise laid down 4 7s, which Neville promptly called him on. Blaise showed 4 7s, which Neville gamely scooped up. They'll make a play to get you with Black. All eyes turned to Blaise, who gave them a smug grin. Black will owe Fudge and Dumbledore for getting him out of jail. He's also going to be easy to control, he'll be half mad from Azkaban. Both Fudge and Dumbledore want you in their pocket, because you might be the chosen one and that's a political ace in the hole. Not to mention that Black's on record as saying that you and your family meant more to him than life itself, Padma said as she laid down 3 9s. No one called her on it. Padma rarely bluffed, and rarely called anyone, unlike her Gryffindor twin who was far more aggressive in her play. He thinks of you as family, Harry. But I don't know him from Adam, Harry complained. Ron shrugged. Fudge is a git. Dumbledore I dunno about. I used to think he was the greatest wizard ever, but now. He didn't finish, but everyone knew what he meant. Ron's single 10 also went unchallenged, though Hannah squinted at the redhead over her cards. He was down to 4, and clearly in the lead. Neville laid down 5 jacks and was promptly called on it by Ron. He didn't even bother revealing his cards, picking up the pile and saying, Gran says that even Dumbledore makes mistakes. He's really old, you know, 110 or something. He's still a great wizard. Maybe you should have a chat with him, Harry. Harry frowned at Neville. Blaise, Hannah and Padma definitely were not in on the secret fully, though the 3 of them seemed to have picked up on the fact that Harry was leading his own little faction against Darth Stupidus. None of them really thought of it as challenging Dumbledore though, and Harry wasn't quite ready to disabuse them of that notion. I think when the time comes Dumbledore will be on the right side, Harry said evasively. Blaise grunted. That entirely depends on what you believe the right side to be. A lot of people, a lot of powerful people, would consider anyone who sides with Dumbledore a fool and a blood traitor. Is that what you think, Blaise? Hannah demanded, glaring at the Slytherin as he made his play. I call BS. Your loss, read them and weep. No, not really. I parroted the whole line for a while just because I was in Slytherin, even started to believe it. My mum's a pureblood. Though being Italian she's not really considered to be on the same level as a British family. I'm more about personal ambition though. I want to be a powerful solicitor like her someday and just as rich. It's kind of irritated my latest stepfather I don't spout the pureblood rot now. I think mum's going to divorce him soon and take his assets again, so it's alright. She really does go through the husbands, Padma said, making a face. BS Ron. Ha, no lies that time, you should have called me last go around, Padma. I win again. There was a chorus of groans at the pronouncement, though Ron did not stand to do his usual victory dance. He looked Harry dead in the eyes, his expression grim. Harry, if anyone does try and separate your family, know that the Weasleys have your back. We won't let Black take you away from your home. For what it's worth, my Gran and I will help as well, Neville vowed, and the others made noises of agreement. Blaise winked at Harry. I'll write my mum for you, Harry. She doesn't do pro bono work, but I think I can convince her to give you a reasonable rate to remove your little problem. Thanks everyone, I appreciate it. I really don't think it will be a real problem though. // Black is going to be a real problem for you, McAllister. Once again Harry and his friends were in detention with Snape, though for now the occlumency lessons had been shelved. The headmaster is going to have him make a play for you this week, now that he's officially free. The Black family carries a great deal of weight, and he will have the sympathy of the Wizengamot. If he wants you, there will be little I or anyone else can do to stop it with the current political air. But why would the headmaster want me away from my parents? Harry protested. Snape shrugged. Because you are one of the potential heroes prophesied to defeat the Dark Lord. He does this not to spite you, McAllister, but to protect you. You would be far safer from his perspective with Black in a magically protected home than with your family. If you continue to make a face like that, McAllister, I shall be forced to douse you with something that will deserve such a sour expression. But it's such nonsense, Harry cried, shaking his fists in frustration. Ron nodded, his own face flushed with anger. It's a load of rubbish. I thought the headmaster cared for us, but he'd take Harry away from his family. Plus, has he even met Harry's dad? He'd destroy any stupid Death Eaters that even thought of hurting Harry. The headmaster does care for Harry. Quite deeply, in fact. However, his sentimentality along with the fact that for so long he really has known best has blinded him to certain realities. Namely that Muggles are not completely useless. Though he is a champion of their rights, in many ways it is because the headmaster believes that Muggles must be protected from wizards and from themselves. He seems himself as the wise master who knows what is best for everyone and will give it to them, even if they do not want it. That sounds incredibly patronizing, Hermione said. And so totally typical of the magical world. Did you know, they don't technically have legal custody of me? Professor McGonagall is my magical guardian and could place me in a new home if she really wanted. It's all to protect this stupid statute of secrecy. If a family doesn't want their child educated at Hogwarts, the wizarding world can legally remove them and memory charm their parents. They never even told my family. I had to ask after doing some research. Harry was stunned by the news. Does that mean that she's my magical guardian too? No, Black is yours, McAllister. Have I not been telling you that for weeks now? Harry glared at Snape, but the potions master glared right back, and his far superior glare soon had Harry backing down. You are in a precarious situation. If you are removed from your family, the entire Muggle scheme to infiltrate and change the wizarding world could go up in smoke. He won't have the opportunity. The students jumped, not having heard Sergeant Pruitt step into the room and quietly close the door behind him. Snape nodded, his alarms having alerted him who was approaching. If he tries to take you, Harry, Black will have an unfortunate accident. You'll kill him, Neville said, his eyes widening. No, Snape gave the students a wicked grin. I have long desired to visit vengeance upon the fool who attempted to kill me so many years ago. I shall dose him with a potion which will make him suffer the symptoms of Spattergroit. Such an illness would render him incapable as a guardian for many years, as the disease even in remission is transmittable and especially dangerous to children. That's really nasty, Ron commented. And brilliant. No one would even want to be around Black for ages if he had come down with Spattergroit. I heard they had an outbreak of it in Azkaban a few years back too, so no one would even be suspicious. Hermione frowned. That seems really cruel. The other option really is killing him. Hermione looked at the sergeant as if she expected a joke, but wilted when it became obvious that the man was deadly serious. We cannot allow your mission to be compromised at this time, he continued. With the resurgence of the Darth and the increasingly cutthroat political environment of magical Britain, we are in danger. If the plan was revealed, the rather harsh anti-Muggle laws really could go into effect, and some might even willingly go over to the Darth who hadn't considered it before. Yeah, it's real. Neville looked faintly ill, but he nodded reluctantly. I understand. It wasn't right what happened to the Muggles last time around, and there really are not any good choices. But if we can save any kids from what happened to my parents or Dean and Seamus, it would be worth it. We really will try not to kill anyone we don't have to, Pruitt said. If at all possible, we will try to persuade Black to leave Harry in place. I rather hope he doesn't listen, Snape said, stroking a vial of sticky black potion that had a sickly aura to it. Revenge can be so sweet, especially when visited on the deserving. Professor, this is about more than revenge, Harry said. If we could have Black on our side, that would be infinitely better. I think he's suffered enough. Snape shrugged. Perhaps, but that fool never could see beyond his own vainglory. Headmaster, we have a problem. Dumbledore looked up immediately to find Alistair standing in the doorway, breathing hard. In a moment, his wand was in his hand and he strode for the door. What is it? The McAllister boy's father is here. Moody pronounced this with a grim certainty that something very wrong indeed had happened. Blinking, Dumbledore paused. I'm sorry, did you say Sirius is here already? He's not due for an hour, but... No, I mean that Tom McAllister is here, now, waiting at the train station for us. For a moment, Dumbledore's mind seemed to refuse to work, and he tried to grasp why Alistair was acting as if this was the end of the world. Well, students' parents do visit on occasion. Why exactly are you so worked up about this? When Moody refused to answer and simply glared back, Dumbledore thought for a moment. Then his jaw dropped. But, he's a muggle. How did he's not secretly a squib as he? No, I looked into it. Not a drop of magical blood going back for a dozen generations. As muggle as you can get. But he's here, looking to chaperone Harry during his meeting with Black today. Dumbledore's mouth firmed. He'd notified the McAllisters that Harry would be meeting his godfather, of course, it was only proper. He'd half expected objections that he'd parry off with the excuse that as muggles they could not actually come to the school, and go from there. He had planned to let Black take Harry to Hogsmeade, giving the child presents and showing him a good time, so that Harry might even suggest that he spend part of the Easter holidays with Sirius, and then perhaps the summer holidays and so on. This threw quite the wrench into his plans, however. Walking over to the silver instruments on his desk, Dumbledore inspected them carefully. None were out of alignment, the wards were in full force, including the anti-muggle wards. Right now, Mr. McAllister should be feeling a rather strong urge to be anywhere but at Hogwarts urgently, and seeing only dusty ruins. If he wasn't, that was because something was very wrong indeed. Then let us not keep our guest waiting, Alistair. Dumbledore strode from his office and towards the train station, his mind racing. How had the muggle made it all the way here? Surely by the time he arrived, the magic would have done its work and chased him off. Feeling all right, Major. Tom worked his finger around his collar, loosening it slightly and trying to breathe normally. Fine, have to stay focused though. I keep feeling like I need to be elsewhere, or that I need to take a piss or something. It's rather distracting. In fact, while talking Tom had started to walk away from the train station, but he steeled his nerves and turned back, keeping a tight grip on his briefcase. Sounds like the elves in the workshop need to do a bit more tinkering with Father Christmas toys. The connection is good though. I can hear you fine. How's the quality on your end? Not bad, considering. We'll let you focus. We're listening in though. If it gets really bad, take another lodestone pill. Just one though, and whatever you do, don't take the hat off. Tom went ahead and popped another lodestone pill, dry swallowing it. He didn't really know what was in them, only that it could become toxic if you overdosed on the stuff. Something about magic inhibiting chemicals and mild radiation that interfered with magical energies, but it was all over his head. All he knew was that it was what would allow him to keep Harry safe from this mad black fellow that seemed to be wanting to take Harry away. Sirius Black was supposed to be a Death Eater and serial killer who had helped murder Harry's birth parents, but now that was supposedly water under the bridge. Either way, Tom wasn't going to stand by and let this plot to kidnap his son go down without a fight. Besides, it was as good a time as any to test the new technologies that had been cooked up. Tom's attention seemed to snap back into focus as the pill did its work. While the pills wouldn't actually stop an offensive spell, they did work to dampen the effects of magic and were particularly effective against passive mental wards. A few minutes later, the odd old man who had confronted him earlier reappeared, along with the headmaster. Both of them looked rather grim, and Tom remembered that Pruitt had commented that Alistair Moody was to be considered armed and dangerous at all times, though he was not typically dangerous to anyone who didn't break the law. I wonder if I've broken any laws turning up here. Tom pushed the thought to the back of his mind and forced a grin onto his face, stepping forward and offering a hand to the headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore, I hope I'm not too late for Harry's visitation. Thank you for the notice. I understand that this entire situation is a bit sticky legally, and I felt that my son shouldn't be left alone with a stranger. Quite all right, Mr. McAllister, the headmaster said, taking Tom's hand in both his own and giving them a squeeze. His eyes actually twinkled somehow, which made Tom slightly suspicious. He was doing some kind of magic to get that effect. I do wish you had notified the school you would be coming. We would have provided a chaperone for Harry, of course, but you are more than welcome as this is a family matter. Please, right this way. Tom nodded and followed after Dumbledore, noting that Moody had fallen in behind them. It made the hair on the back of Tom's neck stand up, but he knew Pruitt was about, somewhere, and he'd been in situations worse than this with no backup. Though he had been armed before, he'd made a conscious decision to leave his weapons behind, not wanting to give the Maggies any reason to deny him entry. I must say, I believe you're the first Muggle-born parent to ever pay a visit to our school, Dumbledore chatted as they walked along the path by the lake. You simply must tell me what you think of the view. Tom glanced out at the lake, having to fight the growing urge to attend to urgent business elsewhere with every step. He hadn't left the oven on. Regimental paperwork could wait. Becky was safe. He popped another pill, ignoring the potential consequences. His eyes seemed to clear a bit, and he realized it wasn't a ruin on the hill across the lake. Very nice. Reminds me of Annick Castle, actually. Doesn't look dilapidated to you, Dumbledore said, turning to wink at Tom. I've been trying to convince the school board to finance some renovations, you see. That west tower there looks like it could use some repairs, the masonry is falling off. The roof looks fairly new though. I confess I'm not an expert in castles though it does look like a rather excellent place for a young lad to explore. Harry's told me a bit about his adventures. Dumbledore did not miss a beat, though Tom heard a snarl from Moody behind him. Let the Maggie sulk and try to figure out how he could see through their deceptions. Yes, the West Tower would be the Olry. As it doesn't house any classes or students, I'm afraid it's rather low on the priority list for repairs. Still, it's a bit of an eyesore. And who could forget the great service the owls do for us? We can't let their abode fall into repair. A rather poor show of thanks, I should think. I'm sure Hedwig would agree with you, Headmaster. Ah, Harry's bird, she's quite a sight. Snowy owls are rather rare here, and even for one of those birds she is a magnificent specimen. As they made their way towards the castle, Tom heard a cuckoo's call twice. He smiled. It was far too early in the season for those birds to have made it this far north, but not for a certain spy that had replaced a good egg with one of his own. He didn't return the call and blow his cover, but he felt better knowing Pruitt was nearby and watching. The headmaster led Tom to the staff room, where Dumbledore was obviously surprised to find Harry along with a greasy-haired man waiting. Dad, Harry launched himself into Tom's waiting arms, and for a moment the two simply embraced, the others in the room forgotten. I didn't think you'd be here, Harry blurted. Tom gave him a nod and a wink. Well, you know your old man. Can't keep himself away when he knows he's needed. I've no more pressing business than to be here with you today. Indeed, the greasy-haired man said. He must be Severus Snape, the first adult wizard spy they'd managed to recruit. Tom stood and offered his hand. You must be Professor Snape. Harry's written about you. He's quite keen on your class. I appreciate you looking out for him and his mates, even if they do get into a bit of mischief. Snape sneered and looked at the hand, which Tom lowered with a frown. He hoped Snape was just playing the consummate spy, but he was starting to dislike the greasy git just from his attitude. Yes, well, educating young minds like your son is just a joy. The man's tone made it rather clear it drove him to drink instead. I must be getting back to my duties. Stay out of trouble, McAllister. With a swirl of robes the man was gone, leaving a faint odor of fumes behind him. Severus can be a bit caustic with those he does not know well, the headmaster put in. Moody snorted and his non-mechanical eye rolled. Tom was inclined to agree more with the old warrior's sentiment than the scholar's. Well, when is this black fellow getting here? Tom said, rubbing his hands. He was still a bit jittery. Even with 3 doses in him, his mind wouldn't focus for long unless he forced it. He should be getting in via the flow any time now, Dumbledore said. I was planning on letting Harry accompany him to Hogsmeade for a visit. Escorted by young Nymphadora, of course. A young woman stepped into the staff room just as Dumbledore was speaking, her hair a very loud bright pink. It's Tonks, Big Boss. Just Tonks. Her eyebrows rose when she saw Tom. And who's this then? This is my dad, Professor. Dad, this is Professor Tonks, the one I've written about to you so much. I think she's brilliant. You really should get to know her better. By which Harry meant recruit her, of course. Tom was more than willing to help vet her, but Pruitt indicated that broadening their scope at this juncture might not be wise, especially since Tonks was an Auror and honor bound to uphold the statute of secrecy. Watch her, Mr. McAllister, Tonks said with a grin. Then she suddenly frowned, her hand still extended. Hey, aren't you a muggle? How do you get in here? I walked, Tom deadpanned, giving Tonks' hand a firm squeeze. She returned it, a good grip. Tom respected law enforcement, even if they were on the other side, and Tonks seemed to be no different than the boys in blue he knew already. Oh, I see where Harry gets his sense of humor then. Tonks gave both McAllister men a big grin. So, you still want me to keep an eye on things, boss, bigger boss? Yes, Moody growled at the same time Dumbledore said, no. The 2 older wizards exchanged looks for a moment, and to Tom's surprise it was Moody who blinked first. No, Tonks. Patrol the grounds. I'll be acting as chaperone. Right. Good to meet you, sir. Have fun in Hogsmeade, Harry. The place is a lark. The young woman left, leaving the room in silence which Harry soon filled with school stories. Tom listened with half an ear, keeping his attention on Dumbledore and Moody. The headmaster was studying Tom carefully, and though Moody's gaze wandered, his magical eye was fixed on Tom. It was rather unnerving, but Tom's nerves were made of stern stuff, and he didn't show the tension he felt. Still, his mind started to wander and the room to shimmer, so he surreptitiously popped yet another pill. After about 10 minutes, the fire in the staff room flashed green, and an emaciated man in fine clothes stepped out of the fire. Tom stood, recognizing Sirius Black from his file. Harry moved behind his father, his hand going under his robes where the boy's shoulder holster would be. Tom carefully moved his son's hand, noting that Moody had caught the gesture. Mr. Black, I presume? Tom said, not extending his hand this time. Yeah, that's me, the man agreed, standing up and looking around with nervous eyes. Headmaster. Moody. Who's this other bloke? Is that Harry? That would be Mr. McAllister, Harry's adoptive father, the headmaster said, standing to put a steadying hand on the shoulder of the swaying Black. The man did not look well. His eyes reminded Tom of a young recruits after their first mission turned into a mess and innocents and mates died. Harry, Black breathed, coming over quickly. He bent down to Harry's level, ignoring Tom. You look just like James. And your eyes. They're your mother's eyes. My mum has blue eyes, Harry said reflexively, then flushed and looked down. I mean, you know, my adoptive mum. A look of pain came over Black, but the man forced a smile. Well, at least you look healthy. I heard you're on the Quidditch team? Harry plays for Gryffindor, Tom said. I haven't been able to make it to a match yet. The pain was replaced by anger. You can't even be bothered to come to your own son's Quidditch matches? But you come to keep me away from my godson? What I'd bloody like to know is how he even managed to get past the anti-muggle wards in the first place, Moody growled. Tom affected an air of innocence and ignored the question, though he could feel the eyes of Dumbledore and Moody on him. Black looked startled. You're a muggle. Then how did you even get here? I walked, Tom said, repeating what he had mentioned earlier. He didn't mention that he'd flown in a heli to just outside the wards. The lodestone hardening on the sensitive electronics still was in the testing phase and not worth the risk, even if it was working for Pruitt's torch and other gear. Oh. Black rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. I guess maybe this is a bit more important than Quidditch. Nothing's more important than Quidditch, Harry said. He winked at his dad to show it was a joke. At least that's what Ron says. A loud, barking laughter filled the room, and Tom was surprised that the sickly-looking Black could make such a hearty sound. Sounds like James and me back in school. Well, why don't we head off to Hogsmeade, Ever been to Honeydukes? No, is it all right if we go, Dad? Harry looked to Tom for guidance, and Tom saw Black look resentful again. The man was going to be a problem. Yes, I'd rather like to see a magical village. It's the only one in Britain, isn't it? The four men walked through the halls, Harry sticking close to his dad and talking animatedly with him. He was polite to Black, answering his questions and making a few polite inquiries about the man's health, but he was far more focused on his father, who he hadn't seen since the Christmas holidays. Black grew more sullen as they left the grounds, seeming to resent the attention Harry was giving his father over him. Tom tried to strike up a conversation with the man, but it was soon clear that aside from a mutual interest in Harry's welfare, the two men shared very little. Moody was silent, his odd eye roaming around ceaselessly, adding to the awkwardness of the situation. When they arrived in Hogsmeade, Black seemed to perk up a bit. James and I spent hours here with our friends, especially at Sprintwish's. There's an old friend of mine and your father's waiting at the Three Broomsticks though, so we'll head there first. Black paused and glared at Tom. If that's all right with you, that is. Fine by me, Tom agreed. He felt slightly ill, probably an after-effect of the lodestone pill, but he was determined to soldier on. Inside the quiet pub, Black led them to a table in the far corner where a slightly disheveled man with a scarred face was waiting at an empty table. He stood as soon as he saw them, smiling widely. Sirius, you're looking well today. And Alistair, I'm surprised you're here. This must be Harry though. I'm Remus Lupin, I was another friend of your father's. And you are? Tom McAllister, Harry's father, Tom said, holding out a hand. Lupin took it, a warm expression on his face to contrast with the dark one on Black's. We're ever so grateful to you and your family, Mr. McAllister. Taking in Harry and giving him a loving home, it's everything that Lily and James would have wanted for their son. Thank you, Tom said, at the same time as Black muttered something that sounded less than polite. What was that, Mr. Black? Before Black could say anything, Lupin called loudly for drinks. Have you had butterbeer before? He asked Harry and Tom. No, but I think I need something a tad stronger. Tom was rather certain a bit of alcohol would help fortify his nerves, though not enough to impair his judgment. That sounds fine for Harry though. I'll have a fire whiskey as well, Black declared, glaring at Tom. Tom bared his teeth in return. Lupin was soon regaling them all with stories from his time with Harry's birth parents, which the boy was listening to in fascination. Black was sulking slightly, though after a while he managed to contribute something to the tales as well. Tom nursed the whiskey, enjoying the pleasant burn. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he could tell that this was quality stuff. Harry seemed to be enjoying the butterbeer as well, though Black was on his third whiskey at this point. Moody was drinking from a hip flask, Tom noted. The man was obviously paranoid, but then again, so was Tom if you got right down to it. So then Lily started beating James over the head with poor thing, screaming about how he'd ruined her project. Lupin laughed. Black grinned and continued, poor James couldn't understand it of course. They'd been told to transfigure the S into newts and he'd done that for her. Then the newt just burst, getting its guts all over both of them. Ew, Harry said, laughing along with the two other men. And that's just when old Minnie showed up, Lupin continued. Lily burst into tears and James quickly confessed that he deliberately exploded Lily's newt after she'd transfigured it. He got a detention of course, but Lily got full marks. And that's how your father got his first date with your mother, Black finished. Harry stopped laughing and looked awkward, glancing over at Tom, who gave him an understanding nod. It's all right, son, they were your parents too. They're his only parents, Black snarled, half standing and knocking over his half-empty glass of whiskey. Sirius, Lupin said in a warning tone. No, Black continued to glare at Tom, who sat with a stony expression on his face. This man isn't James. He's not Harry's real father, he's a fake, and pretending like. Harry was standing how, his own face flushed. You leave my dad alone. He's not your dad, Black bellowed, turning to Harry and slamming a fist down on the table that sent all the drinks flying. Moody was on his feet in an instant, his wand out and pointed at Black. Sirius, calm down. Now, or I'll have to take you into custody for disorderly conduct. What are you going to do? Throw me in prison? Black was laughing again, though this laughter had a manic edge to it. Oh wait, that's right, you already did, you old fraud. You and all the rest of my old buddies locked me up and threw away the key without even a farce of a trail. Sirius, that's enough. You've had too much to drink. Lupin's tone was firm, and he had a tight grip on Black's collar. He turned to Tom and Harry. I apologize, he's not well. Azkaban was hard on him. I assure you he's normally a much more genial sort. He'll regret what he said when he's sober. And you? Black turned on Lupin now, his voice going pitiful and ragged. Why didn't you visit? Why didn't you even ask? Remus, you were my friend. Why did you leave me? Not here, not in public. Sirius, Lupin said gently. We've talked about it. We were both guilt-ridden and wrong. Say goodbye to Harry, the visit's over. Black slumped over, nodding reluctantly. I'll see you again, right Harry? Please? You are my magical ward, you know. Perhaps later, when you're well, Tom said forcefully, taking hold of Harry and leading him away. Good day, Mr. Lupin. Black. Moody stayed behind with the other two, and Tom and Harry quickly made their way back towards the castle. They walked in silence until the village was behind them, Harry shuffling his feet and kicking small rocks. Tom didn't admonish him for not picking his feet up as he normally would. He felt like kicking a few rocks himself. That whole thing had been a disaster, though at least it didn't look like Black would make a grab for Harry's guardianship yet. How do you manage to come here? Harry asked once they were well away. I thought the castle kept out norms or something. Tom smiled and held up the pill bottle, shaking it slightly. Father Christmas' little helpers cooked up a little something to solve that problem. They're called lodestone pills. Act as magical dampeners. Wicked. They walked in silence a bit further, then Harry stopped, scuffing his feet on the ground. Dad, about my birth parents, James and Lily. Tom knelt down so he was at eye level with his son and put a hand on his shoulder. When Harry looked up, his eyes were wet, though he was manfully trying to contain his emotions. Son, they were your parents. They died for you. They loved you just as much as your mother and I do. There is no shame or rejection of us if you love them in return. I'd be rather disappointed in you if you didn't. Harry sniffed and wiped at his eyes. Thanks, Dad. You'll always be my real dad, as far as I'm concerned. Tom pulled Harry into a hug. And you'll always be my son. Come what may, we'll be family. Well, that could have gone better. Sirius didn't respond, laying on the floor of the shrieking shack and staring at the cobweb-ridden ceiling. At least Tom was civil to you, despite your little outburst. Remus was sitting on the old dusty bed, ignoring the mess it was making of his clothes. I don't like him, Sirius growled. It can't be good for Harry to live with muggles. It's not safe. You mean you want a replacement for James in your life, and he's the most likely candidate. That hit too close to the truth for Sirius' liking, so he said nothing and closed his eyes. The bed squeaked, and Remus sat down next to him with a sigh. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I was wrong to abandon you. We were both hurting, but that was no excuse. I thought you were the spy in truth. You thought I blamed you for James and Lily's deaths. It was bad business all around. They should have let me kill Peter, Black growled, sitting up and taking out his wand. He absently fingered it, imagining torturing his former friend as he had been tortured all these long years. No, Peter got what he deserved. He's locked away, and the Dementors will drive him mad with guilt before long. He'll never hurt anyone again. I still think Harry should come stay with me. Black tried not to sound plaintive and pathetic, but it came out as a whine anyway. Sirius, you're still not well. Harry has a loving home. Visits should be fine, if you can be civil, but you can't expect to take Harry away from the only family he knows and thank you for it. I'm his godfather. I'm his real family. Remus put a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Not to him. To him, you're a rather frightening figure who's come out of nowhere and threatens the balance of his life. Give it time. Heal, and then go into Harry's life as the fun uncle he's always wanted. Sirius grunted, but he couldn't shake his desire to have James all to himself again. Harry. He meant Harry. That's what James would have wanted, right? For his best friend to care for his son. Not some strange muggle. The office looked as though it belonged in a Lisa Frank promotional advert. It was filled with smiling kittens, pink frills, lacy doilies and animated motivational posters that were so saccharine that one had to wonder if anyone would have taken them seriously. At the desk sat a woman in an outfit that matched the room, with a charming smile, dimpled cheeks and lines that could have been laugh or smile lines. Her eyes, however, were cold blue chunks of ice that held no sweetness or remorse. Lucius Malfoy looked decidedly out of place in the office, with his severe robes, silver-headed cane, and austere demeanor. His mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke. "It's true, Dolores." Draco saw the muggle with Black and Harry. He was inside of the castle and the grounds. "That's impossible, though." Dolores' normally sweetly smiling mouth was twisted into a snarl of disgust and rage. "Muggles? In Hogwarts? They have the best defenses, the very best, against this sort of thing. Indeed, it is a most perplexing and vexing development. The children are in danger. Our world is in danger. If those filthy things are visiting our most hallowed sites and polluting them with their presence, nowhere is safe." Umbridge was actually shaking with rage now, her face distorted with anger. Lucius did his best not to curl his lip even further in disgust at her antics. The woman claimed to be a pureblood, but he had it on good authority that her mother was a muggle and her brother a squib. She was, however, ruthless and politically powerful, and thus he had to court her. She would be most useful if used correctly. Indeed. This is why the minister must take a harder line. We cannot allow the milk-sop legislation Dumbledore is trying to push through to pass. Taking away the funds of traditional blood purists will only weaken our cause. And the excuse is simply that some of those investigated have a so-called connection with the Dark Lord. Yes, quite. Umbridge managed to get herself back under control, but her face was still flushed. Persecuting wizards of good stock when we have a much greater threat present will do no one any good. Lucius leaned back and smiled. "You know, Dolores, if I didn't know you did not seek power, I would say you make a far better minister than Fudge ever has. You are far more decisive and know who your friends are." With that seed planted, Lucius stood and exited the room, leaving behind putrid sweetness. "Ha!" Harry kicked out at Ron's legs, and the other boy leapt back, his wand slashing forward as he shouted, "Ricta Sempra." Diving away, Harry fired off a tickling charm of his own, but closed in at the same time, trying to come to grips with Ron. If he could get to grips with the other boy, the fight was his. He was far better at hand-to-hand. Ron in turn fired off a dancing jinx, which struck Harry in his left leg. He began to dance helplessly as Ron leveled his wand for another spell. With a dive forward, Harry rolled and came up, allowing his dancing legs to pound at Ron's face. Ron fell backwards, but before Harry could close again, he rolled away again. Furnunculus. Harry dived out of the way of the hex and onto Ron, pinning him and managing to get his wand away. "Winner, Harry." Tonks stepped forward, preventing further combat and raising her wand to indicate the winner. Harry rolled over to allow Ron up. The other boy retrieved his wand and cancelled his dancing jinx, then shook hands with Harry. "Almost got me that time," Harry panted. Ron grinned. "I'll get you yet, Harry, next time for sure." Next up was the determined-looking pair of Hannah and Daphne. Both girls had something to prove. Hannah that she wasn't a pushover, and Daphne that she was powerful enough to be worth being friends with. The match was similar to Harry and Ron's. Hannah was better in physical combat, Daphne better at slinging spells. Impedimenta. Hannah opened up with the slow-down jinx, which Daphne dodged and cast her own impedimenta, which went wide. Unfazed, Daphne cried, "Locomotor Wibbly," as she backpedaled to keep away from the scrappy Hufflepuff. Jumping into the air over the spell, Hannah pointed her wand back and shrieked, "Ventus," sending herself flying at Daphne. Her foot connected with the top Daphne's head, and then Hannah grabbed onto the taller girl, trying to put her in a submission hold. Desperately, Daphne jabbed her wand at Hannah, crying, "Evomat Erum." Hannah vomited slugs all over Daphne, then punched her in the face, before vomiting again. Daphne tried to wrestle Hannah off of her, but got another spray of slugs all over her hands and arms, making them too slippery to be of much use. With another slug spray, Hannah flopped over, too weakened by the jinx to continue the fight. Winner, Daphne. Good try though Hannah, 20 points to Hufflepuff, and 1 to Slytherin Daphne. Daphne quickly performed the counter jinx, then helped the smaller girl onto her feet. Are you alright, Hannah? URG. Hannah just groaned, her tights a mess of slime and slugs, as were Daphne's. Ignoring the mess, Daphne put her arm around Hannah and got her to a chair, giving her one of the restorative potions that the first years had brewed earlier in the week with Snape. Once Hannah wasn't looking quite so green, Daphne started vanishing the slugs off of both of them. Hermione and Padma came over to assist, while Tonks clapped her hands. Right, I think that's enough of you lot beating each other senseless for the day. Let's get the place squared away for the halls. All the students pitched in without complaint, even Hannah, who was mostly over the slugs. That was a really impressive use of Ventus, Hannah, Daphne said, smiling at the other girl as they rolled up the sparring mats. I thought it was all over when you jumped across the room like that. I guess I didn't hit you hard enough though, that was a really nasty jinx. Where did you learn it? The others were all complimenting their sparring partners in turn, glancing up at the leaderboard that Percy had charmed for them. Harry was far and away in the lead, with only 2 losses to 15 wins. Both his losses had been to Neville, who was so much larger than Harry that even when Harry got to grips with him, victory was not assured. Neville's new wand was performing brilliantly as well, allowing him to keep up with the best of the other spellslingers. He was in second place 12-5, followed by Ron and Blaise, who were tied at the 1st of June 10. Their last matches against Hermione and Padma respectively had ended in draws. To the consternation of the witches, only Hermione was in the top 5, with a 9-7-1 record. It was still impressive that she'd managed to hit Ron with a flipendo at the same moment he'd hit her with a Kader, putting both of them out of bounds. Instead of breaking up and heading to their common rooms, the whole defense club made their way out onto the darkening grounds to enjoy the fresh air. It was still brisk. The April nights in Scotland could dip down below freezing at times. Still, with the sun barely set, the night was pleasant enough, and they all flopped on the lawn, gazing out over the lake. Even in firsties. I see you lot, Avenue been hard at work again, yeah? Got all them funny muggle clothes and whatnot. Hey Hagrid, Harry said, waving at the giant and his enormous boarhound Fang as they made their way over. Anyone care for some tea? Hagrid asked, hoisting an enormous steaming pitcher and a bag of cups. There was a clamor of agreement, and Hagrid poured out 16 cups for the students, taking his own tea straight out of the pitcher. The tea was rich with milk and honey, and perfect for the chill evening. Thanks Hagrid, Neville said, which was echoed by a chorus of voices. Hagrid grinned and nodded, his eyes sparkling behind his thick beard. Good to see you lot all working together and whatnot. Always thought it was a shame, students hating one another just 'cause they was from different houses. A lot of the professors feel the same way, ya know. Even Professor Snape is pleased to see his little snakes having a lark with the other houses. Though he don't show it, o' course. Daphne blushed to be singled out like that, but Blaise stood a little taller. I think everyone should realize that being in Slytherin doesn't make you evil. Just like being in Gryffindor doesn't make you crazy, or Ravenclaw make you a know-it-all, or Hufflepuff make you boring. There's a lot more to everyone than just the house. If other people are too thick to see that, their loss. Well said Blaise, well said. Hagrid settled down on a boulder not far from the students, petting Fang and sipping from his pitcher. I'll miss the defense club over the holidays, Anthony said. My parents are both bankers. Neither of them have any interest in any fighting. Even if my dad does work for Gringotts. You'd think those goblins would rub off on them. Who's your mum work for? Daphne asked. Barclays. She's a Norm, but knew my dad when they were growing up. While previously Daphne might have sneered or even made a nasty comment, she just nodded and even smiled at Anthony. My dad at least will help me practice defense stuff, but I'll miss having all of you around. The Greengrass Manor is out in the Highlands and there isn't any other magical families around. You best watch out, Daphne, Lena said. Your parents wouldn't be too keen to know you're friends with some of us. I know your mum detests my family since your cousin Thomas married my Aunt Henrietta, what with her being a squib and all. Have you told your parents you're in the defense club? Susan asked Daphne. Daphne flushed and looked down, muttering something. Don't feel bad, Daphne, Harry said, smiling at the blonde girl. We've all got secrets we've got to keep. You just remember. Even if some people would say blood matters, you've got real friends who don't care about anything other than who you are. Thanks, Daphne said, blushing as she glanced up at Harry. She looked over at Hermione. If they do get angry at me, I just have to remember that the best witch I know is a Muggleborn, and if that doesn't prove that half of the pure blood stuff is rubbish, I don't know what will. Too bloody right, Hagrid rumbled from behind, causing most of the students to glance back at him. He flushed and looked away. I mean, nice weather, ain't it? Eventually the night grew too cold and late even for the high-spirited students, and everyone trudged back to their common rooms in groups. Harry noticed that Hagrid didn't move from his spot until he was certain everyone was safe inside the castle. The big keeper of the keys seemed to always be about whenever Harry went outside, either puttering around his cottage during the morning runs or walking Fang whenever flying class was in session. I think Hagrid's looking out for us, Harry remarked as they climbed up the stairs towards the tower. Lavender rolled her eyes. Took you this long to figure it out, Harry? The man's practically been hovering over you and Neville since Christmas. To be fair, Lav, I think he's been keeping a sharp eye on all the students since Christmas, Parvati said. I mean, whenever I go out on the grounds I see him doing something, or Fang will follow me if I get out of sight of him. I think it really bothered him when Dean and Seamus. Well, he's very kind-hearted. Hagrid's a good bloke. Bill and Charlie always told me if I was ever feeling really down he was a good adult to talk to, Ron commented. Though they did mention not to eat the rock cakes he makes. Tapping her chin, Hermione pondered aloud, I wonder if he's spying on us for the headmaster. Lavender and Parvati looked aghast at the comment, but the three boys took it seriously. You know, you might be right. I think Dumbledore got Hagrid his job, Neville said. He's very loyal to Dumbledore. Gran said he was terrifying in the last war when he got angry. But why would the headmaster want to spy on us? Parvati demanded. Ron shrugged. Lots of reasons. He might think we're up to something. He just wants to keep all of us safe, Lavender said, rolling her eyes. Honestly, what's up with the conspiracy theory? It just makes you sound like a nutter. Better paranoid than dead. Harry gave his confidants meaningful looks, which just confused Lavender and Parvati further. Back in the tower, everyone headed off to their respective dorms, tired and ready for bed. After a long hot shower, Harry lay down and tried to rid himself of all emotions as Snape had been instructing for the last few months. It was very difficult, forcing thoughts out of his head, but the exercise put him to sleep quickly enough. In the morning it was down to the train station in Muggle clothes. Harry was looking forward to seeing his family again, even after the surprise visit from his dad a few weeks back. He sat in a double compartment with the Gryffindor Quidditch team and Ron again, though Hermione and Neville went off with Blaise, Hannah, and Daphne. Make sure to use your coins if you need help, Harry urged Neville. Neville just showed his teeth. Oh, I hope Draco and his lot try something, it might be fun. So Hermione, what sort of things do you do with your parents anyway? Daphne asked, taking out a brush and stroking her long hair. Unlike most of the others she had on wizarding robes, her family being rather against Muggle dress. They're taking me to the orchestra over the holidays. We're going to see Handel's Messiah. I've not had much interest in religion previously, but after discovering magic is real it makes one wonder. At the very least, it's supposed to be a masterpiece. Do wizards have very many musical pieces or performances? Well, there's Celestina Warbeck. She's a fairly famous witch, and my parents have taken me to see her in concert. She was okay. I prefer the Weird Sisters personally, but my dad can't stand them. My gran loves Warbeck. Aside from her there's only a few magical singers or musicians around that she likes. Don't tell anyone, but she actually loves to listen to Elvis Presley. He was big when she was younger. Neville shrugged when Daphne looked at him blankly. He's a Muggle rock star. Muggle music is pretty good, Hannah commented. The Beatles are my favorite. I like Led Zeppelin and Slayer. Everyone turned to gape at Blaise, who gave them a wicked grin. My second stepfather listened to a lot of heavy metal. My mum got a lot of his albums in the divorce. Muggle music really is one of the better things they've produced. You know, Zabini, I was wondering if humiliating you was really justified. But hearing you spout off like that about Muggle garbage? Malfoy was right. You really need to be taken down a few pegs. Blaze paled as Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, stepped into the compartment, followed by Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy. All four had their wands out, pointed at the 5 Defense Club members. "You're going to pay," Malfoy said. Or rather, he got out the, "you're," and then Hannah's foot shot out and slammed into his crotch, so the rest of it came out 2 octaves higher and ended in a shriek. Then it was pandemonium in the compartment. Blaze and Neville leapt onto Flint, who got off 1 stinging hex before he had to drop his wand and physically beat the 2 first years off. He was 17, and though he hadn't been practicing martial arts for the past 4 months, he was twice as large and heavily muscled, and managed to pin the 2 boys down. Hermione took the opportunity to try a flipendo on Flint, but he was too large for her hex to do more than take the wind out of him. Gasping, Flint punched Hermione in the nose, rattling her head against the glass and causing it to gush blood. Crabbe and Goyle made the mistake of trying to muscle in on Hannah, ignoring Daphne. She promptly had both of them spewing slugs on the floor, though Malfoy managed to hit Daphne with a weak furunculus. When she turned her wand on him, Flint slammed the back of his hand upside Daphne's head, knocking her out. With a shriek of rage, Hannah pointed her wand. Opium! 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 Painful stinks sprouted on Flint's arm and face, but he jerked Hannah's wand out of her hand and hit her with several painful singing hexes of his own. "Get in here, you lot. These firsties need to be taught a lesson." The rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team piled in. Hermione and Neville put up a fight, Neville biting Flint on the hand when he tried to hit him again, and Hermione with several tickling charms. Though with the blood filling her nose and mouth, it was incredible she managed to even get anyone to laugh. "What do we do, Marcus?" one of the Slytherin beaters asked, jabbing Blaze with his wand and spreading warts all over the younger boy. "Teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. Nothing permanent, this is all just for fun," Flint snarled. "But give special attention to the 2 traitors. Consorting with blood traitors and mudbloods is bad enough. But actually giving your loyalty to enemies of our house? That's over the line." "What are you doing?" the female keeper demanded of Hermione. She was rubbing a coin furiously in her hands, ignoring the dribbles of blood on it. She snatched the coin away. "Oi, this is just a canute, what is?" The door to the compartment blew open, shards of wood flying everywhere, catching friend and foe alike and causing minor gashes and even a few deep puncture wounds. Howls of pain rage filled the corridor, and then the rest of the Defense Club along with the Gryffindor Quidditch team unleashed a barrage of spells, followed by Harry and Oliver tackling 2 Slytherins to wail on them with fists. Marcus was the first of the snakes to respond. Despite a shallow gash on his scalp that was bleeding freely, Flint managed to hex Katie and Alicia with jelly legs, taking them out of the fight. "To arms! Slytherins to arms!" Flint bellowed as he bodily threw Neville at a charging Fred. "Your house demands your service." Compartments burst open as more than Slytherins burst into the corridors, wands at the ready. The trolley witch hid behind her cart as every student on the train seemed to start fighting at once. Ravenclaws battled Hufflepuffs over old grudges while Gryffindors tussled with Slytherins out of a matter of honor. Even the prefects soon gave over trying to establish order when Percy saw one of his brothers bleeding from a shard of wood and began hexing every Slytherin he could find, including one of his fellow prefects. Penelope Clearwater came to Percy's aid, crying out, "Badgers with the lions! They're attacking our firsties," having seen Hannah's horrific boil-covered face as she head-butted the Slytherin Seeker in the chest. Seeing the Badgers take up the cause of the lions, the Eagles flew to the Serpent's aid, the humiliating results of their last Quidditch game where the Puffs had crushed the Claws fresh in their minds, along with the long rivalry between the self-proclaimed smartest and the self-proclaimed hardest-working houses fueled into rage due to the blatant favoritism of the new Dada professor. The nexus of the maelstrom centered around the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams, along with the Defense Club. Harry was on Flint now, grabbing the big boy's hand when he punched at Harry and swiftly snapping the elbow joint, one of the easiest joints in the body to cause great pain too. Padma and Parvati were back-to-back, hexes and jinxes flying in all directions as they were assaulted by students from every house. They went down under a barrage of spells from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams, which then turned on one another, casting aside wands to beat with beater sticks and brooms. Flint howled in rage and slammed his fist down, trying to hit Harry in the head, He found Angelina Johnson there to block it with her own arm. Then she shoved her wand in Flint's face and roared, "Janua transibit." Flint's legs folded up underneath him as his flesh was forcibly bound together, and he flopped to the floor where Harry kicked him in the head to stun him. Then Crabbe and Goyle hurled themselves at Angelina, their combined weight dragging her down while they pounded her head as she tried to curl up and cover her vitals. Malfoy's cutting curse slashed into Harry's forearms, and he was forced back from the pain of the blow. He tried to roll away, but another cutting curse bit into his shoulder, causing his wand arm to go limp and numb. For a moment, Harry considered drawing his gun. He was legitimately in fear of his life, and the lives of his friends were clearly in danger as well. Hermione was now unconscious and bleeding. Ron was curled up into a ball coughing up yellow pus after a rather dark curse had hit him. Instead, he pointed his wand at Malfoy. Flipendo. Malfoy was knocked back a pace, and before he could recover Harry charged and kicked at Draco's right knee with all his might. There was a snapping sound, and Draco collapsed. Suddenly, a white gas filled the corridor, and the students began coughing and choking. "Sleeping fog," someone cried, and the students all tried not to breathe. The fog soon overpowered them though, and the train was filled with still bodies breathing shallowly. Many of them sported minor or even serious wounds, and the train ground to a halt as the fog faded and vanished. "Father, it was all McAllister's fault. We were just checking on two of our housemates who were sitting with some of his cronies, when he and the Gryffindor Quidditch team blew up the door and started cursing all of us." Harry's face flushed, though it was still pale from blood loss. "That's a lie and you know it. You were all beating on my mates, including Blaise and Daphne. Hermione summoned me with the special coin Percy had made to let us know they were in danger, and I brought everyone with me because I knew they were hurt." The two boys started shouting at one another, their respective fathers glaring at the other menacingly, their grips on their sons tight, with their other hands on weapons. Tom's was under his jacket, Lucius on his cane. Both looked ready to kill. "Enough." The headmaster was furious, his voice filling the entire station and silencing even the whimpers of pain from the more severely wounded students. Dumbledore glared around at the Defense Club and the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams. It is clear that however this started, it escalated quickly into an out-and-out brawl. Almost every student was injured, some of them quite severely, including Harry and Draco. There will be a full investigation and a reckoning for this. Hogwarts is a place of learning, and just because the holidays had started does not give you license to turn her or her train into a battlefield. There are few, if any, innocent parties in this matter. Your heads of houses will investigate and report to me directly. I shall then mete out punishment as I see fit. I am terribly disappointed in you all. Now let us part our ways that time may heal our wounds. Madam Wainscot will tend to those lightly injured, Professors Flitwick and Sinestra will take the more severely wounded to St. Mungo's. Before he left, Dumbledore regarded Harry and Neville with a look of clear hurt and disappointment. Harry resisted the urge to glare back defiantly, remembering what Snape had told him, and dropped his gaze as if in remorse. He didn't look up until his father had walked him away from the bustle. The Weasleys, Grangers and Longbottoms joined the McAllisters as they stepped out of the portal. There was an uneasy feeling throughout the station. Passengers heading for trains were either hurrying through or finding another way to get where they were going. Grim men and women were standing with instrument cases and suitcases half opened and ready. Several officers had arrived, actually carrying firearms. Making a snap decision, Tom turned to the Weasleys and Madame Longbottom. "Make a decision fast. If the safety of your children is more important to you, come with me and mine and know that you'll be safe, no matter what happens in the coming days and weeks. If however being a wizard and keeping the magical world as it has been for 1,000 years is more important, leave now, and no hard feelings." "What are you?" Arthur began, but Molly was at his side, putting her hand on his arm. "Arthur, look around. These don't seem like normal muggles to me, and just look at our sons. They're all hurt, and badly. It's like the war again. And my brothers. I can't go through that again. Not with my babies. We should go with him." Arthur scanned the crowd, his hand falling onto his wand. Something was definitely up. He didn't look it, but the pot-bellied, balding man with the spectacles and friendly smile had killed in his time, and nearly been killed. He could recognize fellow warriors when he thought to look for them, and the way the supposed passers-by were holding themselves at the moment sent every old instinct of his railing that he was in immediate danger, as was his family. Molly, being naturally more suspicious of everyone and anything, had already picked up on it. "Go with Harry, Dad," Ron rasped, his lower face still stained as yellow bile dripped from his lips. "It's important." That sealed it for Arthur. His youngest had already almost died once. That was enough. "Right, where do we go, Tom?" Madame Longbottom stepped forward without a word, her own wand out. "I don't know what's going on, but I already lost a son and a daughter. I'm not losing Neville, and he was nearly killed back there. What are you proposing, sir?" "To take you all to a place of safety, and make sure your kids get the treatment they need away from the lot that just nearly murdered them." "That is agreeable," Augusta said, dropping her wand arm. Tom nodded. "Right. French, Baker, Meadows, get their wands." 2 men and a woman stepped forward from the crowd. 2 violin cases and a suitcase were on the ground behind them, guns in hand but concealed from casual glances by handkerchiefs or a purse. "You'll get them back if we know you're all right. Ron and Neville can keep theirs. The rest of you pass them over and quick." Augusta Longbottom glared at Tom, but gave her wand over anyway, seeing that she was clearly outmatched. Once Molly gave her wand to Ms. Meadows, the rest of the Weasleys complied as well. "Right, this way." Tom led the way to 2 waiting black vans, which everyone was loaded into. They drove away from the station, but after only a few minutes they stopped in an underpass, and everyone was escorted into one of 2 identical double-decker buses. "But our things," Molly began, but she stopped when Ron put a shaking hand on her arm. "It's okay, Mum. Harry's dad's got a plan." This time they drove through the twisting streets of London for quite a while, before arriving at an ordinary set of office buildings in the northern outskirts. Everyone piled out once they pulled into a parking garage, where uniformed officers were waiting. "We think you're in the clear, sir," a man with a captain's uniform said. "But don't dawdle. We think we're ready for you, though the Iron Lady isn't happy with the sudden change to the plan." Tom looked grim as he examined the various wounds the youths all bore. "Neither am I. Is Dr. Pottle here?" "He's teams in the medical unit prepped for immediate aid, sir." "Right. Let's get the children there right away." Tom led the way into the office buildings, where behind closed doors a full trauma unit was prepared. All the students were taken into the care of the doctors and nurses. "Is Muggle medicine really going to be able to help?" Molly asked, slightly panicked. "We should have just gone to St. Mungo's Inn." "We believe St. Mungo's to be compromised," a familiar voice said. "Hello, cousins." "Charles?" Molly gasped, spinning to see her second cousin standing there in an SAS uniform. "But, the boys said you quit the Muggle world and were working at Hogwarts." "I am working at Hogwarts," Sergeant Pruitt agreed. "Or I was. Things may change. Come on. I was called in to brief you. Hopefully, if you won't trust the Major, you will me." The 3 adults Maggies were led into a large conference room. At the head of the table sat an elegant-looking older lady with light brown hair. "Lady Thatcher," Tom said, bowing slightly. Pruitt did the same, both overdoing the courtesy to drive home the status of the director. Augusta Longbottom inclined her head as she was introduced. Arthur jerked an awkward bow, and Molly flushed and just nodded, her eyes flashing towards where her children had been. The Grangers inclined their heads, their faces pale and drawn by the stress of seeing their daughter so injured by magic. "Please be seated," the Iron Lady said, indicating chairs. "We'll start with a group interview. If everything goes well, I expect you'll be getting your wands back shortly. If not, well, neither you nor your children are in any immediate danger. I hear the Falklands are lovely this time of year." Everyone sat, several soldiers taking up guard posts just outside the closed door. "Sergeant, I shall allow you to give your briefing first, as you need to return to your duties as soon as possible to avoid suspicion." "Thank you, ma'am. As I am sure you are all aware of by now, there is something very wrong at the heart of magical Britain. There are still good witches and wizards, and I think I can count my cousins and Madame Longbottom among the number. However, those who oppose the sickness seem to be increasingly outnumbered. No, I'm not talking about one Dark Lord, or even an incompetent minister for magic, though God only knows we have those. I'm talking about the blatant racism and classism revolving around the blood purity ideology." Arthur nodded his agreement, Molly looked slightly perplexed at what her cousin was going on about still, and Madame Longbottom pressed lips together, her eyes calculating. Hogwarts is just the latest focal point for the blood purist attacks. 10 years ago it was the Death Eaters and Darth Stupidus. Who? Augusta Longbottom interrupted, looking taken aback. Pruitt chucked. Sorry ma'am, it's something the kids have come up with. We've been informed that it's magically speaking unwise to say the name, and you know who is just so cumbersome. Darth Stupidus has rather taken off in the regiment and with Maggie Works personnel. Arthur put a hand over his mouth to hide a grin, while Molly harumphed loudly. Get to the point. My boys are hurt, and Ginevra is scared witless. Rebecca will take good care of your daughter, never fear Molly, Tom assured her. Right, the sergeant continued. Well, the point is, the blood purists have been long actively targeting and killing Norms and Maggies with mundane heritage. The last war was so wrought with violence that Her Majesty's government has taken notice. With the return of Darth Stupidus on the horizon, the faction at the Ministry of Magic that is most vocal about blood purity has regained a great deal of strength, and blood supremacists at large have become far more vocal. This attack on the students associated most with the banishment of Darth Stupidus is only a peek at the terrible things lurking below the surface. I am quite certain that Dumbledore will crack down in school and that further severe incidents will not and cannot happen at Hogwarts or on the train. However, that does not mean that small acts will not still occur that can hurt the children. I can't be everywhere at school, and neither can Hagrid, though he's the headmaster's man through and through. Both do have the best interests of the children at heart. We just have very different ideas about what their best interests are. And what do you deem their best interests to be? Madame Longbottom demanded. To stop hiding their wondrous powers under the proverbial bushel and shine their light for all to see, Thatcher answered. All eyes turned to her. The statue of secrecy once existed to protect wizards from muggles and muggles from wizards. It is now no longer accomplishing that. It does not protect muggles but gives wizards carte blanche to act against them without real fear of reprisal. It does protect wizards, but not from unfair persecution but justice. Augusta stood up, her nostrils flaring. You would punish everyone for the acts of those maniacs? You are no better than the Death Eaters then. I may not have my wand, but a Longbottom does not go quietly into that good night. You mistake our meaning, Tom said. We want the magical world to come into the light. We want wizards to live and work alongside us. We want the law to apply equally to everyone, Maggie or Muggle. And we want to be able to protect your children so that they don't have to fight in the same damn war that claimed so many of their elders. Augusta sat back down, looking surprised. You don't hate or fear us? I don't really hate anyone but the bastard who murdered my son's birth parents, Tom said, and perhaps the bloody wallabies for taking away the rugby championship. I what? August could only blink at the tail end of Tom's statement. Think of it as our version of Quidditch, Tom said, giving Augusta a wink. But that's not entirely relevant. No, we don't hate wizards. My son is a wizard after all, and I love him more than life itself. I want a good future for him, one where he doesn't have to hide in the shadows or live in fear because he was adopted by people who don't have a wand. But how could you overthrow the ministry? Arthur demanded. How would you keep our children safe? Molly nodded her agreement on the last question. Originally we had no intention of overthrowing the ministry, Thatcher said. I'll let the sergeant catch you up on what our plans are and were. At first, we wanted to find some likely students at Hogwarts, convince them that they could make the world a better place by using their magic for the good of all, and have them generate political will and influence first that would result in a gradual policy change at the ministry, hopefully by having some of them become high officials in the ministry. At this point, that plan is considered non-viable. Instead, we want to get the children trained and keep them safe so that when the war resumes we can take swift, decisive action to take out the blood purists and topple the ministry. You may have heard that Major McAllister here was at Hogwarts about a month and a half ago. There were nodded, and the sergeant gave them a wicked grin. We've developed methods to either dampen magic or to fool it into thinking someone is magical. The pills could have long-term nasty effects due to some of their components, some of which are heavy metals or radioactive. What? Alice demanded, going white then glaring at her husband. Why didn't I know about this? Because it was more important that I be there for Harry, Tom said, putting a hand on his wife's shoulder. I was willing to take the risk for him. Someone had to test the pills and the special headgear. You'd risk death to help Harry? Molly asked. When Tom nodded, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I've never been terribly political myself. I didn't fight in the last war on the front lines. I helped by taking care of the wounded, managing supplies and providing food. But once my brothers died, I did take part in a few battles. That's not anything I ever want any of my children to experience. I'd do anything to help them. Even overthrow the statute of secrecy. Arthur was silent. He looked grim and contemplative, but he didn't disagree with his wife. Augusta rested her head in her hands, looking shaken. My nevy almost died last winter. He's all I have left. My husband was killed by Death Eaters for protecting Muggleborns. Frank and Alice were tortured into madness. My brother is a drunk who has far too many nightmares from what he witnessed. I don't believe that overthrowing the statute of secrecy is the right thing to do. But it is clear to me that Albus can't really protect Neville anymore, not if the Ministry is really so deeply in the pocket of the old Death Eaters, which based on what I've seen is likely to be the case. Lucius Malfoy is a top advisor to the Minister. And Umbridge may not be a Death Eater, but she's so adamant about blood purity she may as well be one. Please, Arthur, tell me I'm wrong about this. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat uncomfortably. No, Augusta. You're not. I've come under fire at work for my beliefs myself. Fudge feels like his power base is threatened, and he sees me as a representative of that. If you were in my position and his son had helped banish you-know-who, he'd play that for all the political capital he could. He sees me as a threat, as someone who is building friends and influence to challenge him. You've never mentioned that, Molly cried, and Arthur dear, we both know that you'd never even dream of becoming minister. You love your job too much. That's not what Fudge sees. I hate to speak ill of my superiors, but he's never been a very brave or confident man. His position now is even more tenuous that Dumbledore has started to apply more pressure to have measures taken that would reduce or eliminate he who must not be named's power. Many of those people who would be swept up in such action were donors to Fudge's campaign like Lucius Malfoy. He's quibbling and stalling, taking half measures like having those Death Eaters already in Azkaban's assets frozen, or playing up the show trial of Pettigrew. He's not actively hunting for Death Eaters or you-know-who. He's trying to cover the whole thing up in the hopes everyone will forget about it. Then it is as I feared. Augusta lowered her head. The Order is full of aging wizards and witches who are past their prime. I include myself and both of you in that number, Arthur and Molly. Dumbledore lacks the forces or political power to mount an effective campaign this time around. And we nearly lost last time. Which is why Her Majesty's Committee on Magical Affairs has been formed. We're here to curb all threats to British citizens, be they magical or mundane, Thatcher said. I'm the man on the ground at Hogwarts, Pruitt explained. I keep an active eye on the students while they're there and have the capacity to take direct action if they are threatened, as well as keeping everyone informed about what Dumbledore's plans are. We'd like to recruit him to our side, but he has a known bias that Muggles cannot be wholly trusted and have to be protected for their own good. Along with one other agent in place, I keep the children safe at school. But what could you do against a magical attack? Molly asked. Don't tell me you Muggles have come up with some wonder pill to make you totally immune to spells. I wouldn't believe it. That is because you are not nearly as stupid as some of your spawn are. The Weasleys and Augusta reached for wands they didn't have as they stood to face the man who had just stepped through the door. You, Augusta said, clenching her fists at her side. I knew this was all some plot to destroy us. They're all your puppets, still serving your precious Dark Lord after all these years. As much as I hate to disabuse you of your delusions, Snape said silkily, I am actually here to help. And to meet my employers for the first time. He nodded to Thatcher. Lady Thatcher. I trust the information I have provided has been of use to your organization. Indeed, Professor Snape, it has, Thatcher agreed. Professor Snape apparently sussed out young McAllister's plans early on, and has decided to throw his lot in with us. You can't be serious, Molly half shrieked. This man has tormented my boys for years. He's an uncouth, horrid. Snape's all right, Mum, Ron rasped, hobbling into the room along with the rest of the children, even Percy who had suffered greatly from spells and blows after diving to his siblings' aid. Parents and grands rushed to their children's side, hugging them and assuring them that it was going to be all right. It took several minutes for things to calm down, and it was only when Sergeant Pruitt called that he and Snape needed to go or blow their cover that order was restored. Suffice to say that I do not believe McAllister and his clique to be wholly incapable of effecting change, Snape said before he departed. They have managed to even include some of my own house in their schemes, though only little Weasley, Longbottom and Granger know the whole thing. Dark times may be ahead, but perhaps there is yet hope that some of us may survive this. With that he and Pruitt departed to continue their duties as spies. This is all coming on very fast, Molly said, stroking Ron's hair. He had flatly refused to sit in her lap, compromising by sitting between her and his father. But as I've said, I'll do anything to keep my family safe. If throwing in our lot with you is going to give them the best chance, I'll do it. I'm not sold on that yet, Arthur said. Perhaps you do have a plan, but Dumbledore has experience with taking down Dark Lords. You do not. I'm very interested in how Muggles do things, but I don't understand it or rely on it. You know who is a very powerful wizard? I've never seen any Muggle science or weapons that could hope to compare to him. Dad, you do know they've been to the moon, right? Fred asked. George nodded. Loads of times. Even have golems or something on Mars and flying around towards Jupiter and such. Arthur blinked. Really? Fred and George nodded together. Yes, we've done the maths. They can do it all right, and they've done it before. Though we do admit, we never really thought that Ickle Harrykins and his toy soldiers were really so serious about turning into dark wizard hunters. Do try and warn us next time, Hermione. We almost missed out on all the fun. That was hardly fun. Ron almost got himself killed, Percy snarled. Fred and George looked slightly abashed, though both of them had enormous bandages around their left eyes that made them look very piratical. Neville, do you really think we can trust the Muggles? Augusta asked. Neville nodded slowly. I think so. I also think maybe they have a better chance at fighting than we thought, Gran. Harry's shown us some really good fighting techniques, and if his guns and stuff are half as good as he claims they could be pretty dangerous. He swallowed and looked his grandmother in the eyes. And also, I think we owe it to everyone not to let what happened to my mum and dad happen to anyone else ever again. Augusta looked across the table at Arthur. Molly had already made her decision. Arthur looked at his family, at the wounds his son sported, then over at Tom. The man was an imposing figure, tall and well-muscled, with an aura of impending action about him. He looked back at Augusta and nodded, then turned to Thatcher. So what do you want us to do? Ron held on for dear life, absolutely certain he was going to throw up and die, and maybe not in that order. Violent winds surrounded him and the noise was deafening as the metal death trap clattered and spewed toxic fumes. This is amazing, his dad shouted in his ear. I've always dreamed of flying in an aeroplane. Ron beeped and hung his head. Harry was mad. His father was mad. The whole bloody world was mad, and he was on the side of the madman. Harry's voice came over the headset Ron was wearing. Actually, this is a helicopter. It's a rotary craft. It's not a fixed-wing aircraft, so it's not really an aeroplane. Harry, helicopters are still aeroplanes. They still fly on wings. The wings are just the rotors instead of fixed like in a jet, Hermione lectured. Who bloody cares? Ron muttered, then vomited into the bag he'd been provided. Before long the bloody monstrosity, whatever it was, landed at their destination. Welcome to Catterick Garrison, the pilot called as the noise from the thing finally died away. Ron just beeped and flopped off onto the ground. Why couldn't we take a broom? Why, that was wonderful, Ronald. I believe we may be the first wizards to ever ride on a helicopter. Simply astounding what these Muggles can do. I think we may have a fighting chance after all. Ron's father helped him to the ground, his bright smile highly irritating to his still ill son. Yeah, Ron, that was pretty brilliant. I can't believe you're beeping about this. Don't you like flying on a broomstick? How could this be much different? Ginny looked innocent when she asked the question, but Ron caught the mischievous gleam in her eye. Because a broomstick doesn't bloody well sway about like that or make that much noise or stink like a potions lab, Ron grumbled. He looked over at his mum, who looked faintly green as well. Percy was supporting her, looking annoyingly chipper. All right, recruits, assemble over here. one of the uniformed soldiers, Ron thought it was probably Baker, called. The Weasley family made their way over, along with the Grangers, Longbottoms and McAllisters. Neville looked slightly ill as well, though Harry and his sister looked hale as ever. Right. This way. The group followed the soldier to a square building where several more soldiers, these with a great deal of badges and ribbons on their chests, were waiting. Do we get our wands back now? Augusta demanded of Tom as she came in the door. Tom made a shushing motion. He'd changed into his own uniform, and Harry was wearing some sort of uniform as well, one with crossed wands as the unit badge. Attention! One of the guards shouted from the opposite doorway. All the soldiers snapped to attention, raising their hands in salute. Presenting Her Majesty Elizabeth Alexandra Mary, Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and of her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith. Ron immediately tried to stand up straight, glancing nervously at his mum, who had paled, then tried to curtsy as a woman Ron faintly recognized from Muggle Money stepped into the room, dressed in a splendid dress of red with a matching hat on her head. Ron made a hasty bow, not really certain what was expected of him. Was he a subject of the Muggle Queen? He wasn't really sure, but he did know that his mum would kill him if he made an ass out of himself. Rise, the Queen said, and Ron jerked his head up, flushing and shooting a quick glance at Hermione. She was as flushed as he was, and locked eyes with him for a moment. She mouthed, "Wow," to which Ron jerked a nod, then turned his attention back to the Queen. It has come to our attention that some of our magical subjects wish to renew their allegiance to the Crown. This is a momentous event, as since the creation of the Statute of Secrecy, the Crown has had little to no influence over our magical subjects. While originally this may have been for the best, recent events have led us to believe that the two worlds can no longer remain separate. Those who wish to serve Great Britain and all her people, you will have your wands restored to you. Ron unconsciously touched his own jeans, where his wand still rested in his pocket. He saw Neville doing the same, and gave him a curious look. Why had they been allowed to keep theirs when their families had not? Ronald Bilious Weasley, Neville Frank Longbottom, Harry James McAllister, Hermione Ann Granger, stepped forward. Swallowing, Ron stepped forward along with his friends. Kneel and present your wands, Harry's dad said softly. Ron dropped to one shaking knee and held out his wand. He glanced at Hermione to see how she was doing it, then quickly held it out in two hands instead of pointing it at the Queen and looked back down. He felt the Queen's hand briefly brush his wand handle. Repeat after me, Major McAllister said. I, your name, swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, and that I will, as in duty bound, honestly and faithfully defend Her Majesty, her heirs and successors, in person, crown and dignity against all enemies, and will observe and obey all orders of Her Majesty, her heirs and successors, and of the generals and officers set over me. Ron repeated the oath, not entirely certain what he was doing. When he finished, he gasped as he felt his magic react. A stream of golden sparks flew out of the four children's wands, enveloping them and the sovereign in a golden glow. Ron felt as though an enormous piece of twine bound itself over his wand arm to the hand of the Queen. He grunted as the sparks suddenly vanished. The sensation of being bound to the Queen faded, but remained a niggling sensation at the back of his mind. The unbreakable oath, Ron heard his dad say into the silence that followed. But the words. That was no spell. And forgive me, but I don't think Her Majesty is any sort of witch. There are older and deeper magics than we always remember, Arthur, Augusta declared, stepping forward. Magics that are a part of the land, and of blood. And of the crown and she who wears it. I didn't imagine something like this would happen, or I would have forbidden Neville to bind himself so to anyone. But what's done is done. Augusta looked the Queen straight in the eye, drawing herself up. Return my wand to me and I shall take the same oath, provided we get one in return. You cannot demand that Her Majesty, one of the officers with a great many ribbons on his uniform began, but he halted when the Queen raised a silencing hand. Let her speak her mind. It is long since those of the magical world considered themselves subjects of the Crown, and we would hear what Madame Longbottom has to say. Thank you, Your Majesty. I would have you swear that you and your servants would treat and govern those magical and mundane equally in the eyes of the law and treatment, that one would not be favored over the other nor one compelled to serve the other as beeps. Some of the officers bristled at such naked distrust of the Queen and her government, but Her Majesty only nodded. We swear to govern all our subjects, magical and mundane, with an equal hand. We shall extend the law and justice with mercy in equal measure to all our subjects, and shall never compel any to servitude without their own knowing consent, and for their service they shall receive a fair and just reward. Augusta nodded. Good enough for me. Where's my wand? In the end, all the Weasleys and Augusta also took the oath. Even Ginny, who Mum claimed was far too young to try to be a hero. She's a part of this war whether we want her to be or not, Dad had told her quietly. And she wants to take it. You know she's been talking about wanting to help Rebecca and the other Muggles for months now. And you know who and his followers are going to be after her. She's in it now, Molly Wobbles, whether we want it or not. Rebecca McAllister took an oath as well, though no golden sparks surrounded her when she did so. The Grangers declined military service themselves, though they did reaffirm their allegiance to Kingdom and its democratic values. We're actually Republicans, Mr. Granger confessed, blushing and looking very embarrassed. I didn't think it was right to forbid Hermione to swear an oath. She's capable of making her own choices, but you see. That's quite all right. The Queen had actually smiled and winked at Mr. Granger. I quite understand. I respect the right of all the citizens of the United Kingdom to their own personal beliefs and freedoms. And then the Queen was gone, along with most of the more pompous soldiers, leaving behind Harry's dad, who was rather flustered looking. He had a new four-pointed star on his uniform, though Ron wasn't quite certain what that meant. Right, we have to make a decision. Do the kids go back to Hogwarts? Personally, I have faith in Sergeant Pruitt, and even in Professor Snape, that they can keep the kids safe while at school. However, there is more than just their safety to consider. There is also their education, the safety of their peers, and of course the fate of the school itself. How can you even consider sending them back? Ron's mum and Hermione's mum said at roughly the same time. Gathering his courage, Ron turned to face his mother. Mum, what about Daphne? She fought tooth and nail to help us, and she's in Slytherin. Her housemates came to murder her and Blaise, and they're my mates. I have to go back, to make sure that they're okay. I can't leave them. You are more important to me than, Molly began, but Ron cut her off. And what about Daphne's parents? What about Blaise's, or Hannah, or Padma and Parvati, or Susan or Ernie or Terry or Michael or Leanne? They're all my friends, they all have families, and they're all going to be in danger. We have to go back to help them. You are 11. A child shouldn't be sent to fight a dangerous war. Percy stepped forward, putting a hand on Ron's shoulder. Then what about me? Or us? Fred and George chorused. Molly looked around at her sons, her expression stricken. But you're all my babies, she whispered. They're not going into combat, Mrs. Weasley, Alice said gently. They're going to be protected by your cousin and by Snape, and probably the headmaster and other professors too. They just want to look out for their friends. And build valuable political alliances while they are at it, Augusta said. She nodded at Neville approvingly. The Greengrasses are an old and well-respected family, deep in the pureblood party. If you can sway them to our side, that's a deep blow to the enemy. Making friends with their eldest daughter is a good way to do that. And Griselda Zabini is a mean political manipulator as well. Make an ally of her precious son and heir and you'll have her on your side in a moment, and her criminal empire. I thought she was a solicitor or barrister, Hermione gasped. Augusta shrugged. She is that, but she's also the head of the magical mafia in Britain. Wow. That sounds like something out of a really bad movie, Becky commented. But can we get a move on this? Hey, Weasleys, raise your hand if you'd sneak off to Hogwarts just to help your mates and fight the baddies again. All the Weasley children raised their hand, including Ginny, who glared at their mother definitely. But, Ron's mum sputtered. Dad put his hand on her shoulder. They're just like you, dear. Rushing off headfirst into danger to protect those they love. What was it you told Dumbledore when he said you had no business avenging your brothers? To sod off and that I'd hang Grisella Knott's head on a pike, Molly muttered. And did we hang Grisella Knott's head on a pike, dear? Well no, it was rather crushed by her roof falling in, but Arthur. You and Mum killed Grisella not? Percy demanded, looking flabbergasted. She was a notorious Death Eater, she took on 4 Aurors in a duel and won. We didn't fight her, Percival, we just collapsed her roof and set the house on fire, Molly said. Really, fighting her toe-to-toe would have been very foolish. Just as foolish as straying back into the lion's den. We are lions though, Ginny declared. When Fred and George snorted at that statement, Ginny stamped on their toes. I will be in Gryffindor and you know it. Ouch. All right Ginnykins, all right. We're going back, Mum, Ron declared. I'm not standing by while I see more of my friends murdered. He shuddered, thinking of the empty eyes of Dean and Seamus. And it's not like we'll be alone. We're Weasleys, and we look out for one another. All for one and one for all, Becky declared. Right, so, Dad, what's the training we're up to? Please tell me I get a grappling hook. I really want a grappling hook. Oh, and to fast rope off a heli. Harry, your sister is mental, Ron muttered to his friend. And hot, George observed. Harry and Ron both looked aghast at George. He just grinned and winked at them. Give it a few years kiddos, you'll see what I mean. Not on your bloody life, Harry vowed. She's my sister, that's just disgusting. Ron and the rest of the Weasley brood were swept up in their mother's arms. Her face was wet with tears, but she smiled at them. I'm so proud of you all. Terrified, but proud. You have to promise me you won't go looking for trouble, and that you'll get a teacher or cousin Charles at the first sign of trouble, you hear? Yes, Mum, they all chorused. Tom nodded at seeing everyone resolved to return to Hogwarts. Very good. Let's get to training then. Previously, Ron had thought that the training with Harry and the others every morning and again on Sundays was fairly difficult and intensive. The next 2 weeks quickly disabused him of that notion. It wasn't just physical, though there was still a morning run and exercises every day, but mental. The lessons on small unit tactics for use if they were ambushed at school largely made sense to Ron. It was a bit like chess, having to think of the strength of each of your pieces and your opponents, where everyone was on the board, what your opponent's strategy was and how to counter it were just faster and more pressing. Taking the terrain into account as well as surprise added depth that Ron enjoyed. He quickly understood how having the higher ground could be a force multiplier, and the wisdom of using suppressing fire to hold your opponent down while your faster pieces moved in to strike from safety. He was by no means a master of small unit tactics by the end of the course, but he could help formulate or foil simple ambushes. There was also the crash course in codes. They all had to learn Morse, as few if any wizards had any familiarity with the Muggle code. Hermione and Percy picked it up easily, but Ron struggled to make sense of the dots and dashes. Harry was very helpful as he had already learned Morse ages ago, but Ron was quite certain he was going to have nightmares about dots and dashes for months before he ever really got the hang of it. The most interesting part though came the last weekend before the holiday was over. This is an Enfield .22 caliber training rifle, Lieutenant. Col McAllister said, holding the weapon in his hands. It is bolt action and magazine fed. Some would tell you that this an underpowered pea shooter. They would be wrong. This is a weapon with only one purpose: to kill. It can be used to kill small animals or men. Do not treat this weapon as a toy, for it is not. Remember that this weapon is always loaded, even if you believe it to be safe. You have experience with wands, so you understand that a tool can wield great power. Do not mistake this for a wand. It cannot be used for anything but violence. As such, you should never, ever, under any circumstances, point this or any other weapon at an opponent unless you are willing to kill them. This is not an action movie, where you can blast something out of your enemy's hands or shoot only to injure or incapacitate. I have spent 37 years as a soldier, and am considered to be in the top % of marksmen even now. Speaking from experience, once you are in a combat situation, such displays of skill and daring go out the window. You are fighting for your life, and the lives of your comrades. When you pull the trigger, you must be willing to live with the consequences. Today is just the first part of your training with a gun. No, you will not be issued your own firearm even when you go back to Hogwarts or return to your home. Not until you are fully qualified with firearms will we even consider giving you a weapon. You will notice that Harry and Rebecca have their own firearms with them. That is because they are both qualified to carry them, and understand the responsibilities associated with being under arms. Once you have each come to understand what that means, you may elect to be issued your own personal weapon. Or, you may elect not to. You have been inducted into Her Majesty's Royal Army, but yours is a unique position. Now, watch as Harry takes the rifle and will demonstrates its proper use and care. Ron watched in fascination as Harry showed how to properly carry the rifle, how to safe and unsafe it, and how to load it. Then he showed how to fire from a sitting position from one of the training benches. Right, each of you to your own bench. Mind your instructors and follow all directives they give you. Ron sat down at a bench with one of the instructors and was soon demonstrating the proper technique. It was a frustratingly long time before he was allowed to fire the gun, but once the range was declared hot, Ron happily blasted away. It wasn't like firing a wand at all. The recoil and noise were completely different, and unlike a wand, a rifle didn't know what your intended target was and attempt to aim itself properly. He didn't think he did too badly though. The wand practice had certainly helped. Not bad for a kid, Corporal Reddy commented, squinting at the paper target Ron had been aiming for. Still, you need practice. Come on then, show me how to safe your gun. I am so ready for this holiday to be over, Hermione groaned at dinner time. I'm fine with being a hero and all, but I think my body is just one big sore now, combined with my ears ringing all the time. It's not so bad, Ginny said, digging into her Yorkshire pudding. At least you get to go back to Hogwarts. I'll be stuck with Mum and Dad doing Merlin only knows what. Probably boring school stuff and helping Mum keep house again. I think you'll probably end up with more than that on your plate, Ginny. Your parents both know how serious this all is now, and I think they'll probably take the offer of more physical training for you with Becky, Harry said. At first Ron had thought Ginny would continue her hero worship of Harry that she'd displayed back when it had been bedtime stories about the original boy who lived, but apparently spending time around Harry's sister had disabused her of the notion that Harry was anything but a regular mortal. Becky had told stories that involved things like Harry falling into a pond because a goose was chasing him, or the time he'd gotten sick during a cricket match and spewed all over his coach, which Ginny had told Ron in gory detail. He'd made a mental note to never let Ginny tell Harry about the incident with the gnome and his underwear when he was 8. Don't worry, Gin, you'll be at school with us before you know it. I'll even try and save a few baddies for you. Ginny stuck her tongue out at Ron, but she seemed mollified. What do you think school will be like when we get back? Ron asked Harry the night before they left. The boys were all sleeping in a barracks room together, and had pulled their bunk beds in a circle. Somehow, Fred and George had smuggled in a bag of marshmallows, and started a magical fire to roast them over. Percy hadn't even made any noise about telling the adults, instead conjuring a cone of darkness to hide the light and give the illusion they were all sleeping. Harry shrugged, holding the pole he'd attached his marshmallow over the flames. Dunno. I expect we'll all have detentions and such. The headmaster might even try to shut down the defense club. We'll find a way to meet even if he does, of course. And we'll stick by our friends, no matter what. I expect he'll disband the Quidditch teams for the rest of term and cancel the cup, Percy remarked. The other boys, save Neville, looked at him in shock and horror. He wouldn't, gasped George. That would be a crime against nature, cried Fred. Neville shrugged. All the Quidditch teams were responsible for a lot of the fighting. They tend to have some of the strongest students physically and the most popular. The fact that the Slytherin team was following Malfoy's lead makes me suspicious though. Flint's probably trying to get in good with Malfoy's dad, Percy said. The Flint family doesn't have that many connections, so Flint getting a sponsorship from Lucius Malfoy to get into the ministry when he graduates would be a good career move on his part. They had best not cancel Quidditch though, Ron said darkly. We'd have a real revolt on our hands then. That would be pretty stupid for us to do, Ron. Before Ron could argue with Percy, the older boy held up a finger. Think about it this way. It took one spell from a teacher to incapacitate the entire train full of students. It was probably the headmaster, who is easily the most powerful wizard in Britain, but still. The teachers could overcome all the students if they really had to, mostly because they would work together and we would not. We're still too divided between houses. The Puffs will be on our side, sure, but don't be shocked if the Claws cozy up to the Slies after that fight. It's the traditional old alliances. Gryffindor respects hard work and loyalty. The Puff's courage and a willingness to fight for your friends. The Slytherins admire brains and cleverness. The Ravenclaw's ambition and cunning. And that doesn't get into the whole blood purity debate, Neville agreed. Sure. Rowena Ravenclaw eventually argued against Salazar Slytherin's wizard-born-only policy, but it was a near thing. Traditionally, Ravenclaw has been much more sympathetic to blood purist causes than Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. You've got the odd person who bucks their house's trend, but it's hard to ignore what 7 years of living with that way of thinking does to how people think. Look at me, it's not even been a year, but I'm much braver now than I was when term started. You lot are rubbing off on me. But Padma, Anthony, Terry, and Michael are our friends, Harry protested. Not to mention Blaise and Daphne. They wouldn't let their houses turn them against us. Maybe, maybe not, Fred said. They're just ickle firsties, George agreed. If their houses really put the screws on them, there is only so much the professors can do. Yeah, they can't be everywhere, we know that best. Still, I think we'd best make an announcement when term resumes. Too right. The Weasleys consider all of Ickle Ronikin's little friends as honorary Weasleys. Not a bad idea, Percy said. I might have a few ideas for pranks you could try on those who cross the line. Fred and George both flopped to the floor, their tongues lolling out as if in a dead faint to roars of laughter from Harry, Ron and Neville. Oh come on, Percy half shouted, throwing his half-burned marshmallow at them. It's not that surprising. Little Prefect Percy pulling pranks? George said. The world truly has gone mad, Fred lamented. Hermione, will you promise to watch out for Harry, for me? Hermione rolled to the edge of her bunk and peered up at Becky. The other girl's face was obscured in the darkness, but her tone of voice told Hermione that the older girl was worried. He's an ugly, smelly git some of the time, Becky said, her voice trembling slightly, but he is the only brother I have. He needs someone sensible like you to watch out for him. I will, Hermione promised. I'll try to keep him out of too much trouble, and watch his back if he really gets in the thick of it. Keep an eye on my brothers too, okay? Ginny said, her bed squeaking slightly. Like Becky said, they're all morons, but I do love them. They do outnumber me just a tad, Hermione said dryly, but I'll do my best. Don't worry, I'll be there next year to help you, Ginny said confidently. I've been practicing the Bat Bogey Hex with my mum's wand when she isn't looking. I think I'm pretty good at it. Hermione couldn't help but think that Ginny would contribute more to the reckless side of the equation than the sensible one, but she didn't say anything to hurt the younger girl's feelings. I'll see if I can wrangle Daphne and Hannah to be a bit more proactive in preventing any more testosterone-related mania with the boys. You two are so lucky, Becky said, her bunk groaning as she slipped onto the floor between the other girls' beds. It's hard not to be jealous that I haven't any magic and can't go to this amazing school with you. But you're really good at martial arts, Hermione protested. You even beat Harry. And you're a better shot than he is too. For now, Becky grumbled. You just watch. In a few years he'll get his growth spurt and then I'll be smaller than him and I won't be able to touch him on the mat. Plus, he has magic. That's practically cheating. There are ways to disable boys, Ginny said primly. Mums showed me a few of them. You don't even need a wand for the best one. Just hit them right in the bollocks. Becky chuckled dryly. I think I'd prefer that my brother stay out of the alto section of the choir. There's still loads you can do back here, Becky, Hermione encouraged. Don't give up. You said you wanted to be Batman, right? He's practically the best hero and he hasn't any powers. Yes, but I'm still working on the infinite money superpower that he has. I wish I had that superpower, Ginny muttered. Becky coughed, sounding slightly embarrassed. Well, you know, we aren't doing this for free. You'll get paid now. Really? Ginny's voice was brimming with excitement. How much? I get £50 a week, Becky said. I expect you'd get much the same. That's about 10 galleons, Hermione clarified for the other girl. Ginny sniffed audibly. I know that. Becky's been teaching me loads. I've even read half the books she likes now. That got a conversation started on everyone's favorite literature, which lasted long into the night, until exhaustion finally claimed the three girls. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.